And we are live. Welcome to another live stream event here at the Hawks Nest. As always, I enjoy doing the hell out of these guys. You have requested it by high request, and I am happy to fill it in. So we'll see if we get some people in here on the chat today. A couple items we're going to talk about. I'd like to get into free agency. Hey, what's up, is it Dalen? I don't want to mispronounce it. Welcome, Dalen. You're first in the tank. We're going to cover a few things today, a little bit of the Hall of Fame talk with Hutchinson, some of the rumors that we're hearing right now with free agency. I've begun diving into the prospects as far as the draft goes and doing a little bit of scouting on that, specifically kind of looking at how I'm going to scout for how they will look for Seahawks, not necessarily how these players will look for other teams, but how they'll fit for our team in particular. Hello, Noah. Thanks for dropping in. I appreciate it. OG Bobby, I see you. It is time, my man. It is time. It's time to jump in and let's do it. Hello, James, Anthony. Welcome in. Welcome. Come on in, everybody. What's up, John? So we're not any hot rumors right now currently posted for the Seahawks. I did check out the XFL today, user hit stick. I was watching some college tape today, and I had them kind of out of the corner of my eye. I think it's still a situation to kind of monitor with that team in the respect of they're still not a completed product. It's a little bit janky out there. It's a little like, it's not fine-tuned. They're trying to do all the cameras in the locker rooms and talking to the coaches during the games. It's kind of a lot. But it did look like there was some decent play out on the football field. They were hitting. I like that. And again, they're just starting their product out. You got to give them time to let it develop and let them kind of find their potential footing there. But I think they'll be as serious a contender for another option of a football league out there that we've had probably since, the football program up there in Canada. So Dalen, I'm not sure who we're going to take in the draft. As I look at this draft, the one thing that comes to me is that you've got about a top 15, top 16 picks in this draft as far as these are real difference makers. Top 16 picks. But we're going to be picking in the mid-20s, right? So what happens with that is that I have a feeling like Snyder's going to trade us back out of the first round into the second round. I think, again, that's even with us having the 2 second-round picks. And my thought process beyond this is I think he's going to look at the talent level in that place, and he's not going to see a real big difference between 24 to 48. So he'll be willing to maybe go back a little bit into that second round, maybe pick up another third-round pick. I know we don't all love that. We'd love to potentially see him trade up maybe, but that's the way it looks like I could see it going because he's done this in the past. The draft has formed like this in the past where you've only had the top 15 guys that are really those difference makers, and then everything else it all kind of falls in the same mark. What's up, Anthony? Thanks for jumping in here, man. We got a beautiful day outside. It's sunshine in the middle of February here. I mean, how do you beat that? No worries, Donald. Donald, I did remember, by the way, your prediction didn't quite come true. I think you had the Packers and the Chiefs, and then you did predict the Chiefs, so I'll give you that as far as if I'm remembering correctly on that one. Yeah, unknown soul, they always trade out of the first. This would be one year you'd think maybe they wouldn't because they have the 2 second-round picks already. They've got a bunch of other picks in the back end of this draft. So you'd think he doesn't need to collect picks. Last year was understandable. You went into the draft with only 4 picks. They came out of it with, I think, 10, 11 picks. So that was awesome by Schneider to pull that off. But he doesn't have to do the same move this year, but it just is what it is. It's the way Schneider tends to go about his drafting. What's up, TJ? Thank you for jumping in. What's up, Jonathan Salazar? Thank you, all of you guys, for hopping on in here on a Saturday. I'm sure you guys got some awesome things you could be doing, but you're here with me, and I appreciate that. Yeah, you called it on the Chiefs one. I went into this, TJ, thinking that the 49ers were just the more better complete team in this and that would win out, that the Chiefs were great at certain positions, but just not as a whole team were they going to be good enough to hold up there against the Niners. But, in a lot of respects, I don't know, we can go to Shanahan's play calling because this is the second time this has happened to this guy after he was the offensive coordinator with the Falcons and that Patriot comeback where he let them come back. And you saw they didn't get into that game. The play calling was very questionable then. And this one in the same way. They let him get back into it. They really had that game if they just stuck with the ground, stuck with what they were doing, but they got cute, as coaches, offensive coordinators can tend to do. Dylan DK Metcalf is going to be a Pro Bowler. I do think he is. In fact, I'm going to even go as far as to say that this is a Hall of Fame talent at this point, if simply for the fact that he's a Pro Bowl level player that's going to be paired with Russell Wilson for a majority of his career. That just puts him on that upward trending mark where I don't think it's hyperbole to say that. Say this is a guy, hey, he's legitimately a Hall of Fame type guy. With the first pick, Sean, what's up, Sean? Yep, they're going to take Joe Burrow. That's for sure. I lost my coffee. Oh, there we go. Joe Burrow is definitely going to the Bengals. I can't see them trading back, which you could make the argument for them. They're a ways away. They're not necessarily there with the quarterback. Their offensive line is coming around, so that's where that tends to be the marker for if you're going to take your quarterback. You don't want to take the quarterback if you have a trash offensive line, because that's what happened to David Carr with the Texans years ago. He just got killed. You never got to see the type of player he could be. But they've got that in place, so it could be something. Jonathan Salazar, I'm very happy the Niners lost as well, just simply because of all the insufferable fans I've dealt with this last year with some of my videos in the comments section and hearing from them. The 49er fans were the worst by far. By far. I mean, the second they came back to me after one video when we beat them after the first 49er game, it was just, they were lighting up my message board. It was just like, guys, come on. You haven't been good in years. Now you're good for the first time. It's like just squawking away. Yes, Drew, you're absolutely on the mark with that. He is the next DK. He is the next Julio Jones. He is the next Calvin Johnson. He is in that mold. He's not like those players exactly. There's differences between each of them. But go back to those guys' rookie years. Go back to the number of catches, the yards, and specifically the catch rate, because that's where people want to drop DK is in his drops and in the fact that he drops too many balls. But if you look at his catch rate, which factors in drops, it's right along with Calvin Johnson and Julio Jones in their rookie seasons. So you always got to keep perspective with this. Russell Wilson's easily got another 10 good years in him. I don't know if he's going to be able to play to his mid-40s because he is reliant upon moving with the ball. He's not going to be able to do what Brady's done where he can turn into a complete statue, but because of his ability to still look over the pocket and just diagnose, I don't know that Russell's going to get to that point. But 42, yeah, I could see that. Alex Sasato, and welcome on in. The thing with this, watching this draft class so far and what I'm taking from it is that there are some very good running backs. It's a fantastic receiver draft. So if we were looking to pick up that third wide receiver through this means, be it in the second round, be it in the first round, there are some guys that I actually really, really like. And because it's so deep, you've got to feel like there's going to be some great talent that slides back into that first and second round that you could pick up. Anthony Ramirez, I don't really feel like we should draft a cornerback. And this is actually one of my bullet points I want to cover with you guys right now, because Trey Flowers is drawing a lot of controversy out there in the respect of half the fan base wants to see the guy kicked to the curb. Half the fan base says, give it some time. I fall on the latter fan base side. And here's the thing we just consider with this guy before we want to kick him out and bring in another guy. Because if you bring in a rookie now and you're bringing an outside guy and he's going to compete with Trey Flowers, and if Flowers is even marginally better next year, you could be seeing that first round cornerback sitting on the bench unless he's absolutely just phenomenal out of the gate. And when you look at Flowers, he had 3 interceptions this year. He had a couple of bad games, a couple of games that were tough, but he was overall solid throughout the season. Now you look at this with a guy like Griffin, who everybody's loving right now. Everybody's saying Shaquille Griffin is amazing. He's going to be just an awesome player for us for years to come. But Griffin, by his own measure, in his second season, played at a D+ level. Okay. And I don't think Flowers played last year at a D+ level, but then Griffin shot up in his third season, played at a Pro Bowl form. He still isn't picking the ball off though. I mean, he had 0 interceptions last year, whereas Flowers had 3 interceptions, which also happens to be the career total of Griffin in 3 seasons. So let's get some perspective on this. We've got other places we need to attack. Let's pop our brakes on the Flowers hate and give it just a little bit more time. The guy is developing. He's a sure tackler. He forces fumbles. He takes away the ball. He's a bigger cornerback, which fits perfectly into the system, and he's learning. Only his second year just from going from the safety position in college football. We've got to be patient in that respect. Clowney will be resigned. I'd all but guarantee that they're going to find a way to fit him in. I'm sure he's a perfect player for what they want to do on this defense. He's the perfect Leo in that defense, that outside guy that gets to a line a little bit wider than the rest of the defensive line. So he has a little bit more room to kind of go out there and free form a bit. Clowney's been the perfect fit for it. I have no problem signing him to the $20 million deal. Okay, the Olsen, Drew, the Olsen stuff. Hooper, I'm in favor of Hooper. And here's the reason why when it comes between Austin Hooper and Greg Olsen, because this seems to be the two choices we have out the gate at tight end. I'll say this. The tight end class in this draft sucks. I'm not liking it right now. There's a lot of people that have certain guys that they're loving. And so far from what I've seen, I'm a little bit hesitant to want to go after a tight end within the first 2 rounds, let's say. So when you're looking at Greg Olsen, you're looking at Austin Hooper. Hooper's a younger player. Hooper's a very good blocker to go along with him as a pass catcher. Obviously, Olsen's going to cost you less, but Olsen is a significantly older player. I think he's about 9 years older. He's got an injury history. We just came off a season where we led the league in missed games due to injury. Let's not go into this offseason going after guys that are injury prone or have injury problems because we're just going to duplicate again next year what happened. And you'll hear the coaching staff go right back to those tired old excuses. Oh, well, we just couldn't stay healthy this year. Don't know why. Well, when you're picking old players that break down a lot and then they break down, that's what happens. So I go to Hooper. He's been really healthy throughout his career. He's been consistent. He's not old. And again, I think the difference in cost would probably be 10, 11 million per year for Hooper versus a 1 to 2 year deal for Olsen in that 6 year per range. So it's 5 million more about for Hooper, a little more guaranteed money, but way better deal. Sorry if I'm a little behind on the comments here. Ayuku, I just saw that from Arizona State, best route runner in the draft. I liked his tape. I didn't love it. I wouldn't hate him as a draft pick, but I don't know if a pure route runner is the best guy at receiver for our offense and the way we run things, because we run things so off time, so off script. So having a guy that's really reliant on soon as he's out of his break, the ball's there. I don't know if you're going to get that. What's up, Michelle? Thank you for dropping on in. I appreciate it. Yeah, Rod Woodson's a great example. It takes time when you're making a position change. You got a guy like Griffin who struggled in his first 2 seasons, and he played cornerback throughout all college, throughout all high school. So it's going to take time for a guy when he's changing, and he's shown some sparks, some life there. I'm not the only guy that says this. You got Seahawks Maven also on board with this. We were talking about this week in the chat, where it's like, you guys give him some time. Yeah, Will Disley was the guy that got injured early on, Dalen, and he's a guy that I still like moving forward. I don't want to rely upon him as our number 1 tight end going into next season. He's had his first 2 seasons cut short due to injury after about a handful of games to start the season. Love his potential, love him long term. I need a number 1 tight end I'm bringing in this year, though, if there's one there to pluck, especially Hooper, who'll be a free agent, who might not cost the moon. Tight ends are like free safeties. They're a little bit tampered down as far as how much they actually cost versus other positions. Thank you, Gerald, man. I appreciate you coming into the chat. I appreciate all you guys, by the way, your support on this and your guys' feedback and blowing up just the message boards on my videos and all that stuff. I continue to say it, but it continues to be true. We grow and grow and grow here. We just passed our first year mark. I'm only a year old as a channel, and just from subscribers to likes ratio, all that stuff, you guys are amazing. Simply amazing. I'm willing to go probably 11 million on Hooper, Drew. And I think the Seahawks will probably have a potential of being able to offer him a lot in guaranteed cash rather than going for the average year per mark being the high mark. And that might be a way you're able to get him on. But I like him in that 10 to 11 million per mark. He blocks and he catches. He does it both. He's the complete tight end. You can use him in line. You can use him out as a slot wide receiver. He's very multifaceted in that way, and he'd fit really well with Disley down there. I'm not going to count on John Ursula. Thanks, Six, for coming in. Hey, I'm not counting on Ursula. He's a guy, nice depth guy to have. He's got to compete with your Malik Turners and your David Moores if we bring him on back in. What's up, Felipe Ruiz Busta? They don't have to re-sign Quandre Diggs, Busta. Diggs is actually under contract for 2 years. And again, this just shows the brilliance of that trade by John Snyder, because he went out and he got from the Lions this guy for a 5th round pick. And I believe I'm not certain on this because I've seen some varying reports, but I believe we got a 7th rounder back from him. He's under contract for 2 years at a nice like 7 million per year mark. And there's no bonus money. We don't have anything on the hook for him if we want to cut him at any time. That's the greatest kind of contracts to get in football. Thank you, Football Highlights. I appreciate that. I love doing those videos. I'm working on Lofa Tatupu. I'm trying to wrap up Lofa Tatupu's 3 interception game against the Philadelphia Eagles in 2007 right now. That's the one I'm currently knee deep in working, but I love doing those videos. Michelle Blunt, we should get a defensive lineman. And I would say after looking at some of the linemen in this draft class, there's some really good ones on the upper end, but some of the back half ones are a little raw. They're going to take a little bit of time to develop. I would prefer us to maybe perhaps go out there and trade for one or sign one in free agency. I really appreciate that, football highlights. I'm going to keep doing that stuff. I love those. I'm going to keep trying to take them to the next level, getting deeper and deeper with the graphics as I can go. I'm trying to learn this Adobe's After Effects because that's where you really unwrap some potential like next level stuff you can do with some of the CGI stuff. But I'm just getting started on that. That's 6. That's right. He's got 2 years deal left on it. So yeah, he's good. That's again why I think that we don't have to look at the safety at all. Safety position's fine right now. It's fine. Bradley McDougall, I think, has 1 more year on his deal. You've got Marquise Blair as your developing high ceiling guy behind him. And Quandre Diggs is the guy that really was the glue on that defense, brought everything together this last year and really kind of turned the unit around on the whole. So I feel real good about the safety position. Thanks, football highlights, man. Hello, Brady. Hello, HFTVFB. Clowney's going to get re-signed. It'll take a little bit of time to do this. Seattle might let him go out into free agency and test the waters because that might have been part of the agreement with making the initial trade to him is that he'd be able to actually go out and see what his value is and get that chance. So be patient with it, though. I love beast mode, Dalen. I'd love to have him back next year. I've got to say, I like the thought process of Seattle for the last 4 years has seen their running back position just get broken down throughout the year, be it your Thomas Rawls, your Eddie Lacy's, your Chris Carsons, your CJ Procise, your Rashad, all of them got injury problems there, right? We get really thin by the end of the year. It's nice being able to have a guy sitting there in the back pocket, maybe as the season goes on, that you can call upon and bring back in. Because I thought he looked just fine. There were no holes being opened by that offensive line late in the playoffs there. Those running backs were having to kind of do it all on their own. So I liked what I saw. I thought he still looked fairly vintage beast mode. Maybe not exactly what he was in his prime, but still that kind of running back, I always will have a place for him on my team. Hello, Devin. Hello, Seahawks Brazinho. I would hope they don't draft a defensive lineman, Seahawks Brazinho, in the first round. I think that the talent just isn't there at the back half of the first round to pick a defensive lineman there. I'd rather go into the second round. You'll get about the same defensive lineman that you would get at the top of the first, get another third round pick, or even, really where I'd ideally like to go is take that first rounder and flip it for Von Miller. Or flip it for a pass rusher out there who is under contract maybe for a couple of years that you could bring in, who's still got some juice left. Pair them up with Clowney, have 2 real solid edge rushers on either side, and I think you can cause some damage. They can definitely bring home the Super Bowl next year. And sorry if I get behind on the chat here, guys. I'm definitely trying to keep up. Seahawks, if they make the right moves this offseason, they can get to the Super Bowl. One thing I said in my last Hawk Nest episodes was that the key on this is going to be they're not going to really make any schematic changes. I would foresee them not blitzing as much as they did this year, next year. But I think they're going to go back to some of their base principles on the defensive side of the ball, playing the cover 1, playing the cover 3. And what they're going to rely upon doing is just filling out that defensive line with a lot of monsters as far as legitimate pass rushers. We just didn't have any this year. Ansah was done. Jefferson gave you a little bit. Rasheem Green gave you glimpses. He's on the rise. But you need like 2 or 3 real legitimate bodies down there to get it done. Yeah, DK Metcalf should be a Pro Bowler next year. Absolutely should be a Pro Bowler. There's no doubt. And again, I see a Hall of Fame. If he can stay healthy and just continue that upward trend, no reason he can't be a Hall of Famer with Russell's deep ball. But DK is absolutely a sensational talent. I've loved it. I never could understand how we got him in the back of that second round. Almost the last pick in the second round, you get DK Metcalf. I don't know what talent evaluators were looking at to miss this guy. Yes, he was not the complete receiver coming out. Yes, there was a few questions with drops, but the quarterback play at that college was absolutely horrible for him and A.J. Brown, his teammate, who also got drafted. Sky's the limit for him. Jeff Okudah is a great cornerback, the stickiest corner out there in this NFL draft this year. But unfortunately, he's going to be gone within the top 5 picks, probably to Detroit, I would imagine. Yeah, James, Glenn, the kick return game is a little bit tough right now. It's to me, a head scratcher. Carroll's built this team around playing defense, running the ball, and playing sensational special teams. Have we had a sensational kicker recently? No, Dickinson was good in his first year, but last year he's been okay since then. And Lockett's fallen off the cliff. They eventually just moved him out of there after he had that injury to his leg because he wasn't getting any yards in the punt or kick return game. I don't know if it's the blocking or lack of a dynamic returner, but it's really gone downhill. Devin asked, do you think we'll re-sign Richard after last year? I think the Niners are going to re-sign Richard because I think Richard will eventually transition over to safety. He's talked of doing that. And I think the Niners like his leadership. Certainly, he's still good at corner as long as he's not being matched up with a guy who's got some speed and is a burner. Yeah, DK had a phenomenal year. DK was absolutely far beyond expectations this year. And what he's going to provide, because again, Russell Wilson throws the best deep ball in the league. I'm not going out on a limb by saying that. Many believe it. But beyond that, he throws a deep ball that's very advantageous for big wide receivers. For those guys who can have a chance to have a smaller guy on them, use those sort of principles you got in basketball where you're boxing a guy out and then just go up and get it because the ball comes down very soft. Russell leaves a lot of arc up there. He doesn't put it out in front like a missile. It comes down very soft, which is really helpful for a receiver like that who's got a guy maybe hanging off him or grabbing him to then still make the catch. Yeah, DK blew the combine up. He had one of the best combine ever. In football highlights, I don't understand why these guys missed it in that last draft. Granted, last year's draft for wide receivers was very, very deep. There was a lot of really great wide receivers. But it boggles my mind how that guy got all the way. I can understand even not getting in the first round because of the drops and because of he didn't run a huge route tree in college. So I get some of that. But at least early in the second round, you think somebody would take a flyer for the potential you could be grabbing there. Football highlights, I don't think they should improve the linebackers, not because I wouldn't necessarily be open to it, but because I feel like there's two places you've got to hammer this offseason, the offensive line and the defensive line. And we've got to attack them in such a way it's not enough to just go with one or two players on each side of the ball. They're going to have to comprehensively go after these two positional groups because they are such detractions on this team right now. They are such weaknesses. And that's not saying even like we don't know what's going to happen with Jaron Reed's situation. We don't know that he's going to get the franchise. He might go out into free agency, and that's another vital body on that line that we've lost. So I really think Cody Barton is going to be fine. What you'll probably see is KJ Wright get released because he makes a decent amount of money next year. You move Cody in at the lower end contract size. You'll probably make a draft for a guy in the third, fourth, fifth round that's a decent upside guy, but they're going to probably try to go a little cheaper at that position, especially paying Bobby up in that $15, $16, $17 million per year range that you're at right now at the top of the market for him. No, Drew, we don't go after Slay. By all accounts, he seems to be done. And the problem with bringing in a cornerback in free agency into the Seattle Seahawks system is that they utilize the bail technique and the kick step into that bail technique. And that's very hard for most cornerbacks to come in and learn, especially if you've been in the league playing a certain way for a very long period of time. I can't remember the guy's name. We had a cornerback we brought in from the Eagles a couple of years ago who just mightily struggled with the kick step. He just could not pick it up. And I think it's going to really make it hard. You've got to get a guy out of college who's fresh, who hasn't learned a whole bunch of bad techniques or techniques that go opposite to what you're wanting them to do here with the corner situation. I think Seattle may go after Derrick Henry, and I would be mightily upset if they did. You just don't pay running backs in this day and age. You don't do it. You don't do it. We've seen time and time and time again that these guys, the second they sign their deal, they fall off a cliff. I'm sorry that their value is depressed. I'm sorry that they've got a shortened career in the NFL. It doesn't change the brass tacks, which is that you cannot pay these guys because you're just going to eat up your salary cap with it, and you're not going to get the production you think you're going to get. All right, TJ, we'll see you soon, man. Dalen, I'm actually still in favor of making the Frank Clark trade. You got the first and second round pick back from him. And do not forget this. You don't have DK Metcalf because part of the trade ammunition you had to make the trade for DK Metcalf was in that first and second round pick. So you don't make the trade for DK. You don't get him in that first round if you don't make the Frank Clark deal. I like the Frank Clark deal for that reason. No, Earl's going to stay with Baltimore for another year. I think he's on a decent deal for them, unless they cut him, and I haven't heard any indications that they'll be willing to do that. Do I think Russell Wilson will be the MVP next year? It's possible. If Seattle will be willing to open up the offense. You've heard Russell make some really interesting comments this offseason where usually Russell's a company man, a yes man. He's going to just do exactly what they tell him to kind of do. But this offseason, he's actually opened up a little bit. He's mentioned that we need more superstars. That's huge for Russell to say that. He never used to say stuff like that. He's also mentioned wanting to go to more of an up-tempo offense, which I love. He's great in up-tempo. We've seen it at the end of halves, the ends of games. He's very good in those situations. I think those are subtle little pushes that he's kind of pushing on the coaching staff, saying, come on, guys, let's open this up a little bit. Let's get this kind of going. So I would like to see them make changes. And if they do that, he can be an MVP. If you hang on to this, we're going to run the ball 55% of the time, or that's what we're shooting for as our goal. He's not going to get there. He won't put up the stats. It just won't be quite enough. He has to play. He'd have to be just Superman in every single game for them to give him it to him. Yeah, I like BBK. You know, it's funny that I'm doing this Lofa Tatupu video, and I'm watching all of this footage on Lofa Tatupu. And I'll tell you this, guys, I'm not sure that Lofa Tatupu is not as good a linebacker when he was healthy as Bobby Wagner, and he might have been better, especially in coverage. And BBK reminds me a lot of Lofa Tatupu. Of course, Pete Carroll made the comparison when they drafted him last year. Instinctive player, very quick first step. So and a 4.5 speed guy, by the way. So very fast. I'm interested to potentially see him on the field. And it's part of why I do feel very good about our linebacking core, is because I think BBK, even though he's a little undersized, I like he might be a little dynamite in a bottle there. I don't know. I like what I see from him. Yeah, we couldn't afford Clark. I don't want to pay him $23.5 million. If you look at the season that Frank Clark had, he was not your Khalil Mack game record that you're paying him at for the Kansas City Chief. They struggled in the run game for a large quantity of the year, and a lot of that was running at Frank Clark's spot. So he did come on as the year went on. He was great in the playoffs. I get all that. He's a fine player, but he's not the Khalil Mack player. He's not that player. And again, I think Clowney's even better because of what Clowney does in the run game. But Clark, remember in this defense, before anything else happens in this defense, and this is not me doing this, this is Pete Carroll's philosophy. First and foremost, we stop the run to turn the other offenses one-dimensional. That's the guiding principle of the defense. So having a guy like Clowney who stops the run first and then becomes the pass rusher second is a more ideal fit for Pete Carroll than Frank Clark, who's more of a pass rusher than he is a run stuffer. Devin Peterson asked, what do you think about Hutch going into the Hall of Fame? I love that Steve Hutchinson's going into the Hall of Fame. It's interesting. He had a long career and he played a lot of places, so I can't argue with it. He was an absolute dominator out there with Walter Jones by his side. I go back to it time and time again with both Walter and Steve, and how I would love to see us take offensive line and build it again like that, where you have really great players on that line, not just guys that you're trying to, some tryhards, like Joey Hunt, or guys that are really talented but getting older and kind of injury prone like Dwayne Brown, but that you really try to hammer it with the resources to make it something great again. Because I think Russ would not only go through the moon in his stats, but the running back stats would go through the moon as well. You'd see guys like Carson go from 4.2, 4.3 per yards per carry up into that 5 mark. I think it would make a huge difference and make our offense more efficient, more explosive. But they haven't shown a willingness yet to really dive into that. They kind of just piecemeal it. They piecemeal that line a little bit. Yeah, Marie Sexton, hello, welcome on in. I agree with you 100%. We need to get the lines hammered. That's why I say when I say, look, I'm not as worried about corner. I'm not worried about a safety. I'm not as worried about running back. It's because I feel like you can really take all this ammunition you have and apply it to those two places, the offensive line and the defensive line, and it would be money well spent. It would be draft picks well spent, because it would really have a great effect on the overall team. Your corners wouldn't have to cover for as long. They'd look better because the pass rush would be more dynamite. Like I was just talking about the offensive line and the running game, both in how it would help Russ have more time to throw, and your running backs wouldn't have to just Hulk every time, which is what Carroll loves with Carson, of course, and love with Lynch, is there's no hole, but you can still go get 3 or 4 yards. Well, how about if there's actually a hole and you can go get 7 or 8 or 9 yards? That's more the area I think I'd like to see them go at. Hello, and I'm going to pronounce it wrong, so I'm going to call Eon Tyrell. Hello from Ireland. How are you doing from Ireland up there? It's my home country there. Was that the Saints game last year? It'd be the best game to go to. What would be the best game to go to this next season? I've got to see the schedule. Just to double check where we're playing and who we're playing. I know that we have an easier schedule going into next year, so there might not be as many great choices. But honestly, I'm going to go watch a when the Niners are in town or when the Rams are in town. These rivalry games of our division have gotten really nice. I mean, not in the nasty way of like the 49ers and Seahawks in the 2012-13 seasons, but in just the competitiveness, and that these are really two teams. Every time we play the Rams and Niners, they know us really well. We know them really well. Say nothing for the Cardinals as well. They're in that same boat. I mean, they've beaten us at home like 5 times the last 6 years. So any game of the divisional game I'd go see, because you just know it's going to be a close game, a hard-fought game, and probably a fun one to watch. But I really appreciate you checking in, Eon. And if I mispronounce your name, you can hammer me in the chat for it. I think, TJ, I don't know if Russ is getting mad at the offensive line, because I think that Russ made his peace with this last offseason when he potentially could have been riding into that free agent mark if he didn't want to sign the contract extension. And he could have just said, look, I'm done with this. I'm going to go into a new offense that's going to feature me. I think he embrace the fact that they're going to remain as they are. I think that he's just doing subtle nudges to the coaching staff, and it's nudges that as a quarterback's getting older, it's the same nudges you saw, Tom Brady make. So it's great. They're encouraging. It's not a negative at all. I'd like to see him pushing Carroll along. That's part of what I think Carroll needs right now, is he needs to get pushed outside of his comfort zone. Too many of the coaching hires over the last few years, even down to our strength and conditioning coach, we're the most injured team in the league this year. So he goes out in the prior year, we were one of the most injured teams. So this last offseason, you got this guy they call Ivan the Terrible. This guy gets this nickname from, at the USC programs and the University of Washington programs. He was the strength and conditioning coach. Both of those programs saw their players just get hammered. They didn't make it through the season. And when he left, they saw their injury situation just alleviate almost immediately. Well, he comes here and everything just breaks apart. He makes these kind of hires and these kind of decisions that just come back to being kind of safe and in his little safe space. And Carroll needs to get out of that safe space, go out into get a little dangerous with things, and no pun intended there on the dangerous. For the O-line and Russell against, okay, so football highlights. I mean, this is the thing. Russell Wilson's not the perfect quarterback. I love him. He's a Hall of Famer. I don't want another. There's not another quarterback in the league that I'd want on my team right now. And that's even with Pat Mahomes. Maybe Pat Mahomes, but I'd stay even probably with Russell, just because I think eventually Russell is going to get a couple of Super Bowls. It's going to click in for him here. But he does have a couple of holes on his game. He's done better in the last couple of years in his pre-snap recognition of the blitz. If you go watch the Steeler game this year where they were blitzing him, he was attacking in the short passing game just like a surgeon. Unfortunately, I don't still see it consistent enough. There are times where you saw it on the San Francisco game where they had a safety blitzing or they had the slot corner blitzing, and he never saw it. And there's times where he just doesn't always see the blitz that's coming. And especially at times this year where we had struggles with the blitz protections, he's had more responsibility placed on his shoulders over the last couple of years to pick up those blitz protections, to move the line around. So he's got to continue to get better at it, but it is one of the slight, holes in his game. And the zone blitz gives him the biggest problems, because zone blitz comes from anywhere. A lineman can drop anywhere out. And especially for a quarterback who needs his lanes to see, you get a defensive lineman dropping in the weird direction. It gets harder to kind of go through your reads and progressions. Drew, I would let Russ call plays at times. I do it for short bursts. I'm into so much of what you do now is the same all the way through. Defensively, you do things very similar. Offensively, you do things similar. So by that, I mean, of course, defensively, you play cover 1, cover 3. You're a 4-3 under defense with the Sam linebacker up over the tight end. That's pretty much what you're going to stay in. Offensively speaking, most of the time you're going to run on first down, which is highly predictable and which analytics tell us you got to get out of. It's better to throw on first down and go more to that. I think Russell would be a little more aggressive in that respect. And I almost guarantee he'd be more efficient and better. And I'd love to see them do it. But again, Carroll's so risk averse, right? Doesn't like turnovers, really wants to run the ball, shorten the game, shorten the amount of possessions. So is he willing to go outside that comfort zone to do that? I believe he should. I believe it's the best. I believe it's what you would do at this point. You saw the Patriots with Belichick make the similar transition with Brady as he got into his prime. They were a run-first team at first. They played to their defense and special teams, and then they went to the spread formation and let Brady throw the ball all over the football field. You be smart. Know what you got. What's in your bag? What are your resources? Andrew Thomas. All right, so you got to remind me on Andrew Thomas. Is that the USC kid? Ben Burr, yeah, Devin, I could see Ben Burr Curvin starting potentially at the Sam position. Potentially, the problem that I have with it is that usually you do want the CM to be a little bit bigger, like what they did with Bruce Irvin when they put him in that position off of defensive end, because they can really lock up the tight ends off the ball at that point and throw the routes askew a bit. But at the same point in time, they went with Michael Kendricks at that position last year, and he's an undersized guy, very similar in height to Curvin. So I'd be interested to see it. I hope they really do give him a chance to compete there for it this next offseason. And I'd like to see KJ Wright's salary moved on at this point, because I don't want to spend $6-7 million on a guy at this point who's kind of about done. Oh my gosh. Devin asked, where do I see Tom Brady going? Man, I thought for sure out the gate that it was going to be the Chargers this offseason, just because it just seemed to make so much sense. He's got a mother who I believe is ill in Northern California, and it would give him a chance to be able to go check on her on the regular. I go back to that at the end of the day, but there's not been enough of a team coming to the forefront that's really said that you've heard enough smoke to yet. I fall back in line that he's probably going to go back to the Patriots. As weird as that sounds, I just don't, there's not enough of a momentum yet behind him going to another team. Certainly the Oakland Raiders are going to do everything they can to, Gruden's going to love him. He won't leave Denver. Wow, Nathaniel, that is a big piece of news. Nathaniel just said Von Miller has announced that he won't leave Denver. Is there another good pass rusher we can get? Yes. So your suggestion is absolutely perfect for me. And not only is it perfect, it's on the mark for what we could see as a high probability. We have heard over and over after drafts, Schneider referencing Calais Campbell. When they drafted Malcolm McDowell, who didn't work out because of that ATV accident that he took off the head, that guy is a guy he referenced as a Calais Campbell type. He's loved him. Campbell's in the last year of his deal. The base is somewhat high. You would be paying kind of top of the market, but it's only a 1-year deal. And it's not going to probably cost a lot in draft pick compensation at that point, maybe a 3rd or 4th rounder. So I would be in favor of that. That is not great to hear, though, if Von Miller will not leave Denver. The question at that point, I guess, then goes is, well, what if Denver wants to release him? Because Denver could theoretically want to try to create some cap space there, especially because they're on the hook for not only his base, but some of the bonus money that's still carrying over from his last contract extension. So he may not want to leave Denver, but Denver may want to leave him. Andrew Thomas. Okay. Sorry, TJ. So some of these guys, the names they run together, and I've been watching a ton of prospects, and they've got some similar names here with some of these guys. Where's my notes on this? I gotta find my notes for this. He looked really good. And I will say this, guys, if you're looking at offensive linemen trading up in this draft and targeting a tackle, the Becton kid, the Evans guy who would be a fit, and you wouldn't have to jump up high necessarily on these guys. I mean, jump up into the teens to go get one of these guys. I like the offensive linemen in these draft. The upper level offensive linemen are really, really nice. I'm looking for my notes. Sorry, I have my notes here, guys, and I lost them somewhere. Oh, there they are. But I liked Becton, Thomas, Jedrick Willis, even Isaiah Wilson. Isaiah Wilson at the right tackle position, because, of course, we're going to look at Ifedi going probably this offseason. Looks good. Nasty guy, big move, people mover back there. We're probably not going to get a pass protector type, but he'd be a guy that'd be like the 3rd or 4th tackle, potentially off the board and available there for Seattle. I'd have no qualms if they go in the 1st round or trade a couple picks up, or even just sit and a guy slides to them. Those guys look good to me. They can run block. They've got great feet and pass protection, very good in mirroring. The top level guys are legitimate tackles in this league, 10-year starters in this league. Yeah. And what I saw in Thomas, he looked good. Just like what I'm saying, good feet, solid left tackle, probably maybe a little bit of better run blocker than a pass protector, but he's good in both. Not a lot of flaws to his game. Unfortunately, again, I think he's going to probably be picked in the top 15. Don't forget this now. Last year, you saw somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think, 21 defensive players taken in the 1st round last year. By just the sheer law of averages and the way you would expect it to go, not seeing like one or two offensive linemen taken in the whole 1st round last year, I think you're going to see a lot more taken this year, because that tends to be what we do see in drafts. About 6, 7, even 8 offensive linemen can be taken in the 1st round now because they're valued that highly. So I think, but if one of those guys drops, I'm jumping up and down and clapping my hands if we can pick him up, because I think all those guys are not going to need a lot of time to develop. Ifedi came in, you knew he was going to take some time to develop. He was very, very rough in pass protection. He was okay in the run game, but you saw it was the physicality, the size, you were really kind of forecasting with him on what he could potentially be, not necessarily exactly what you saw with him out of Texas A&M. Yeah, Andrew. Yeah, the Raiders are in Vegas now. That's going to be so weird. I can't believe they left Oakland. It's these franchises that leave from these places that have, we've seen it with the Sonics. You got fan bases that are rabid and you're leaving them. I don't get it. So T. Higgins, another guy that as far as the receivers, I'm going to this draft and I'm going to take Judy off, of course, or CeeDee Lamb I'm going to take off, because those are great receivers, but they're going to be picked in probably within the top 8 picks. They're fantastic. If we got either of those two guys, they'd be great. We're not going to get them. I really like Jalen Reagor. He's kind of the guy that right now, I don't know why, there's something about that guy that's really caught my eye out of TCU. Higgins is a guy I like a lot as well. I was talking to you guys earlier about DK Metcalf, and having a quarterback who throws a nice soft deep ball in there that you're able to catch. Higgins is probably the best contested catcher in this draft. There's some questions maybe about his speed, but he's the guy that probably can go up and take it away from defenders better than anyone else. Fantastic production out there in Clemson. I would have no problem with him as a player. I think he's a very safe player. He might have a limited ceiling, but you're going to get a lot out the gate in that guy as far as productivity goes. So he'd be solid. I understand what you meant, Nathaniel. I was taking it a couple steps forward with it. I wonder if Denver will keep him, because Denver's got to look at their situation with some sort of sober mind here. They are not close. And it looks like Oakland's on the rise. Kansas City just won the Super Bowl. The Chargers are no pushover. You've got to look at that and go, okay, we're a ways away here. And a guy like Von Miller's only going to get older. He's only going to start to get less and less productive. Do you want to still pay him at top of the market? Is there a reason to do that at this point? And outside of the fact you've won a Super Bowl with him and nostalgia and sentiment, sure, maybe. But I think that the Broncos probably, if he's unwilling to be traded at that point, would probably look at releasing him. He's carrying a very big cap hit this year. It's hard to pay these defenders $20+ million. It's tough. Yes. You're talking about the, you know what? I've got him right here, actually. See, I even did this to make sure that I got some of these. AJ Espinoza is the guy that Maurice Sexton's talking about, the pass rusher from Iowa. I thought he looked a lot like JJ Watt too. He reminds me of JJ Watt, where there was not that explosiveness, but similar in his body movement and the way that he uses his hands. He gets off of offensive linemen so quickly. Him and Weaver are probably the best two edge rushers at getting offensive linemen's hands off of them. And it's very important because they create quick pressure out of that. They're not those second effort level guys where they need that extra 2 or 3 seconds to get to the quarterback. They get there like that. And that's becoming more and more important in this day and age because the passing attacks are getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Those pass rushers don't get to have 3 and 4 and 5 seconds all the time to get to the quarterback. They've got to accomplish it a lot faster. But unfortunately, of course, Espinoza is going to probably go within the top 12, I would say, if not higher. But he's a very good player. I loved what I saw on tape. He gave the U.S. I was watching the USC lineman, and I'm sorry I don't remember the name, but the I believe left tackle for them. He ate his lunch. Espinoza absolutely ate that guy's lunch, and actually kind of put me down a little bit on that USC tackle, just a little bit. Devin, I wouldn't really take either of those two guys back. I actually really support the moves of the coaching staff with each of those players by letting them go. I think Earl didn't necessarily light the world on fire this year. He went to a really great team that had a lot of great players and a quarterback who was the MVP of the league. And he did okay within that stance, within that place. But I don't think that he's going to get healthier as he gets older. I think that his struggles in tackling are real. He's not the greatest tackler, and I think that is a problem in this scheme overall, because really it asks the defense to rally to the ball and everybody to be a pretty sure tackler. You can't afford to have guys that can't really do that. And Quandre Diggs gives you potentially a better player at this point, a younger player at this point than what Earl Thomas is for about $5, $6, $7 million less. I'm taking that all day long. Drew, my plans for the streams down the road. I'm going to stream on the start of free agency, first day of free agency. At least I will be streaming throughout that day. I'm going to do all of the draft. I'll mix a couple of streams in as well. I'm trying to make sure I get enough of these great Seahawks moment videos out to you guys so that I'm keeping the people. I know there's subscribers out there that subscribe to my channel just for those videos. So I'm trying to stay on top of those too, and they take a ton of work. But I'm going to keep them trying to come consistently around that. But those are the certain ones. First day of free agency, maybe a couple days of free agency, all of the draft from start to finish. I'm going to do some marathon draft ones, you guys. I'm going to do them like all day. Just I'm going to be hammering it. I'll tell you what. But I wouldn't bring back Devin, either of those two guys, for that reason. Earl's done. We saw with Richard in the Super Bowl, and then against Devontae Adams against the Green Bay Packers. Match him up against a guy that might not be the other team's best wide receiver. And because of his reputation, much of the time this year, teams were moving their wide receiver over to the other side because, of course, Richard doesn't travel. And so he was getting the benefit of not always getting the best wide receiver out there on him this year. And I think that elevated his stats a little bit, made him look a little bit better than he really probably was. I think he has slowed down just a little bit. He's a guy could go to safety. So if he was willing to go to safety, I might be open to him potentially coming back to Seattle. And he has said he might do that. So, we'll see. Henry Ruggs. I watched Henry Ruggs today, James. I actually went and watched him against a couple of teams. I love some of the scouting stuff you can do on this now, where you get to watch play after play after play on a guy and not just a highlight tape. You can see literally, and they just cut them up one after another. Speed is obvious. I'm not saying anything anybody doesn't already know. I don't think it's 4.2. He's not a 4.2 guy. He looks like he might be a 4.35 guy is what he looks like to me. But I don't see he's not that extra special next gear, hits the NOS. He's got a 6th. I don't see it. But he's not just a pure speed burner. If you look at this as a comparison value, last year you had the two guys coming out of Ohio State, McLaren, and then the other guy, Paris Campbell. And Campbell got really bumped up, I think, in a lot of respects because of the other play on the other side of him. And he's a very similar player to Ruggs in that speedster, and they use him a little gadgety a bit. Ruggs is not necessarily that guy, though. He's a kind of a complete receiver. He's got good hands. He can pluck the ball out of the air, and he runs decent routes. So I would be open to him at the end of the first round, but he's more to me of a second round guy. Somebody mentioned Yeater, the kid out of Penn State. Phenomenal player. I know that the Seahawks Maven projected him to us in the last mock draft. He's not going to be there for us. He's not going to last till our pick. The guy will be picked in probably the teens. He's got a fantastic first step, the body of a DeMarcus Ware type. So he's gonna go somewhere else. I know, somebody's going to pick him up and look at the potential and see that this guy can do it. That's just usually where those guys get picked. No, Grant Delpit, he's getting ice cream cone, and welcome to the chat. A lot of people think Grant Delpit's going to slide. I am not one of those people. This is one of the things where pundits and people are I don't know, forgetting a guy's player, forgetting who he really is. These type of safeties we've seen in the last few years, Derwin James, Jamal Adams, these type of safety types that are a little upper level, they get picked somewhere between the 8 to 20-ish range, and I think you'll see him picked in that range as well. I'd love to see him if he was slid to us and we got Grant Delpit who slid to us at our pick. Even with our safety situation, I'm trading one of our safeties and sliding him in as our starter. But I just don't think that's going to happen. For their service today, I still think I thank Earl and Richard for their service too, Nathaniel. I got no hate for them. It's just a matter of I want to see the best team right now out on the football field. I don't want to see nostalgia. And I do think we're going to re-sign Clowney. I just missed on. And I don't think anybody's going to pay $30 million to a guy who got 3 sacks last year. I just don't think somebody's going to break the bank like that. He's going to make a lot. It's going to be over $20 million, but I just don't think that's where you're going to see it. I think the XFL has a good chance to be successful because I think there's a market for people wanting to see football throughout the year at this time of the year. And certainly right now, baseball is doing everything it can to take a gun and put it to the side of its head and pull the trigger. But I will see. They've got to develop it. It was a little rough today. I enjoyed some of what I was watching out there. The players are certainly giving it their all, and they are all in. And it's not just a slapdash affair out there like we've seen at times with these leagues in the past. So I'm encouraged by what I saw today, and I'll keep an eye on it as well. It could be something. I think it's just a little bit too early to tell There's a market, but they've got to do it right. You got to bring hits into it. You got to remove some of the officiating that you got in the NFL. You got to do things that the NFL are doing wrong. The XFL has got to do right, and that's what will draw fans to it. And I think that they're trying to do that. That's their mentality, and then how they're starting this league. But yeah, Jeremy Boehm, I agree. It was the right time to say bye to Earl. Look, the fact that Earl flipped off Carroll on the field with all they had accomplished, all that Earl had accomplished in his career up until that point. The fact that you had Richard Sherman talking about kumbaya meetings when Carroll was trying to bring the team together and get them up to that next level. Those guys just had kind of checked out of the culture at that point, in my opinion. And you've checked out. You're in it for your kind of yourself at that point. And then at that point, it's time to go. It's a football team. It's not a football individuals. Love Cam Chancellor too. Unfortunately, he's got that neck injury. You're not going to see him come back. As I understand it, he's tired. I don't think it'll be interesting to see with Cam if he did enough to get to the Hall of Fame. Probably not, but he will probably be in the Ring of Honor. So I like that as well. That'll be the interesting thing with Hutchinson is that Hutchinson is going to go into the Hall of Fame as a Seattle Seahawk. He has announced that he's not going in as a Viking, but as a Seahawk. So is he a guy who gets into the Ring of Honor? Because would it not be interesting if you've got a guy who's in the Hall of Fame but doesn't get in the Ring of Honor because of that poison pill contract that saw his exit from Seattle? Are interested in Clowney? Yeah. So Clowney already turned down Drew going to the Dolphins last year. So he's not going to the Dolphins this next offseason. I guarantee that, because he could have gone to them and known that they would have broken the bank for him, because that's who the Texans were trying to trade with to get Laramie Tunsil over. So no, he's not going to go to but the Colts are a possibility, but Clowney wants to go to a Super Bowl contending team. They don't have a quarterback there to be a Super Bowl contending team, and no one has to stretch to see that. So I'm going to go through these really quick as I'm getting them to stay with this. Laviska Shenault, I see shades of Kevin White. I see shades of Cordell Patterson. He just is it's too much to me of just not a refined receiver, just the kind of guy goes out in the route stands, and then he's got great after the catch, electrifying after the catch. He's got that dead leg move that Patterson has that's so deadly. But I just don't see it with him. He's the one receiver I'm a little kind of down on in this draft right now. That and the Penn State kid, both of those two, I just kind of don't see it. I might be missing it, but I don't see it. I like Pittman a lot. I actually worked out next to his dad, Pittman, in Arizona at one point. That guy had the biggest guns on a running back I've ever seen, but he looked really good in the footage that I saw of USC. He's not going to go up and get it. He's going to have the ball kind of come into him, and he's not as much of a hands catcher as I'd like, but he runs very good routes. He's very fluid. He is great on the deep ball with tracking the ball, which would be very important with Russell Wilson. As a second-round guy, you might get me potentially interested in him, but there are other receivers I'm probably a little bit more in favor of going in another direction. But Pittman certainly he's got the big body. I just want to see a little bit more of what you see with T. Higgins, where on the tape in Higgins, you really see him going up for the ball and taking it away from defenders. If I get a bigger receiver here in this offense with Russell, that's the number one trait I need to see him have. And I just don't see it enough with him. And Laviska, I might be missing it. I went back and watched more tape this morning, and I'm just not quite seeing it with that guy. To me, it's a 4th, 5th round guy, not a guy where he's going to be picked, and by a lot of people's measure in that 2nd round. Yeah, Cam Chancellor would still be here if he was healthy enough to play, because he was a guy that bought into the culture. Those other guys showed it in obvious spades that they were not wanting to be a part of this culture anymore, that they thought it was kind of too collegey, and that's fine. It's going to happen. There's no problem with that. Guys move on at times. Things get stale, but Cam was never that way. He was all in. Drew, who do I think that they recruited at the Pro Bowl? Pete and Carroll, who did I think that they recruited at the Pro Bowl? I'm sorry. Well, we know that they definitely went after Austin Hooper 100%. I think that there were guys that they were going after potentially in trade targets that they were seeing it. Maybe if Seattle could go out there and pull away. There was a guy who was looking at the kid out of the Redskins. There's not been anybody linking us to him at all, but Brandon Scherf, the guy who's going to be a Pro Bowler from the Redskins, left guard. I would think that they would have been potentially in that guy's ear going, hey, what do you think? We need a left guard here, buddy. But certainly Hooper, and I certainly would probably think offensive guys is what they were probably looking at, mainly. Probably Carroll was over with the defensive lineman trying to bring some guys in. But there wasn't a lot of defensive linemen. I like, people are trying to put us with Shaquille Barrett. I never understand this one with fans sometimes. They go, oh, Shaquille Barrett, he had 20 sacks last year, free agent, so he'll be a good fit, right? No. He's a 3-4 linebacker. He's an outside 3-4 linebacker. Some guys can make that transition. This guy's been an outside 3-4 his whole career going back to Denver. He's got a 3-4 body type. He's not a viable target for us. I never get the love for that guy and people want him. He's a one-year wonder who's going to break the bank, who's not a scheme fit. Come on, Have not looked at Colin Johnson and watched just a little of Devin Durnay. So I need to hold off my thoughts on Durnay. It was a highlight tape. I watched the highlight tape first, and then I go game by game footage that I can find online of these guys so that I can get kind of a fully crafted opinion of them. So I'm sorry, and welcome Incognito Dave, and welcome Shervins. I don't quite have an opinion on those guys, but I'm going to work through all the prospects. So I'll add that to my list of, I didn't get my pen to add that, but I'll remember the Devin Durnay and come back on that, and I'll get you a scouting report on that. So the guy I like, and I obviously I like the Shervin, the top receivers a ton. There's not liked with CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, T. Higgins. I would even argue Justin Jefferson. These guys are all really good receivers at the top end, and there's not. I can't pick their game apart. If they landed at Seattle in the back of the first round, which is potentially there because you will see some of these receivers slide just because it potentially is the deepest draft we've seen since we had that Mike Evans, Odell Beckham draft a few years ago. I mean, it's that deep. As the one sleeper, though, I'll give you a sleeper on this because I've said some obvious guys. I really like Jalen Reagor. He really looks to me a lot like Steve Smith in certain aspects to his game. He's not as small as Smith. He's legitimately a 5'10" guy, but his explosion and his jumping, his ability to go up and attack the ball, and he's so fast and such a good route runner. He's a guy that just really does intrigue me. Yeah, imagine him on those scramble drills with Russell, and he would be absolutely deadly. But the guy that I was liking watching a lot of today was the TCU kid or the Florida Central, Gabriel Davis. Watching this guy tape, a big, smooth athlete at 6'4", obviously playing at a smaller school, but he was a guy that when I was watching his tape here today, I was going, boy, this is a guy that could be interested. And Seattle certainly has drafted some guys from that college. And that's important because Seattle does have certain scouts, it seems like, who make better arguments at the table when they're pounding the table for prospects than others. For instance, the guy that scouts Kansas State, the Colorado area, that scout is a very he seems to be able to be in Snyder's ear pretty good because we get a lot of those guys out of that area. Making an Instagram to report on the Hawks. Yes, I do have an Instagram. I need to build it up. I am in one of those old heads that have to work to get the Instagram going. So Instagram is on my list, and I'm going to be pushing that up a little bit more. So I will work on that one. That's on my priorities right now. High on my priorities. Shervin, I like Greg Olsen as a player. He's 34 years old. He's had a lot of injuries throughout his career, and he's not going to necessarily be super cheap. At $1 or $2 million per year, hey, I'm all on board, but he's going to cost $5-6 million per year. Austin Hooper is going to cost you about $10-11 million per year. For $5 million more, I'll take the player that's 9 years younger, who is better, who's probably a better blocker. That's the way I'm going. Yes, Cody Barton is absolutely good enough to be a starter. He took a couple of lumps in his play, but he also had double-digit tackle games on a couple of different times. He was targeted by opposing offenses a lot, so they picked on him. But I think he's a guy that is an ideal will linebacker. A lot of people within the organization said this was their best cover linebacker this year. I know it didn't always show up, but that's very important because the difference between the Will and the Sam is that Will plays a little bit more in space, the Will linebacker does, and he's going to be asked at times to cover that linebacker out in space more, and I think that's where Cody's really going to excel. Super excited about his potential. Shervin, I agree. He is raw. Justin Jefferson is not a complete prospect. He is a guy that can high point it though a lot. He's a smooth route runner, just real cagey out there. I thought he kind of understands how to get open, and I like the bigger body receivers. I'm getting more and more sort of infatuated with as far as a pairing with Russell. So I can see Seattle really liking Jefferson too. He's a nice player. And he had Burrow throwing him the ball. And that's when I looked at his production, he does only have 2 years of production when you look at it. That's all he's really got there at the program. But the production he had this year, 1,500 yards, 18 touchdowns. And that's let's not forget, this is the SEC. This isn't like, I mentioned Gabriel Davis against the Florida Atlantic Conference, or you got the Pac-10 or the Big Ten where they don't play defense very well, but they're playing in the SEC. They play defense in the SEC. and he put those yards there. So having Burrow's, yeah, it's legitimate. Burrow was throwing, and you got to bring that into your evaluation. But it was also against a lot of players that will be playing on Sunday in this league. Pass rusher. I don't think we're taking a pass rusher in the first round, Shervin, because I think the pass rushers are too raw in this draft. There's too many just second round guys for me. Once you get past the top of the guys, the Kinlaw types, the Espinoza types, I think there's a very big drop off. I watched a little bit of Tristan Wirfs. I liked what I saw. Big physical guy, which is exactly what you get in those Iowa linemen. But I do need to do the more of the play-by-play or the play-by-play. And I want to see some more game footage, not just the highlights. You can't just go on highlights with these guys. You really got to dive in on the game in and game out footage that you're watching that's out there and available, because it tells the whole tale. Yeah, Richard couldn't let anyone have the last word. It's he's a contentious guy at times. It's part of fuels his game and part of what makes him great. But when you are playing on a team, and when there is such a fragile nature at times to these football teams and the way that they're built, having a guy that's going to upset the card and not be on board, I think he changed himself going to the Niners. I don't think he took the same mentality he had with the Seattle Seahawks and took it on with him to the Niners. I think he humbled himself and just tried to be a good leader when he was there. And if he had done that in Seattle, he'd still be a Seattle Seahawk right now. But he made that choice. He made that choice for Seattle, really. Seattle didn't make that choice. I watched Nick Harrison. So I watched Harrison and I watched Adams last night. I like Harris. So Harris is an absolute technician down there at the center position for the University of Washington. He is so smooth in his combo blocks, and which is perfect in the zone run game, and which is absolutely ideal in the inside zone run game. So what I mean by this, of course, is that you've got the center in the inside zone run game, and you're really trying to get a combo block in place to create some instant push to give you the 1 to 2, 3 yards. And then you're hoping to get more beyond that, but you're hoping those 1 to 2, 3 yards you're getting initially with that push. He really understands where he's got to put the first initial push to, and then gets to the second level on the linebacker really well. He moves really well in that respect. The one problem with him is that he's going to get overwhelmed at the point of attack. Not Joey Hunt bad, like Joey Hunt's gotten bent in half bad, and he's a little bit bigger than Hunt. But there are going to be times when teams are going to isolate him, and he's going to get a little bit ran over. With that said, if I can get him in the second round potentially, I wouldn't mind that with Nick Harris. I wouldn't mind that at all. Mid rounds, I think he's probably going to go somewhere in the second from what I saw. A team could look at him for what he could do in pass protection and what he can do back there as far as just sliding and his ability to help. He's a pure center. An absolute pure center. You can't move him to guard like the Seahawks did with Posick. You'd have to stick him at center and let him roll, but he looks like a solid starter to me for years to come. Jefferson he's a lot like Baldwin in that caginess I was telling you about, and his ability to get open. He is a little bit bigger, a little more angular than Doug Baldwin was. Yes, we should be looking at center 100%. Ruiz would be the ideal out of University of Michigan. Obviously, that would be the dream scenario. If we drafted Ruiz in the back of the first round, and that was our first pick, no problems whatsoever. I got no problems with that at all. He's going to be probably a Pro Bowl center in this league for years to come. And that would you could release at that point Britt, save the $8 million on the salary cap with him. You've got Hunt and Posick still there to give you some depth. I wouldn't mind that at all. Yeah, I love Grant Delpit. Hayden Martinez is great. He's not going to be there for us, though. I don't see him sliding into the 20s at all. He's right in line with your Derwin James's types and all that. So, no, in this modern age with a player that can do so many things and is so good in coverage at safety, you're not going to see a guy, even though the value is depressed at safety, and I admit that, you're not going to see those guys slide through. The Rams Super Bowl window has officially closed. Yes, it has. It has indeed. The trade for Jalen Ramsey at the end of the last year sort of signaled it. It was the desperate attempts of a man kicking in the water. It's not to say that they're a bad team now. It doesn't mean that they fall off a cliff, but it just means, look, you don't have the rookie contract of Goff to go off of anymore. You can't just pay everybody all over the place and hope that you're going to get by on that. And all those contracts you gave out over the last few years, the Brandon Cooks deal, right? All these contracts you've signed over and over again, the Todd Gurley deals. Now you got the Goff deal coming into place. They're all coming home to roost, those chickens. And unfortunately, they're not going to have the salary cap space to do anything this offseason. They're going to be forced to sign Ramsey to an extension because they made that trade and gave up the draft assets. So you're going to end up having a huge chunk of your cap because he's going to want to break the market. It's not a good situation for them. They are in some real struggling shape right now. Logan Stenberg. Oh, incognito. I love me some Logan Stenberg. That man is nasty with a capital N to the capital Y. He is a badass. I love everything about that guy. He would come in and give you a mauler in the run game. I'm not as certain in what he's going to give you in pass protection, but he's probably the meanest offensive lineman in this draft. He's got that, and it's a big deal too, because some of these linemen that I'm looking at, they move great. They mirror well in pass protection. They absolutely understand all the right places to put their hand. Their hand placement on the inside is absolutely perfect every time. But the nastiness is sometimes missing. The finishing, the go to the whistle kind of thing that you have to have in our offense, in our run game, to be that impose your will type offense that Pete Carroll wants to create. So he'd be great for that. He's that ideal of a guy. I don't know where he falls yet as far as where his value is exactly. He may be a guy, a second rounder, maybe a third rounder, but I'm not quite there. I'm Sammy Watkins, Spider Rico, and welcome to chat. Sammy Watkins is a guy that to me is kind of underwhelmed throughout his career. He's a top 5 pick that never quite seemed to really live up to that. Then he signs this big contract with the Chiefs, and he's sort of this glorified number 2 that's sort of in and out of the lineup with the same injury situation that plagued him in Buffalo. Again, I don't want to pick up guys in free agency this year that are injury prone or have an injury history. We were the most injured team in the league last year. We lost the most games our starters did to injury than anybody else in the NFL. We've been in that place for the last couple of years prior. I want to start avoiding that. Going to do Todd Gurley is probably going to have to be faced with either signing or either renegotiating his deal with the Rams or being cut. Somebody will pick him up at that point. I don't know that it would be Seattle. But I don't think it would be Seattle, actually. I'm going to say it wouldn't be Seattle to pick up Gurley, but he would at that point probably be cut because, again, the Rams are in dire circumstances right now. Their cap is really overloaded. They did not manage it well. They really went for broke, and they didn't get it done. Shervin, $60 million. Yep, $60 million in cap space, Shervin. And don't forget, you're going to cut Ed Dixon. You're going to probably cut Britt. And there's one more cut that I'm forgetting, KJ Wright. And the combination of all that's going to get you another probably $12, $13 million on top of that $60 million. So, you're going to have a lot to work with. There's a lot of horses in the barn, Todd Gurley, yeah, the $14 million. And this is why I've been saying, like, the running back position, you've just got to wrap your head around things as a general manager in the NFL in this modern day and look at the data that's there. And we have data not just from 5, 10, 15, 20 years of data. You have data from our own team. What happened with our own team when we paid a running back last? Let's go back through our history. Oh, look, Sean Alexander. Yeah, MVP season. We paid him. We broke the market. Top of the market for running back. How'd he do after we signed him? Oh, not shit. And that's what you've seen over and over again throughout these years when these running backs sign these contracts. DeMarco Murray's or whoever you want to fill in, the Le'Veon Bell, who looks like he might go back to the Steelers this now offseason, to the Todd Gurley's and Ezekiel Elliott's and Melvin Gordon, who couldn't get a contract with the Chargers. It's over and over and over and over again. You just can't pay these guys. I'm sorry, you can't do it. Don't fall in love with the running backs in this day and age. Fall in love with them for a couple years, but get ready for them to go and move out because it doesn't make sense to pay them. No, Travis Homer will be here into the future. Remember, this guy was a 20-year-old coming out. It's very important to pay attention to these guys' ages at times in the draft because you get guys that are certainly older and you look at him, you go, well, there's not going to be a lot left there to develop because he's kind of old. But when he's 20, you go, a couple years of weight training in an NFL program. Yeah, he's going to add on more mass. He's going to probably get a little more quicker, a little more faster. But when you have a guy, let's say, who's a 24-year-old defensive lineman coming out and only has 1 year of production, it's kind of hard to, LJ Collier, it's kind of hard to do that same kind of forecasting. So Homer will be here. He's fine. I like him. I like Carson too. I like Carson on his rookie contract. Do not pay the man. Keep him on his rookie contract. He's a perfect fit for Carroll. He's closest thing to Marshawn Lynch we've had since Marshawn. Obviously, his injury history and his fumble problems are why I can't even consider thinking about a contract, much less the fact I don't want to sign running backs anyway. Robert Quinn was a guy I wanted last year, Jeremy, and welcome to chat. I love Robert Quinn. Perfect fit. Again, another guy, another reason why I say you can't move 3-4 outside guys into defensive end and then into outside linebackers ubiquitously and expect to get the same production. Quinn was great with the Rams as a pass rusher, goes to the Dolphins. They switch into outside 3-4. He sucks. Goes to the Cowboys last year. He's their most efficient pass rusher. I love him. Wouldn't break the bank. Probably get him for a couple-year deal. Would absolutely love to see Robert Quinn brought in. I think he's a great player. I I'm glad the Rams build their new stadium for us to destroy. Yeah, Rams could be struggling here, especially from a depth standpoint. They might have some good frontline starters next year, but they're not going to be able to round out that depth because they won't have the draft picks. They've traded first rounders for players over and over again and other picks. And then they've got all that cap going to the Goff and the Ramseys and the Brandon Cooks. Say nothing of the Aaron Donald, who's taken over $20 million per. Yeah, if KJ wants to come back and he wants to restructure the deal into something that maybe we move a $3 million part of his cap hit to next year, but he gets the same thing and they get a little bit, the thing I want to see Seattle do this offseason is go for it. So if that's part of their going for it and they do it and then they just rounding out that depth, fine. But KJ is not as fast as he once was. He was never really great in coverage. He was okay. And he was an okay player for us for years, but it's again at $6-7 million for an outside linebacker in the 4-3 scheme who doesn't really get a lot of interceptions, who doesn't rush the quarterback. There's no reason to really pay for that. Spider Rico, what about Budda Baker? I mean, that's who I wanted at the time over Malik McDowell. I wanted Budda Baker. I thought Baker would be just, you could put him at slot corner. You could transition him back into safety once Earl Thomas moved on. That's where I was hoping they would run. I like TJ Watt though, too. I didn't understand. Again, you saw in TJ Watt in his pass rush at Wisconsin, the guy was absolutely phenomenal and great. You knew he was going to be a very solid guy for you in the league. Even if he didn't get into the 13, 14, 15 sack range, he was at least a 10 sack a year type guy. But again, he was probably more in the way they looked at him as an outside 3-4 linebacker than they saw him as a down lineman putting his hand in the dirt. Britt needs to take a pay cut big time, Drew. He's never been a guy that's been an upper level player for you at center. A guy that, washed out at right tackle, washed out at right guard. You finally just tried him out at center as a flyer, and the guy got up to at his best mark, at his best level of play in the last couple of years. He's been an average league center. And I would say that's the highest mark he's going to hit. So why pay that guy $10-11 million per year? No, and no. Somebody asked who I think the Seahawks backup quarterback next year is going to be. And welcome, Mark Shelby. I think Jalen Hurts would be absolutely perfect. He's a guy at 6'1" who is going to fall into probably the 4th, 5th, 6th round. I do not see somebody going in the first 3 rounds to grab him. If I'm Seattle in the 4th round and he's sitting there, I snatch him up. Not just because he'd be a nice guy to bring off the bench for Russell Wilson, but because as well, I don't want to have a veteran on this team I'm paying the veteran minimum to or a backup quarterback salary to of a couple million per year. I want a guy in here I can get at the $300,000 to $400,000 range because I'm paying my starting quarterback $33 million per year. So I gotta offset that. I gotta balance that off a little bit. I can't go another $3 million to the quarterback position. Yeah, I think Travis Homer's going to be very good. I like him. And again, at the end of the year, those offensive linemen, we were down Mike Iupati, who was one of our best road graders of the year in that inside of that line. Dwayne Brown obviously was struggling through multiple injuries with the bicep, and then he had the knee at the end of the year. You weren't healthy. And Joey Hunt was playing with a fracture in his leg and dislocated fingers. So we couldn't create any holes. You're playing against better teams, better competition at that time. It shouldn't, in the evaluation of Homer, make everybody think this guy doesn't have some potential to him, because he absolutely does. And again, he's really, really young. Really young. But I like Homer. I think he's got. What went wrong with LJ Collier? What went wrong with LJ Collier is the Seattle Seahawks drafted him. That's what went wrong with him. The issue is you draft this guy and you look at him and he won on pure power coming out of TCU. And he didn't show a lot of extra moves. He didn't have a great swim move or what you see in Espinoza or Weaver this year, that ability to disengage off of blocks really easily. He just tried to bull rush guys into the backfield and then grab the quarterback. Well, you get to the NFL, power doesn't really work like that. You need to have phenomenal power to be able to do that play in and play out. And when you're a one-trick pony and that's all you can do and it's not that great of an asset that you got, it's not enough. As well, you drafted the guy that was really old. He's 24 years old. Thinking that this guy's got more of a ceiling ahead of him, that there's more development that's going to happen here. Struggled to see it myself. To me, it was a desperation pick. Seattle wanted Brian Burns. Seattle wanted Rashawn Gary. There was a couple defensive line, Montez Sweat. I think they had a bunch of guys that they thought one of these guys will come to us. One of these guys will not get picked. But the first round got blown up with defensive linemen and pass rushers. Something like 15, 16 pass rushers and defensive linemen were selected before LJ Collier. So it was an absolute desperation pick. And unfortunately, one that is just, I think, going to prove out to be a bust at the end of the day. Hard to know what to think of DeMarcus Christmas, Nathaniel Parks. What I saw on tape from him at Florida State last year is a guy that underwhelmed. He's big body. He moves really well. He should be out there dominating people. But instead, you didn't see that fire and that determination and that love of playing. And that's why he slid all the way into the 7th round. You could make the argument maybe he needed a year in the development and weight training, and he looked good as a body, but now he wasn't as strong as he needed to be to really take advantage of that big body. But he was on the injury reserve for the whole last year, so it's hard to know what we have in him. I guess the fact that Seattle was willing to put him on the injured reserve as opposed to releasing him speaks to the fact that they see something in him and in what he can do that leaves them to think that he's got some potential. So that is the biggest indicator to me that they kept him and then they didn't release him. Yeah, Jeremy, I agree. Collier did get injured and did fall off track. But at the same point in time, he did have a lot of snaps as the end of the year went on. And I don't know that injury was still affecting him in that ending part of the year. And you had him at times as a healthy scratch where he couldn't even be active. And this guy at his base level was supposed to give us a guy that was going to be a good run stopper, and then his pass rushing was going to develop. But out the gate, he was supposed to be able to give you a guy who could really set the edge, and no one was going to be able to run to the side. And that was not what I saw. Teams were able to run on him. He wasn't able to necessarily set the edge as well as we thought. And he may still develop, and we will see another year as it goes along. But at the very time, and you can see, I live streamed it last year, the draft. I absolutely hated the LJ Collier pick at the moment. I mean, I was pulling my hair out mad that they made that pick at that time. So it's continued to prove out true with me. I probably have some confirmation bias going on in this respect. I'll own that. But I haven't seen it yet from the guy. He's going to have to show me something for me to see that there's some potential there. And what I saw from TCU wasn't enough tape to make me believe he was a first-round pick. And I didn't see enough with the Seahawks to make me believe that's the case either. Yeah, Chris Wiseman, and welcome to the chat. That's something Russell Wilson has mentioned this offseason, and God bless Russell for saying it to them. I'm glad he's gone out of the media and said, we need more superstars. You need to provide me with more. You have seen at times that there has been NFL teams out there that have a willingness once they get a great quarterback or a star quarterback, and once they're paying that star quarterback to kind of go, well, we just can't surround you with things. Sorry, we just aren't, no. Surround him with what he needs. What I like with Seattle is they've given him the receiving talent around him. Now they need to give him the offensive line talent around him to really let Russell become the greatest version of what Russell can be. Because we still have not seen the top of Russell yet. We haven't seen what he could be at his greatest, because he's always kind of having to play with a little bit of an arm behind his back when he's not allowed to throw the ball a lot. And he's got an offensive line that can't pass protect. It makes it hard on him. He's really got to be Superman at times. What if we got Minka? I think we were number 2. Yeah, Drew, we were number 2 behind him. I think you're 100% on the mark there with that. Absolutely. Fitzpatrick was a guy I think that they were hot to trot on. They knew Miami was misusing him, as it seems a lot of these teams in the league did. Unfortunately, the Steelers blew us out of the water. I mean, at the time when the Steelers made that trade with the first-round pick, even if we offer a first-round pick at that time, and the Steelers are offering a first-round pick, we look like we're going to be picking in the 20s at that time. The Steelers look like they could potentially be picking in the top 5. Roethlisberger's injured. They don't have really much defensively that's going right for them. But he came in and turned it around for them. They came out to be a decent team. You weren't going to give up a first and a third for Fitzpatrick at that point. I mean, you just weren't going to make that move. So you had to just kind of go, okay, we just, they outbid us on it. That's what happens, I think Josh Gordon comes back to Seattle. You've seen he's had a couple of tweets where he's remained in Seattle since the suspension. He's a guy that I love as a fit with Russell. He's that big body guy, can go get it. Still very fast. He's going to only be 29 next year. He's not going to have a lot of wear and tear on his body because he hasn't played a ton of football over the last few years. And you could probably get him on a 1-year, $2 million deal. And even if he can give me 5-6 games, that's worth a couple $1 million for me. I'll spend that. Cappy, welcome into the chat. I am in agreement with you on this. I would like to see a new defensive coordinator brought into the Seattle Seahawks. There's a real staleness to this defense right now. In the respective team, the word around the league has gotten out on how you attack the Seattle's defense, how you attack this scheme. And they tried to make these adjustments this year by going to the cover 2 and by blitzing more than they've ever blitzed in Pete Carroll's tenure. And those were not solutions. Those were not answers. And it's easy to understand why they're not answers. You don't blitz normally. You don't draft players based upon their abilities as a blitzer. So when you're asking players that weren't drafted to be blitzers to now blitz, they don't show a very good ability to blitz. Well, that's because that's the way you set your scheme up. And it's, again, just this staleness to things that is times drives me nuts. You can overcome it if you can speed up the quarterback's clock. This is what the Niners have done in a lot of respect this last year. They put all those linemen on the line. You're not getting plays where it's going to last 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds to go out there and just pick teams apart. You got to make your decision. You get 1, 2 reads as a quarterback, and that's it. And that's where Seattle is going to go this year. We're not getting the new defensive coordinator. They're just going to try to load up that line with pass rushers, and it may work. It may work. It's not the easier way to go, which would have been to bring in a new defensive coordinator and somebody with some new ideas and just something you can put on tape as something new that's different than what we've shown for the last 10 years to teams. And I hate the cover 2, by the way. That's not an innovation. Moving to the cover 2 this year was not an innovation at all. Okay. The cover 2 was in vogue in 97, 98, 99, 2000. It started to go out of vogue in the late 2000, early 2010-ish or so. So it's another thing that you go from having an 80s defense to going to having a 90s defense. Whoopity-doo. You're not, it's not an adjustment at that point. You're not being innovative at that point. Jeremy Bone hopes that Yetur Gross from Mostas from Penn State pisses somebody off and does the bong-like toke that Tunsil did. You guys remember that? Laramie Tunsil had the gas mask on his face with the bong. That got leaked by a guy that had wanted to be his agent. He denied as an agent. That's the only way we're getting Yetur outside of moving up. I do have a couple of potential questions to you guys as the chat on this, because these are a couple ideas that I've been turning around in my mind and wondering with. Number one, let's say to get into the second pick of the draft, you had a trade and you could get Chase Young, 3 first-round picks. Would you do it? Would you do it? And think about it through now for a second. You take 3 first-round picks and you get that, you re-sign Clowney. Considering you'll only have to pay Young at that point about, $5, $6 million per year as the second number 2 overall pick. Would you guys know? I'm seeing no's right out the gate on that. Okay, fair enough. How about this one? Would you go out and sign Chris Jones, who's going to be franchised to where it costs you 2 first-round picks, or even look to make a trade with Kansas City like you made with them last year, essentially giving them the same ammunition that you gave up for Frank Clark, signing Chris Jones because he's a defensive tackle to probably a deal that costs a couple $1 million less? Anytime, Team 12s, keep up the good work, man. It's great to see you out there grinding and going at it. Practice and keep working. Keep pumping those videos out. The more you go, the better you get. So everyone's kind of we got Team 12s as a yes, but everyone else is a no. Okay. And I can understand why. The thing that I don't want to see Seattle do with these first-round picks is just overvalue them. And I feel like they're going to have to maybe make a move to get a kind of player that we want to get, a dynamic type guy that we might want to get out there. And certainly I think that that's the cost it's going to take to go get a guy like Jones. I like Jones a lot. The thing with Jones, of course, that you could maybe question is his ability in the run stop game. And that's something, again, with Seattle's defense is the base point of our defense. We need to stop the run first. So if you have a guy who's more of a pass rusher, like Jones probably is, I don't know. Devin Peterson. Do I know Norb Cam? I don't know him personally, but I know his channel. He runs a great channel. Love his content. So we got a couple of yeses and a couple of no's. The 12s are divided on the do we trade. I would be open to either of those 2 moves myself. They would be extreme. They'd be aggressive. You'd be putting a lot of eggs in one basket, so to speak, doing that. But the thing that I like with it is that when I look at our first round picks over the last few years, we've either traded out of the first round pick and just collected extra picks, or we've not necessarily got a guy that's lit the world on fire in the back of that first round. And to me, you're going to be picking in the back of that first round for the next few years at least. So if it's a matter of giving up 2 first round picks, that's going to be 24 and 32, or 24, 32, 26. And you're getting a guy like Chase Young, who is potentially a franchise-changing type defensive player there, and then you're pairing him with Clowney on the other side, because you could do that now. You're not paying him a ton of money with a guy like Young. You're paying Clowney, but now it kind of balances out a little bit, and you're getting the production from each side that could be just lethal. But I understand, too, why James Glenn and Cappy, you guys say no. I can get why you'd value as well, because we do turn those first round picks into extra picks, and Snyder does a lot of great work in the second and third round, undeniably. So, yeah, it does. It does seem like it can cost, where you're right. Mortgaging the future doesn't seem to be always, but I will say this, you could make the argument, James, that the Chiefs this year mortgaged everything to go for it this year. They knew after this season that they were going to have to pay Mahomes. So they went and they gave a huge amount of draft capital for Frank Clark. I think most people saw us as winning that trade out the gate. You signed a guy like Tyrann Mathieu to a big time contract, knowing that, his productivity over the next few years is probably going to fall back. I could make the argument with them that they went for it this year, and it paid out all right for them. It ended up, working out well for them, but I do agree. There's a lot for that one win. There's half a dozen to a dozen teams we can point to who went for it and went all in and did all that, and they ended up paying the price. My counter to it though would be just, we're a little bit stuck in this rut. It's not a bad rut. We're a competitive team. We're a playoff team. We're a team that might even get you a playoff win, but we are kind of at that ceiling, aren't we? We're sort of sitting right up at that point. We can't seem to quite break through. Now, maybe we'll break through by just having a ton of cap space and a ton of draft picks, and that's going to be the difference maker for us. But I would argue that it might also require us to get just a little bit more aggressive, to go a little bit more outside the comfort zone from where we were. And they did it back in the day with the Percy Harvin trade, which we can argue about whether that was just a god-awful, horrible trade. When he did come in and play for us in that year, in the couple games he did, he was a boon to us. He did help us. And that return against the Broncos at the start of the half to close that game out in the Super Bowl, you could argue that was the closer for us. That was the thing that finished it. Not to mention he was a nice little fly sweep guy for us in that game. They used him in a variety of different ways in that Super Bowl as well. He certainly blew out for us, didn't give us the productivity that we wanted from him, but I like those aggressive moves, man. I really do. Why do we play so well on primetime, Nathaniel? I think the reason we play so well on primetime is just the same reason we play well in the 10 a.m. games, because I think Carroll does literally treat every game like a championship opportunity. And this is really at the heart of why I'm not in favor of firing Carroll. I was never on that bandwagon saying this is the route we've got to take with this. I believe he is still a phenomenal coach. I believe he's not just good as just a motivator, though I think he's perhaps the best motivator in the NFL, or one of the best. But his ability to get a team up every single week in this day and age to keep the team engaged, that's an asset and a value you don't just get from every other coach. His X's and O's are a little light for me at times, but I can't argue with his ability to motivate. It is definitely next level. Would you trade Russ to the Bengals for the first pick and Joe Mixon and get? No, I wouldn't trade Russell Wilson for. I wouldn't trade Russell Wilson for a first pick. He might be, Drew. He might be. And to be honest with you, Drew, I was just saying I need to look more at Young. I'm not looking a lot at him just because I know Seattle's not going to pick him. It's more of just an example of that type of move I'm looking at, where you're a little outside the box of what we think in the traditional things we're looking at this offseason, being the free agents that are out there or the rumored guys that are on the trade market, but something that might be a little bit more, just something we're not thinking about off the top of our head is exactly the move they're going to make. Yeah, I just hope they're aggressive, Team 12s. I'd like to see that as well. I want to see aggressive on defense and offensive line. That's where things are really low. We are undermanned right there. Mariota, I'm okay with Mariota, but what's the cost going to be? Do you want to spend on Mariota a 1-year, $5 million deal? Do you want to be paying $40 million to the quarterback position? Because he's going to cost that. Backup quarterbacks that are halfway decent don't just come in at the veteran minimum of $750,000 or $1 million. It's going to require a couple million, and you've got to find places you can save those millions on this team. Best corner in Seahawks history. TJ Easley was a safety. Richard Sherman is the best corner in Seattle Seahawks history, in my opinion. And yeah, Easley would be the best safety. If you go and look Easley, we talk about the Legion of Boom, but go look at that defense in the 80s and look at how many takeaways they had, how many touchdowns on the defensive side of the ball they had for a couple year period there. They were a legitimately really, really good defense in the 80s. It's not an overstatement to say it. They had 4 great down linemen that could get after it, and that secondary Downtown Dave Brown and Kenny Easley. I was watching some tape of the 1984 Dolphins Seahawks playoff game. They got this guy Al Harris, just phenomenal player back there at safety. So they had some dogs back there, man. Some absolute dogs. Sean Springs was good. I always felt like Sean Springs never got the most out of what he was, what he could have been. I mean, that guy looked to me like almost like a Deion Sanders type talent coming out of Ohio State. And I never really felt like he quite got to where, I mean, that's why Seattle let him go in free agency kind of, where it's just, you did never really feel like the play was really there for where you drafted him and for what you were expecting to get from him. Matho. I can't pronounce it right, Devin. I've tried for years. I'm just going to say Honey Badger and stick to that lane. Some of these names, I just can't do it. I don't know why. How many wins do you see us? I see us only potentially losing. Yeah, I think, Drew, you're right. I think I see us winning more games than this year. We had the number one strength of schedule this year in the entire NFL. We played the fourth hardest road schedule in the entire NFL. Chances are that's not going to reduplicate itself next year. Chances are you're not going to be the most injured team in the entire NFL. Those are things that you look at as outliers for a single season, and you happen to draw the short straw this year. So with those things in place, and then the final thing for me being that the schedule looks good too, just on the save, you don't see teams that will be developing that'll be just so much better than they were this year that they were, you were hoping on the schedule initially it'd be an easy one. So I think 13 wins is going to be my prediction. Some of my prediction, though, I want to hold a little bit of a hedge on this. I need to see what they do this offseason. Because if they go put the money in the wrong places, if they draft guys that can't get on the field next year, then I will lower that down. I will lower that down 100%. Yeah, I don't have any thoughts yet on Zach Shackelford, but he is on my list as far as needing to scout him incognito. I'm getting through the kind of the first top level guys right now. I'm trying to really I was really trying to amber some of the defensive linemen in this draft, which honestly, I'm a little underwhelmed. Like Julian Aquinora, for instance, out of Notre Dame. It's a guy a lot of people love. He's faster than he is quick. He's not super refined. He relies upon his pressures to come from really the second effort, which is great. He's the best, I guess, pure defensive end, or that will be available to us where we'll be picking. But he just doesn't get me super excited either. He's I need the quickness with my defensive ends. I need to see that ability with the first step to get off the ball and be able to attack and get the bend around the edge. He's a great athlete, fast as hell, but I kind of would not want to see Seattle draft him. I think he's a development guy who's going to take a couple years to get the most out of what he will eventually become. Yep. Rest in peace, Cortez Kennedy, a great player. Cortez would be a fantastic guy to add to this defensive line right now. I mean, he would have been, he was just a great player out of that. He'd be a pure 3 technique guy. You'd have him in there, just go get a back, especially pair him a guy like Jaron Reed, because I'd put Jaron Reed back at the 1 tech, and I'd put Cortez over at the 3 tech, and then I'd let him roll. And I'd say, Jaron, you're here holding up blockers. You let Cortez go hunt. But Tez had that quickness from that he had the quickness of a guy that weighed 250 on that first step. Absolutely, just often, especially on the AstroTurf at the Kingdome, which those AstroTurf surfaces played really fast. I don't know if any of you ever played them in high school, but you feel like you're about a step quicker on them. So you just look like lightning on that turf from the defensive tackle. I think the Hooper smoke has been real, honestly. I think that Seattle looks at this. I think they're going to look at this draft, the tight end class, and they're going to be underwhelmed by it, especially when you're looking in the first 4 rounds. So they're going to look to free agency for, I think, tight end, because though I've said I want to see him hammer offensive and defensive line, there is an argument you could be made to say you can attack those positions in the draft, and whereas tight end, you can't really do that, but you could do that in free agency. So I like Hooper a lot. Certainly if O.J. Howard was available in a trade and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers weren't holding us over a barrel like they did during the trade deadline, I'd love to take a look at him. David Njoku is a guy that I've liked a lot since back in college. I thought he was a guy that just was kind of raw coming out and was going to take some time to develop, but great hands, and he's so dynamic as a tight end. He moves like a wide receiver. Any of those guys as a target, I'd love to see. I would really, like them. But I think Hooper is the guy that they look at. I would have thought Scherf, but we haven't heard a lot about Brandon Scherf being a potential target for Seattle yet. And again, the one thing that you would see with Greg Olsen moves. So the one thing we could take away from this is this: Seattle will show their hand if they go and sign Greg Olsen. And what I mean by that is that Greg Olsen got released by the Panthers. So if you sign him, he's not going to cost you up against the draft compensatory program. And if Schneider is looking to play that program this season and get a couple picks back, then that means he's going to try to target players that have been released that might not be pure free agents. And then he'll go more into the trade market to bring in the guys that he wants to bring over. But if we see him go for a like Austin Hooper type right at the start of free agency, then you know they're probably going to more dip the toe in free agent waters and try to pull the fish out via that method. So there will be a lot to be said about it if that is the move that they go out and make. But I think that's probably the first move that they probably go out and make. They'll get defensive linemen. I think a lot of the defensive lineman depth they get on pass rush will be those post-June 1st, post-May 1st situations where you don't get it counting against the compensatory program. You saw last year the guys like, Bruce Irvin types that were available around that time period. You'll get a guy or two in that realm as well. We saw back in the day, Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill picked around that time frame as well. So I'd expect them to go at both of those two places. They'll get a top end guy through trade or through signing, and then the guys at the end through the May after May 1st, and in June you'll get the guys that have remained out on the market, but yet are still quality. You can still get good pass rushers out on the market there at that point. They just tend to linger for whatever reason. Yeah, Wade Phillips is not going to work with Pete Carroll. Wade Phillips he can run a multifaceted defense. He's a guy that I like because he can be so differentiating. He can run 3-4, 4-3. He'll run a 5-man front out on you. He knows every kind of defense there is to run. Unfortunately, I don't know that he really is into as much the 4-300 scheme. I don't know that he's going to want to run cover 1, cover 3. And that's the thing, is any defensive coordinator coming into Seattle is going to have to fit their principles to Pete Carroll, not Pete Carroll fit his principles to them. That's the key on any new defensive coordinator and your understanding of it. So Phillips ain't happening, unfortunately. No, Derrick Henry is not worth $20 million. No running back in this league is worth $20 million. And I don't even know if there is a running back in this league worth $10 million. I don't. And my reasoning is really simple and easy on this. The potential for injury is just too big, number one. Number two, you can get so much closer to that value at not only pennies on the dollar, but in draft picks on the dollar. We've seen 5th, 6th, 7th rounders picked who are while they're not necessarily lighting the world on fire like your Ezekiel Elliott's or like your Todd Gurley's, they're still not that far off in the production, really. They're really not. And if you're looking at cobbling together a running back crew, which is better to do anyway, because if you just have one guy, it's going to get broken down most of the time. I don't understand the value in doing it. It's not a smart move. It just doesn't make any sense. Team 12s, they don't have to trade for Austin Hooper. Hooper is a free agent, which is why I think he would be the first target and why I think that I can easily see him being the guy they take a look at. Devin, the Dragons look like they had some work to do today still. They struggled at times in this game. I like some of their players out there. They've got some interesting guys. Ricky Prohl's kid was out there, Kason Williams. They've got some interesting guys, but I'm still kind of watching, not sure what to make of the Dragons yet. I'm still kind of getting I was kind of side-eyeing them as I was watching some college prospects today. And, yeah, no, I would not trade for Henry at all. No. Cause he's going to want a contract. If you trade for him, the trade compensation is going to be at least a 1st-round pick, probably a 1st-round pick plus. And again, Henry's success and a lot of these running backs' success comes back to their offensive line. And there's only been about 3 or 4 teams in the entire NFL over the last 5 to 6 years who have really invested in their offensive line. And when I say invest, I mean really value it, not just as the red-headed stepchild positional group on the team, but actually really give it some solid core. So Kansas City's one of those teams, right? Dallas is one of those teams. And the Titans are one of those teams. Your Jack Conklin's there. They've got the Taylor Lewan is there. I believe they drafted a 1st-round left guard there. They filled out the team with a bunch of just absolute animals there on the offensive line. And so there's a lot of holes for Henry. The thing with bringing in Henry here as well, this is the part that would be troublesome for Henry. Our running backs don't get holes right now. Our running backs have to do what they do now basically working with almost nothing at times. That's why Carson's yards per average is around 4.2, 4.3, rather than 4.5, 4.6, 4.7, because sometimes there's just not holes there. Chris Henry requires a hole to be open so he can get his speed build up, so that once he hits the hole, he's going full speed and taking it to the house. But if there's a guy in the hole, if there's anybody to slow him down, his effectiveness as a running back falls off the cliff. As we saw at the first, when he first started out his career, when that offensive line was still kind of coming together and it wasn't as good as it was this past season. Incognito on John Jones. I don't have any information yet on him. A couple of guys I'll say on as far as tight end. I like Harrison Bryant a lot. I think he comes out of Florida U or something like that. He's a guy that's probably going to be more of a fourth or fifth rounder. He's one of the ones I've liked the most at tight end. The best blocking tight end of this draft, which is very important if he's coming into the Seattle Seahawks scheme. I liked him a lot in what I saw with him. The Albert Bukabuan out of Missouri. He might be my favorite tight end right now overall that I've seen in the draft. That guy is, I'll tell you what, he's big, he's physical, he's got the size, and he's got a burst for his size that Seattle tends to target in their tight ends. They're not as much the long speed on the tight ends as they like the short shuttle and the quickness, in the short area burst. And he provides that. That's a guy, and both those two guys being the Harrison Bryant guy and the Albert Bukan, both those guys should be able to get him in the fourth, probably the fifth, sixth round, I would think. I don't think those are going to be second or third round guys unless they just fly up the charts. I did see rumors about Dez Bryant, but I heard that there was a text message from Stephen Jones with the Dallas Cowboys reaching out to him. And Dez Bryant seems to have a love affair with Dallas that makes it hard for him to think about other teams. As well, I would wonder with him, he was not the most proficient route runner. He'd fit with Russell in that respect, and that he's a good contest ball guy. But you've got to feel like he was really kind of falling off before the Achilles injuries. It seemed like he'd lost a step. It seemed like the hunger and fire wasn't like what it was early in his career. I don't know if you're getting the same kind of player that you hoped you once thought you were getting. And then how much is he going to cost? And I just don't see that move being one that would really work. I think Brian at this point is probably done. Hello, Hamster. Thank you for dropping on in. I appreciate it, man. Hello, bro. Yeah, I think he's going back to the Cowboys. I could see the Cowboys doing it. Cowboys are not going to re-sign Amari Cooper. He's going to go out into free agency. They're not going to have the money, especially with Dak holding them over the barrel for, it sounds like, $38 million per year is what he's wanting to be paid. So they're not going to have the money to spend on him. They've only got the other kid out there. I can't think of his name, the burner that they've got at wide receiver. So they do need some help. I'd see them bringing him back. That makes a ton of sense for them to do that. They call him Ivan the Terrible, Cappy. Ivan the Terrible is his name, the guy that gets the Seattle Seahawks in shape. And the last two places he went, at UW and at USC, he did similar things to their programs and their players. Whatever training methods he's bringing into play seems to be getting these guys more and more injury, especially the abdominal injuries, things you saw with Jadeveon Clowney, and you saw our fullback have that happen to him. So even Doug Baldwin last year, I think, had the abdominal thing. Makes me wonder. It makes me wonder. Troy Pride Jr., James Glenn, I will add him to my list. I promise you. I'm just getting into the corners. I looked at the upper level guys today. I loved them all. The Henderson kid out of Florida and Arnett. Obviously, Okudah is the high end guy, but both of those two guys as zone cover corners in our system. Oh my! Okay, they won't be there. I gotta be real with you guys. They're probably not gonna be there. But watching the tape on both those guys. Beautiful zone corners. They can read the scheme, read route concepts. I love what I see on both of those two guys. Austin Jackson out of USC. Is that the tackle, James? Or Incognito, was that the tackle? I'll double check my notes on that. Oh, yeah, that's the tackle. Okay. I watched a couple of games of Austin Jackson last night. Here's my scouting report. Tremendously athletic. He had one play where he engaged with a defensive lineman off the snap, punches the offensive lineman, and you've never seen a lineman do this, spins off the offensive lineman, right? Doesn't just like slide off the offensive lineman to the linebacker, but does a pirouette spin to then go attack a linebacker at the second level. It made me laugh, honestly. I don't know how effective it was. It was just funny. He's very athletic. He's missing a mean streak in him, though. He really is. And he was going at the time in the game against AJ Espinoza, and Espinoza just worked him down slow but sure. And by the third quarter, he didn't know what to do with Espinoza. He was completely overwhelmed. It was just too much for him. I like him as a bit for his athleticism. I do. And he is a left tackle. He is, but I don't know what he's going to give you in the running game. If he's got enough nastiness in him to be a Seahawks target. He's a little bit too finesse for me. He seems like he should go to a spread formation, or a team like the Cardinals would be a great fit for Austin Jackson, I would think. AB is suing Logan Paul and destroying. Antonio Brown I was open to him earlier in the year, even after some of the issues he had gone through. And certainly it seems like somehow or another he might find his way back to the NFL. But boy, I feel like if I'm going to take a baggage guy at this point, I'll ride with Josh Gordon and just call it a day, But what did AB say, Team 12s? Oh, he's suing them for making videos about him and that Logan Paul. Oh, well, and this is where it's like the elevator is not going all the way up on that guy right now, right? Like something has disconnected in him, and it could be a combination of the prima donna enablers and yes men just telling him he's the greatest for years and that this is what you get now. But that's why I don't want to bring him to the team. I don't think he can get back into a serious phase of things. I don't think he can get to the humbled state. You saw this last year when the Saints brought him in for a workout and they said, do not bring an entourage with you. Well, what did Antonio Brown do? Bring his entourage, live stream it. Like he's not, you're a team that resides on the all-in principle. That's not very all-in. Yeah, Paul Richardson would be an interesting guy to take a look at. As always, I would say, what is the cost going to be? He's had some injury problems with the Redskins. He had some injury problems with us. Tore his ACL back in college. He is a little bit slight. I do wonder in that respect, but Russ and him seemed to be having really good chemistry at the end there. They were on that final year really coming along. And he certainly has really good speed. I think he's a little he's a burner thing gets a little overstated with Paul. I don't think he's as much of a burner as he's applied, but he's all right. I've only watched a little bit of Raekwon Davis. I need to look more at him incognito. I don't want to prematurely give it a scouting report on a guy if I haven't fully kind of dived in on him. But the corners and some of those guys I've got to delve a little bit deeper in. But with Raekwon, he's got a lot of great, a lot of benefactors with him. A lot of people are hyping him up. So no, AB won't be a Hall of Famer because they've started to allow the Hall of Fame voters to take into account off-season, off-field issues and sideline issues. This is what held out Terrell Owens for a few years to getting into the Hall of Fame. So likewise with AB, they'll factor this stuff in, and I imagine that it will hold him off. He has the stats to get in. As prolific as he's been, he deserves to get in, but that might be the thing that holds him back from doing it. But incognito, I'll take a look at Raekwon Davis as well. And dive in. I'm really going to get more into the scouting on stuff now. I've just been kind of just slowly building it up. There's so many players to look at, and with Seattle, they could go in so many different directions with the positions, right? You could be corner, could be tight end, tackle, guard, all that, and even running back. I mean, there's a thought process here that Seattle could take a look at some of the running backs in here, but I will say I'm not blown away by this class right now. You got a guy like DeAndre Swift, who everybody loves, but there were 3 NFL-ready offensive linemen blocking for him there at Georgia. He's the most shiftiest back in this class, but how much is the lineman? How much of it is him? I don't know that Chase Young is overhyped as much. The thing when you look at these defensive ends over the years that have caught this kind of fire or this smoke from people thinking that they're going to be this good, right? These top 5 picks, let's just call them top 3 picks. Let's really narrow it down. You got your Bosa brothers. You got your Mario Williams. You've kind of got to stretch to really think about a defensive end. I mean, even your Bradley Chubbs, right? Or, there's a couple guys, Von Millers. These guys, they tend to get into that slot and picked into that range. Their bust rate is really low at defensive end or as edge rushers. So I would be very surprised if he is overhyped in that respect, because history's proven out that they've turned out pretty damn good. I liked what I saw on him. He looks pretty freakish to me on tape. Do I think he's a generational talent? No, I don't think. I think he's there, but do I think he's in line with some of the preeminent pass rushers that have been taken over the last few years? Yeah, absolutely. We're going to lose in free agency. Jermaine Ifedi is the most likely to leave of the big free agents, I would say. I think George Fant potentially could get a contract offer from somebody who really looks at him and projects him out to a starting left tackle, but that they could spend half of what you have to spend for a starting left tackle in this league. And Seattle's probably not going to want to pay that at that point. So those are two guys I see. Jefferson I see is leaving as well. This is part of why I'd like to see Seattle play more of the trade game rather than the free agency game. Bring on the salary of a Calais Campbell as opposed to signing a free agent, because you'll have 4 of your own free agents signed out there in the free agency, and that means you'll get 4 compensatory picks back next year, which is the game we've been playing now for a couple of years. We played it last year, and we're going to play it this year. Earl Thomas, Justin Coleman, J.R. Sweezy. These guys are going to get you. These guys are going to get you essentially compensatory picks this year. We're going to get 4 picks back, a third, a fourth, a fifth, and a seventh, I think, or a third and a fourth and a sixth and a seventh, but 4 picks regardless. Let's see here. Likely leaving free agency. So those are the guys I see leaving in free agency most likely. I would love to get Jalen Hurts. I don't want him in the 3rd round. That's too high for him. He's too limited as a passer. We're not really going to be using him. And you're really not going to be able to do that thing where you draft him, sit on him for a year, and then trade him to some team for a 1st round pick because they see him as their starting quarterback in the future. He's got his limitations. He's got his pluses as well, but he'd be the ideal backup quarterback for us on a nice, cheap rookie deal for 3 years. I would love to do that. That would be a fantastic move for us to pull off, especially if we can do it in that fourth round area. No, Golden Tate will not be back because Golden Tate slept with Russell Wilson's ex-wife. So I know that that's a rumor for some, or some people don't think that that's super true, or think what you want to think. But mark my words, he's not coming back. Jerron Brown is a free agent, I believe, this year. You're not going to see him re-sign, though. He was a guy that I think they like him for his blocking, but he doesn't give you anything that you can't get out there at a much cheaper rate. And you've got guys on the come, and David Moore and Malik Turner on those cheap rookie deals instead that you can balance off, especially if you go and you do sign a wide receiver out there in free agency. If you do target a AJ Green type, you can maybe do that now if you've got a couple of rookies on rookie deals. It's again, that balance comes into play on the cap and in the way that you assemble your roster. You've got certain positions that are paying more at a positional group. Like you got a safety that's making a lot. The other safety can't, bust the bank through. We did it with the Legion of Boom, but it was really hard for us to pull it off. And we kind of paid the price for doing it that way. You've got to have things balanced with the rookie deals and the guys that are on those 3rd, 4th, 5th round contracts so that you can keep your salary in the right place. I haven't watched enough of Kelly Bryant. I'm sorry, Incognito. I haven't gotten as much into the college prospects yet. So I'm really just starting to do the deep dive into these guys. And I've been looking at the top end of the stuff right now. I did a bunch of watching on the Jared Weaver guy, or it's not Jared Weaver. I'm thinking of pitcher. The Weaver kid out of Boise State, though. I'm another no on that one. Boy, he is a doughy bodied guy. He certainly has some great pass rushing moves and an awesome bend, good first step, but I don't see him as a Seahawk, man. I don't see him as a Seahawk. Doing the mess. We did win the best celebrations in a row, 2 years in a row. So we got that in place, I think. But yeah, I like the Arnett kid at Ohio State, the guy that was opposite Okuda. As a zone corner cover, he'd be a great fit for Seattle if we do decide to go that route too. That was a guy I looked at today that was I'm just getting deeper into the corners now, but my top 10 favorite in the draft. So Incognito, just my top 10 favorite, just regardless of position and just the best players on the board. Is that what you're asking? Yeah, we need Jerron back for the celebrations. Well, that'd be the only reason you'd be bringing Jerron Brown back, unfortunately, because he's only going to give you those celebrations at that point. He's not getting on the football field. I think they got better players in Malik and David Moore. Say nothing of the fact that, again, you could draft a receiver in this draft, and I wouldn't be upset with it. These guys, this is a great wide receiver draft. And pick your poison. What do you want? You want the burner? You want the big guy that can go up and get it? You want the precise route runner? You want the explosive little guy, the explosive big guy? Like it's all over the place. All right, so we've got, obviously Chase Young and incognito. I'm going to look at your question through the lens of Seattle, okay, or in a little bit of just the best player available, but also through the Seattle. I think that the Jedrick Willis, the Thomas and Becton tackles are all legitimate franchise left tackles, and I think that there's a high value of that in this NFL day and age. Willis certainly has some issues in pass protection to a degree, and granted, he is a right tackle, so you've got to factor some of that in, but he is such a mauler in the run game, and he has great feet in pass protection. He's going to come along as a pass protector, but I might keep those three in there. I don't think there's any running backs that would be in my top 10. Jerry Jeudy would be in my top 10. CeeDee Lamb would be in my top 10, so I guess we're at 6 right there. I like the outside linebacker, the do-it-all guy from Clemson. Let me not call them the guy, so you guys actually know who I'm talking. Isaiah Simmons. Isaiah Simmons would be a fantastic. I mean, imagine adding that guy. This is the quintessential guy that you can move all over as a 6'4" linebacker who plays run well, but is great in coverage. They played him at safety even at times. I love him a lot. Grant Delpit would be in there. I'm not as big on the quarterbacks, to be honest with you. I'm the AJ Burrow Joe Burrow's a little bit of a one-year wonder for me. He might turn out to be fantastic. Moving on, Justin Herbert doesn't do anything, and Tua Tagovailoa's got the injury problem that I wouldn't touch. So that's probably my 6, 7. I might sneak. I would probably put Okudah in there again. And then I'd be really struggling on the 10th because I think I like Brown. Derek Brown's great. And then him and Espinoza would probably be fighting it out for my 10th role. I think Espinoza is going to be a really, really, really good pass rusher in this league. Again, along the same lines as the TJ Watt types and the JJ Watt types and the Bosas. He seems to have just that same kind of similar knack where he's really refined and he's got a lot of pass rush moves. And usually these guys coming out are so raw now. This is a little bit what makes me hesitant with some of the defensive linemen in this draft, where the guys in the late first and second round aren't just, man, they are raw. It's going to take them a couple years to get the most out of them, in my opinion. Jermaine Kearse, I think Jermaine Kearse is going to retire. I don't want to bring him in. And again, keeping in mind, you want to be on a rookie contract. The difference is you bring a receiver like that in for $1.3 million as opposed to having a rookie wide receiver on a $400,000 deal. I know I'm splitting hairs here, but when you're assembling the roster and your salary cap, you've got to balance things this way. You can't have a receiver core where you've got, let's say, Tyler Lockett's making $10 million, and then DK is going to make, he's on a rookie deal right now too, but he's making $20 million. No, you've got to have things kind of pared down a little bit at spots so you can pay at the appropriate places. We need to pay on the offensive line and on the defensive line. That's where we've got to put more salary to. So there's got to be other places we pull that from. We'll pull from some of it, I think, from that position, but I think as well. Welcome back, Drew. Will you go for 7 hours again? I don't know. I'll go for as long as you guys probably want me to go. I'm going to turn my coffee on here and I got to get some water. So bear with me 1 second. I'm turning some fresh coffee on. I'm going to be right back. All right. We are here. Yeah, I think Jermaine Kearse was good while we had him. The nice thing about having Jermaine Kearse when you had him is you had him on the rookie deal at that time. That was part of the reason that was so nice is he was a guy who was an undrafted guy. So you're getting him at the lowest of the low end deals that you could get. And again, he's going to be on, the union dictates that they have to be on a veteran minimum when they get to the certain age that they're at. And he's coming off an ACL as well. I just don't know how effective the guy's going to be at this point. And I feel like I'd rather go with an Ursula guy on the roster if I have to pick between him and Kearse at this point. Oh, thanks, Drew, man. I appreciate it. I really do, bro. You guys are really awesome. To have the turnout we do on these chats and you guys to take Saturday out of your time to come here and listen to me blab is awesome. So I'll do this as much as you guys want. I promise. TJ, that would be a dream thing. Imagine TJ as an offseason, what you did was this. Let's say that you were able to make those signings. I love where you're thinking. You signed Brandon Scherf at left guard, right? You signed Zach Conklin at right tackle. Now, both of those deals are going to break the bank. undoubtedly. But you do release Britt. So you essentially take Britt and you move his salary pretty much over to Scherf with a couple $1 million extra. You sign Conklin. Now you got DJ Fluker at right guard, and now you just need to take care of the center position. Go into the draft, grab Ruiz or grab Harris out of Washington out of the draft at center. That offensive line now suddenly becomes wholly upgraded. That's a way different unit than what you went into this year. And I would feel so much more confident about it going into next year about what we could accomplish at that point. Say nothing of the fact that you still got some depth there now at that point, because you still got the Posiks, the Hunts, the Phil Haynes that was there this year. I'd be in favor of doing a move like that all day. I'd love that move, actually. Jacob, the main thing with DK, and if I repeat on myself on this, you guys bear with me on this, because new guys coming to the channel and hadn't heard what I said before. DK, I've been on the boat for a while with him, and saying that this is a perennial Pro Bowler moving forward. Beyond that, when you look at extrapolating and looking at putting a comparison to him of players that have come before him and trying to see where you forecast him out to be, I see him in the Julio Jones mode. I see him in the Calvin Jones mode. Calvin Jones in his first year, I believe, had somewhere in the neighborhood of like 50 catches, 800 yards, 8 touchdowns, and about a 50% catch rate. Julio Jones in his first year had about similar 55 catches, 950 yards, 4 or 5 touchdowns, 56% catch rate. I believe DK got his catch rate somewhere in the neighborhood of around 60% this year. Again, right in that 50 catch mark. About 950 yards, same as what Julio put up. So catch rate factors in drops, right? Catch rate doesn't just factor in drops. It also factors in times you're just not making the catch. So you're not as open, or the quarterback could be overthrowing you or just throwing it away. So when you look at those things, then you just do the eye test and see what he's doing against some really good cornerbacks. You watch him take Marcus Peters to school on the heavy formation route where he attacks deep and there's no safety help. And you go, oh, okay, well, when that happens in the future and that safety is dropping down, which does happen because teams do bring down that safety to stop the running game, especially with the heavy formation, those 3 tight end sets. You can see that reduplicating over and over again. You can see that happening again and again, which again leads me to the mind of saying this isn't just a perennial Pro Bowler. This is a Hall of Fame talent that we've got in our midst right now, legitimately. 2 hours. 2 hours is nothing. Just get warmed up. But so Jacob, I see DK in that realm. As long as he can stay healthy, he certainly had the neck injury concerns coming out of college that I think did probably scare some teams out of that first round of looking at him. But we were lucky to get him where we did. It was a marvelous trade by Schneider to target him there and to jump back into the second round at the end of the second round to grab him. And again, any of those people that ever come back and say the Frank Clark trade shouldn't have been made, we shouldn't have made that deal, it was a bad trade. Just remember when you're saying that you're also saying that means we don't get DK Metcalf, because we most likely are not able to make that trade. We don't have the draft ammunition. So we only had 4 picks last year going into the draft prior to that Frank Clark trade. So you got to keep in mind that thought process when saying that we don't want to make that. So I love the trade then, love it now, and I see nothing but the great for him on the future. He's going to be awesome for years to come. Well, I think insanity football is the thing about football we always have to consider is that it is the most unusual sport. It is a sport of finite end that comes far too soon. Look at a guy like Luke Kuechly. He's a guy that retired this last offseason, came out in the same draft as Bobby Wagner, and certainly him and Bobby have been fighting it out to see who is going to be this generation's middle linebacker, who will be remembered as this generation's middle linebacker. And he retired. And yes, he had concussion injuries that were a huge problem, but he had no concussions, as I understand it, last year. But what was pointed to in the background, and what a lot of people said was part of his reasoning, is he didn't feel he was going to be the same player he once was. He felt like he had lost a step, that he just wasn't physically the same guy. And so for Bobby to go into his to turn 30 and to potentially lose a half a step, yes, that has occurred. Yes, he's not as fast as maybe he once was. But that does not still mean he's not still a good player, and does not mean that he can't still be a dominant player, because what these guys do gain, as long as they're still willing to go at it, is they get the intuitiveness. They understand and learn the game, and they can read plays easier and better, and so that they are faster in their reads, and they don't need to be as fast physically, so they can overcome that. You saw this in Ray Lewis. And I hit this on the last stream, and I'll hit it again. Ray Lewis to start his career had big Sam Adams, who went about 360 pounds as one defensive tackle. And he had Tony Saragusa, who was easily about 360 pounds at the other defensive tackle. Well, what that allowed the Baltimore Ravens to do early in Lewis's career was just run around sideline to sideline, and no guards were going to come down and get through those big linemen. They were going to get sucked up there, and that just let him run free and attack. Well, then what happened is those guys retired, moved on. There was a dip in Ray Lewis's career. He lost the half step. Then they got Halota Nada back, and he really finished out his career strong. I look for a similar situation here with Bobby, where if those defensive tackles in front of him we get him a little bit more improved there, he can still be really, really good. And let's face it, he led the league in tackles this year. It's not bad as a player when you say, well, I lost a step, but I still led the league in tackles. So Bobby's not the problem. He's not an issue. It's not a surprise to watch him maybe slow down just a hair, but he's still a great player, a marvelous player, and he will be a fixture for a few more years on the defense. Middle linebackers, especially middle linebackers who were quick and fast to begin their career, tend to be able to play into their mid-30s. You have the Ray Lewis, you have the London Fletchers. It's not unusual. So I still like Bobby a lot as far as what he can play. Should we go after AJ Green or Hunter Henry? I like Hunter Henry a lot. He was a guy that was beat up, it seemed like, through his first couple years of his career, but he got a lot more healthy. The difference between him and an Austin Hooper is, you would think, is you're going to be able to get him for probably about $6 million less. So you'll get him at about the Greg Olsen price range with probably a couple more extra years on the deal than what you'd give Greg Olsen. So you get him at a little less of a cost of Hooper, and he could get you maybe potentially at near the production of Hooper because he's a good blocker and a good receiver. The big question mark, and this is what basically exit off the list for me, is that I don't want to bring guys in free agency who have an injury history or a multiple injury history. And he does have that, unfortunately. And with paying a guy like that, I think I just don't quite trust that. I want to go with somebody who's got a little bit more of a sound injury history, who's got a little bit more of 15, 16 games on the books for him year in and year out, especially when it's only about a $5 or $6 million difference to what it would cost you for a guy like Hooper. And I'm a no on AJ Green. AJ Green. I think I know what you're talking about, but I'm sorry, folks. Yeah, I'd be in favor of AJ Green too. Sorry, I was having a brain fart there. I like him a lot, actually. I think him as a red zone threat would be a really nice thing, and you could have him as a rotational guy around DK and Tyler, so he doesn't have to be the number one guy. You've got a third cornerback matched up against AJ Green, and Green not asked to catch the ball 75, 80 times a year where he seems to break down over the course of a season. He might be pretty effective, and I don't think he's going to cost a lot, where you could potentially go get a tight end and still go get Green, because might be able to get him on a 1 year, $5 million deal if he's going to look to go to a team where he can win a Super Bowl. He's been playing for Cincinnati all those years. The guy's got to be desperate to go play for a winner, you would think. But I've been on board with AJ Green all offseason. I think he's a guy, I know he's got the injury thing, but when he's out on the football field, I think he could be pretty effective, especially as an acrobatic guy who's a really good guy in the red zone. I think Russell and his ability to attack in the red zone with the way he passes, I think AJ would be just an awesome red zone threat for us. Getting some coffee. Bear with me. Coffee whip. Oh, all righty. That we destroyed the Broncos. Yeah, he is the best middle linebacker in the NFL. Bobby Wagner still is. It's not a super competitive thing right now. You've had your guys like CJ Mosley, who a lot of people thought would take over the crown and move it on, but there hasn't been a lot of great, impactful middle linebackers that have entered the sport in the last 5 years. With that said, Bobby is it. I mean, he's going to go down with Luke Kuechly retiring prematurely now. He's going to go down as the linebacker of his generation here. And this season cemented him absolutely as a Hall of Famer. If he was on that line and he was kind of just right there, could go either way, Bobby this year closed that down, and he is now a Hall of Famer undoubtedly with another All-Pro to his name. Not just a Pro Bowl, not just leading the league in tackles. Yeah, TJ, I was shocked that the Seahawks beat the Broncos that badly as well in that Super Bowl. I guess looking back on it, we could have seen it coming, though, because that defense was really down by about 4 or 5 players. And as we saw this year, it's like you get down by too many players, and it can just be enough that you just can't remain competitive. It just becomes one injury too many. And they'd lost Von Miller that year. They just weren't quite as healthy. So we got to benefit a little bit from that, certainly. Their offense was pretty healthy coming in, though. We just beat that. That offense was good, healthy, everything was ready to roll, and we just knocked their block off. So they got no excuses on the offense. Broncos don't on the offensive side of the ball. Yeah, I agree, Insanity. I don't think the third wide receiver is going to be a priority. I think if they just happen to have something fall into their lap or a deal that makes sense, I think they saw this year with the Josh Gordon, with the Antonio Browns, with the fact that there were some receivers out there on the market, and it could happen here with Odell, where there's receivers that suddenly come out on the market that you don't think would have been on the market, that you can pluck up for very cheap value. And I think Seattle will probably just kind of sit and wait and hold on that. And Insanity, the only issue I have with Greg Olsen is he's a good player, but 34 years old, bunch of injuries throughout his career. Do we really feel like he's going to become more healthy now in his 35 years old? I don't, and I don't want to see us hoping on 2 tight ends that have been injured a bunch lately as we go forward. I don't want to end up with Jacob Hollister again at the end of the year as our only healthy tight end because we were counting on broke-ass tight ends to try to get us there. I like Disley's potential, and I still like Greg Olsen, but we've got to eventually try to look at players that aren't going to be injury-prone. The Pats have enough wide receivers. The Pats have wide receivers. Do they have enough wide receivers? And that's going to probably be the thing that determines whether or not Tom Brady goes back to the New England Patriots. He's not going to hold him over the barrel for the salary. He'll make his $30 million. They'll pay him market price on that, all that stuff. Where it'll come down is that he didn't like the receivers they brought in. And N'Keal Harry was not explosive enough, not refined enough, not ready enough to take the center stage. Danny Amendola is breaking down. He's really going to become probably a shell of himself here pretty soon because he's just sustained so many injuries. And the kid that they got out of Atlanta, Mohamed Sanu, was not the answer for them last year. He might be an okay guy for them as a role guy in there, but they need some help. They need tight end help. I could see Olsen going there as a tight end for sure. But Pats do need some help at wide receiver as well. Ahmad, thank you for dropping on in. Yep, we need a better line all the way around. We need a better defensive line. We need a better better offensive line. We could use a 3-tech pass rushing defensive tackle. We need a guy to go opposite Leo of Clowney on the other side from a pass rusher on the weak side. They need some help. An offensive line, we need a left guard. We're going to need a center, and we're going to need a right tackle. Yeah, DK as a guy who can break tackles, I think he's got some potential there. The one worry with him is the fumbles where he got a little bit too beastly and trying to get too many extra yards, and guys were able to pop the ball out on a couple occasions on him. So he's got to learn a little bit in the respect of ball security, but he can be pretty darn dynamic in that respect. Legion of Boom Chancellor, where do you think Blair would be? So Sean Wright, I'm interested to see what they do with Blair, and welcome to the chat. I don't know why the guy couldn't get on the field more this season prior to the Quandre Diggs signing. And let's face it, it hurt my heart at the end of the year when you're watching Jimmy Graham being covered by Lano Hill to finish our season off. That was painful. That was really tough. Why is not Blair in over Lano Hill? Why is Blair not in over Tedrick Thompson? Neither of those two guys showed anything to you as football players over the last couple of years. And Blair had actually a really good game against the Ravens this year when he had his one start. When he's been in there as a spot player at times, I thought he looked pretty good, physical. He caused a fumble in the Atlanta Falcons game. I don't understand why the coaches were so unwilling with some of these rookies to really try them out on the football field this year. And you got to feel like there's a chance he might not be out on the field next year too. Bradley McDougald was maybe our best defender moving down the stretch over the last 4 or 5 games. He played pretty darn well. And Quandre Diggs, as I said before, was sort of the glue to this team that brought him together as a unit. Hard to see him unseating either of those two guys. And it's weird because he can play either position. You could put him at free safety or strong safety. He seems to have the skill set to do either. You'd love to believe that they could come up with some way to get all three of those guys out on the football field at once. Maybe do something, I don't know, innovative. But chances are, Seahawks being the Seahawks, we're going to see him on the bench unless he makes some amazing growth and just surpasses Bradley McDougald, at which point they potentially maybe look at trading McDougald. But I don't think that's happening. I think they keep all three of them and they just roll with the horses they got on that. Yeah, Will Disley's been Will Disley's been a top 5 tight end when he's been healthy because he run blocks as well as any tight end in the league. That's the thing you got to consider with him is he's dynamic and he's been amazing in the pass catching game, but he's been almost equally as good in run blocking. You can put him on a defensive end like you used to do with Zach Miller and have him mirror in pass protection like a tackle. He's that good. But the problem is that he's had both of his first 2 seasons cut short to injury after about 4 or 5 games played. And they're major injuries, patella tendons, Achilles tears. These are not injuries that are easily recovered from or that suddenly lead you becoming more healthier after you've had them. So I like Disley, still hope the world for him, but I'm all about the coffee, Devin, man. I'm a caffeine holic, so. But I like Disley. It's just I'd like to see more of a frontline guy there where I'm not relying on Disley all the way. I also like the thought of 2 tight end sets more. Two tight end sets are better for running the football, in my opinion, with the way we run our offense. Sue or McCoy. I love Ndamukong Suh. So I go with Ndamukong Suh over Gerald McCoy at this point. I watched Gerald McCoy for the Panthers last year, especially in that game that we played against them. He just didn't look like the same player that he was with Tampa Bay. And when I watch Suh play still, he may not be the pass rusher he once was, but he is still very dominant as a run stopper. You could put him at the one technique and no one is going to move him off of the ball. I love that. And as well, this is a guy that's going to cost you a 1-year, $7 million deal, 1 year, $8 million deal. He only costed Tampa Bay 1 year, $9 million deal last year. And by all accounts, he went to the highest bidder. He didn't just go to Tampa Bay because it was like, I want to go live in Florida. That was who was paying him the most. So he's flirted with Seattle a couple times. He's visited us in the offseason on both the last 2 off seasons. Suh has come in and visited with Schneider and Carroll. So I look for that being a high probability of a deal to be made. I put it up in the 90 percentile, actually. I think that they're going to make a run at him because this is the first season that they've had in the last 2 years. They've had the money to actually spend on him. That's been the thing. They brought him in, but they've had to say, hey, we're going to have to pay you cheap because things are a little tight right now. Ahmed, we punted against the Packers on 4th and 6 because the defense had started to play better in the second half, and Carroll thought he could trust the defense to get a stop there at that point. And the one thing is with it is that Carroll has become risk averse, and he doesn't want to go for it on 4th down. And people have called people that like me that say this ageist. They say we're being ageist, and we say that it's a guy getting older and being more safe as he's getting older, and that is a tendency in older men that they get safer in their decision making. They don't want to expand their horizons. They want to get more into what they know and cling on to it and hold on to it. But again, on the flip side of this, in all honesty, I have to be, transparent. Andy Reid, who just won a Super Bowl, went for it the least amount on 4th down than any other coach in the NFL this year. So yeah, some of these young dynamic coaches are going for it on 4th down all over the place and they're having some great success, but maybe the old school approach still has a way of working as well. What's up, Kathleen Burgess? Thank you for dropping on in. I appreciate it. Who is your favorite Seahawk? My favorite Seahawk right now is Russell Wilson. Because I think he's the work ethic, the fact that he's not just naturally a gifted freak and that he has to work on what he's gotten and where he's gotten it, the fact that he's short and he's got limitations that do not go away, that he cannot overcome the fact that he's short. He cannot overcome when there are not rush lanes at times or when there are not passing lanes at times, but he has found a way. And that's always going to be for me a thing I'm going to gravitate towards. Who is my favorite Seahawk from 2005? That team in particular, Devin, because there's players on that team I love, but there was that year's team. There was one player that I loved in particular, but it was only for that 1 year, and that's Joe Jurevicius. Joe Jurevicius that year was an awesome receiver for us, and we only got him for 1 year, but that was my favorite player from that particular season. I do, Kathleen. I like Sean Alexander as well. I've done a great Seahawk moment on Sean Alexander in the game that he had 5 touchdowns in 1/2 against the Minnesota Vikings. I do think that he benefited from having 2 Hall of Famers blocking for him and a Pro Bowler at center and a Pro Bowler at fullback and a quarterback who was just enough of a threat where defenses couldn't focus on the running game on its own. So I think he did benefit from that, but I think that he was fantastic as a running back, and he was very gifted, and people underappreciate some of the things that he had in his toolkit because it isn't as noticeable. It isn't as like Marshawn Lynch of him running a guy over. So it's harder to kind of appreciate a subtle cut. Who are my top 5 favorite Seahawks of all time? Top 5 favorite Seahawks of all time. Well, Russ is going to be on the list for me. I think I'm going to put watching this Lofa Tatupa video. I think Lofa's on there for me. Walter Jones, is on there. I've got to think probably about the next 2 because I want to make sure I'm not leaving anybody out. But I don't know if Marshawn quite makes it because of the longevity, because there's guys that have just been here that, I mean, it's hard for me to knock Kenny Easley off the list for Marshawn Lynch. Easley played at a level that was as good as any safety in the 80s, and that includes Roddy Lott for the time that he played. I mean, he was an all-around absolutely phenomenal player, just had his career shut. Yeah, I got a special place in my heart for Lofa. And again, I'm watching all of this tape of Lofa Tatupu right now as I'm putting together the next Great Seahawk Moment video, which is going to be Lofa's 3 interception game against the Eagles. And he's a different middle linebacker than Bobby Wagner. Very instinctive. He understood how to pass rush, and he would time his pass rush to where the quarterback could never tell whether or not he was coming or not. It was always a question right up until the snap. And I've got a couple of shots of him sacking Brett Favre and Ben Roethlisberger. He can confuse even the best players. And then you watch him in pass coverage and zone coverage especially. He would have been awesome as a middle linebacker with Carroll in the NFL level in his prime, because he would disguise where he was going in the zone. He would look like he's going over here, and then he'd slide over here post-snap, and he'd slide over here post-snap once the quarterback had his head turned away from Lofa and was going to his first read. He was so just always ahead of it, and say nothing of his butt slapping, where he would always tap the lineman into the right rush lanes to get him in the right play because he'd read the play, and then he would tap the defensive lineman to get him in the right spots to go make the play. I really, the more I watch Lofa, the more I really do appreciate. Say nothing of the fact that the guy, I've got cut-ups of him dropping people. I mean, he's got just running backs laying on the ground after he's hit them, just going, oh God, and multiple shots. I've like intercut them. So you've got one of them doing Clinton Portis and this guy on the Willie on the Ravens, and then obviously the one against the Panthers. But he could do it all as a linebacker. He wasn't limited. He was undersized, but he wasn't limited. I am really on Jaron Reed. I go back and forth, you guys and girls here. He's a guy through 3 years of his career. He's given you 2 sacks, and he's been okay in the running game. He came out as supposedly this great one tech in the 4-3, a guy that you could put in and he could eat up double teams. You weren't going to move him off the ball. Seattle probably ideally saw him like a Brandon Mabane. That's when they drafted him. That's what they thought they were getting from the guy. But the problem is then he kind of never really was that great against the run. He was okay. And then he developed a little bit as a pass rusher. And he developed a lot, not this last year, but the prior year with the 10.5 sack season. But you've seen through this year more of what you saw in the first 2 years. So do I franchise tag a guy who could end up getting me really limited production and stopping the run and get me all right production as a pass rusher? Is that worth franchising at this point? It's a tough call, because I think that right now Seattle's probably leaning towards letting him test the waters out in free agency and see what someone is really going to pay him. And I don't know who's going to pay him, $10, $12 million based on that production of that 1 year. He's got the Alabama, thing that he's come from, and he's got the big body, looks good, but the production's got to be there if you're going to pay a defensive lineman like that at that rate. That's why I mentioned like the Chris Jones thing. It's like, yeah, you're going to sign, Jones would cost you 2 first-round picks, but he may potentially cost you only $4 more million than you're going to pay Jaron Reed this year on a franchise tag. And that's why I kind of brought it up, is it's like the other options start to look a little bit better at that point, don't they? Yeah, Drew, we should have won Super Bowl 40. I had somebody in the chat who was trying to tell me, I conference on the chat that I thought that the Super Bowl 40 was fixed. And somebody said, no, it wasn't fixed. I was like, yeah, it was fixed. Play after play after play in that game absolutely showed you that it was fixed. Seattle would never have like a holding call on their offensive lineman until they got past the 50. No penalties on Seattle until they were threatening offensively past the 50 at all. And the same thing was true for Steelers were able to hold on our guys. And it was that's the worst officiated game I've seen of all time. And second place is not even close. Yeah, Devin, I think I will say this about Devin about that trade. It was probably not a great trade for Seattle. I think the stupidest part of it was not necessarily the trading of Max Unger, because that was an asset you could trade. It would be to look to trade that in a different direction and not for a Jimmy Graham. Jimmy Graham was never an inline tight end. He was never a guy that showed you an ability to get in line and get up on a defensive end and drive him back. And you were going to bring him in here and then change him into that and make him start to do that. And he wasn't good at it. And he tried to develop at it and he still wasn't good at it. And so that's where it's really the problem is it's when I harp on these people who say we should go get an outside 3-4 linebacker and then move him into our scheme to be a 4-3 outside or to be a down line outside defensive end. It's the same thing. You brought Jimmy Graham in, you should add him as an off the line of scrimmage, as an H-back, as a guy is almost a slot wide receiver. That's where he was most effective. And Seattle just never really wrapped their mind on how best to utilize this guy, which was weird to me. Why would you trade for him in the first place if you weren't looking to, assimilate to his skill set and take advantage of what he could do? But Max Unger was also moved, don't forget, because of the injury situation. There was a guy who was kind of breaking down a little bit. And I think in the more pass-happy offense of the Saints, he was able to benefit a little bit more because those linemen hold up a little bit more in the pass-happy attacks than they do in the running game, where it's a lot more of the mauling and people beating up on each other and toe-to-toe and all that stuff. Who will win the XFL East? I don't know enough about the XFL at this point to make any any comments on that. Who's the best duo safeties in history? Probably Cam and Earl will go down as being right there. There's a couple. The Chiefs had a good one a couple years ago, but I don't know that there's been any that have had there's been teams that have a solid safety and a great cornerback, or two great cornerbacks, but actually having two great safeties like that. I think that you could make the argument Seattle's got the best at that. Yeah, Lofa Tatupu was just an awesome player. I like everything about him. He just a sensational. It just sucks his body broke down too soon, but he was undersized, and that does happen to those undersized guys. They take a beating with those bigger guys leaning on him, and his body just it was too much of a toll after a while, just way too much. Dante Fowler's a guy I like. Jorge, thanks for hopping on in. Dante Fowler is a good player, a guy on the rise, a young guy, still think 26 years old. You do wonder when no one yet has given him a multi-year extension, despite the fact he has had pretty good production. As well, I don't know necessarily how good a fit he'll be out as a defensive end in our scheme. He might be a liability stopping the run. And again, he's going to probably cost a pretty good portion to get him. But if you can get him in a relatively decent contract, I'd be open to it. I'd probably be more in favor of going like with a Robert Quinn, because you could probably get Robert Quinn at half the cost, and Robert Quinn would probably give you very close to the same kind of production. Drew, I could see that the NFL would institute XFL rules if they were rules that didn't apply to the player safety stuff. As I understand it, with XFL, they have taken away some of the player safety things that have been implemented in the NFL. So those things probably not as much, but certainly some of the on the field microphone. And I think that stuff has a place in the NFL. I've always said that, having a microphone down the sidelines to hear basic chatter, or to give fans a feeling of the talk on the sidelines, if there was a way to like not have the schematics being talked about or what people were doing on plays, but just, that would be very fun to watch. I mean, that would add an extra layer to the watching experience of the game. And I thought the NFL should do that for years, but we'll see. It probably would take a lot. I don't think the NFL is going to be taking any markers from the XFL anytime soon. Oh, Jason McCourty and Patrick Chunner, who you're thinking of, TJ. as the two safeties. And they've been good, but I think at the Seahawks dominating best, when you had Earl and Cam running at their full steam and the way that they worked together so well, how they complemented each other so well, I don't think Chung and McCourty quite get to that level of play. Robert Turbin did not play because Robert Turbin was a safety net. He was there in case something happened with Marshawn. He was a guy that knew the offense. I don't think he's a guy that they were particularly high on, he was never a guy that really ran for that much yardage for us. I always joke he's the guy that he's just took one ankle tackle, one guy to hit him on the ankle, and he's going to fall over. He wasn't a guy that's going to break a lot of tackles. You had a lot better options there with Travis Homer and Marshawn Lynch. Unfortunately, there's just not any holes to be opened up by that offensive line. And at the end of the day, that's going to end up being the biggest issue with this playoffs. And what we were trying to get done is we want to be a run first team, but we couldn't open up any holes when we most needed to open up holes. Yeah, O-line just fell apart, got injured. Part of it is, again, though, the coaching staff and the front office has to take some responsibility here, because you brought this offensive line together knowing you were bringing a lot of older guys together. Dwayne Brown, Mike Iupati, DJ Fluker. Those three guys alone, I could fill out a long sheet of injury problems that they've all had. So while Jermaine Ifedi had played every game in his career and had shown a really good job of being pretty healthy, and Britt fairly similarly as well, you had 3/5 of your offensive line that you knew was older and aging and injury prone. And then they got injured, and that's just not now a shock for me. I can't fall back on that now as an excuse, because if you do know that, now you need to have something hedging behind those guys, i.e. a guy like a Phil Haynes, who when he got in, who couldn't get onto the field until late in the season and just wasn't very impactful as a 4th round pick at the time that he did get on the field. So, and same thing with Posick, and they didn't have anything else behind these guys as well that was really solid in case something happened. Something happened. HFTVFE TJJ, hi. I can't pronounce your name, but I'll just say hi back to you. Thank you for joining the chat and saying hello. Yeah, I think at this point he's 4 years into his career, right? 3-4 years into his career. TJ Jermaine Ifedi is what he is. He's going to be an injury-prone guy. I mean, Michael Bennett still jumps off sides for the Cowboys, just like he jumped off sides for the Eagles. It's part of his game. The thing with the Jermaine Ifedi is he is a big mauling guy who struggles with the guys on the edge, especially the fast guys. And a lot of the false start stuff you saw him go through was him trying to get a jump start on those pass rushers. That's why he did it. And so you go, well, if he stops doing it, he's less effective as an offensive lineman from his standpoint. So he probably goes, this is the cost of doing business for me, is I'm going to get a couple of offside penalties, but I'm going to be able to get that extra step out to take care of these guys as I need. Unfortunately, with Ifedi, he just doesn't run block great enough for me to be paying him at the $10, $12 million mark he's going to be paid this offseason, which is what he needed to be, because he is a little bit of a liability in pass protection, so he needs to be pretty good in the run game. A lot like Zach Conklin, where Zach Conklin is he was rated number 5 overall by Pro Football Focus as a run blocker at right tackle this year. That is what you want out of Jermaine Ifedi, and those guys are going to be paid very close to each other. But Jack Conklin to me is the better player. Certainly when I'm going to pay a couple million more to bring him into Seattle over what I pay for keeping Ifedi. Yeah, it'd be fun to have Pete Carroll mic'd up. And again, they could do it on a delay. So if they're worried about him, saying plays and it being a competitive advantage issue, that you could then do something else with it. But I think having mics on the sideline to some degree would add a little extra flavor. I love it when the Seahawks All Access stuff comes out and you can hear the players talking, and you're like Marshawn Lynch giving Travis Homer advice, and he's telling about smooth to the hold and just gas. Like, I thought that stuff was great. I mean, that's gold to me. That is absolutely gold. So we'll see what we do. We've got the free agency here, I think it's March that it starts out. So we'll see how it goes. Like I said, there's going to be an indicator here with Greg Olsen. If they do go after Greg Olsen, because he is coming in for a visit, If they sign Olsen, that's going to be a dead ringer indicator for you that they're not going to potentially be looking to play the free agent market, and that they're going to bring these guys in via trade. You're going to look to do the Calais Campbell trade or the Von Miller-like trade if that was available. And you'll be bringing on the salary and you'll be increasing your cap cost through that means as opposed to the free agent game so that you can play the compensatory game to get back the 4 draft picks next offseason. March 18th. That's it. Yeah. So we've got a mere month here till free agency, and I'm sure we're going to hear more about the rumors and what's been going down. Yeah, TJ, I think football is a matchup game. So TJ asked, do I think the Seahawks could beat the 49ers in the conference championship? And football being a matchup game, being that what it is, there's just bad matchups and there's good matchups. So you saw this with the Packers and the 49ers. The 49ers were pretty much the worst type of matchup for the Green Bay Packers. They really were. They're that wide 9, the Packers with Aaron Jones, they're going to want to attack the edges. The wide 9, where it's susceptible, where we saw the Chiefs attack that wide 9 scheme of the 49ers, is up the middle, between the guards, inside zone runs. Well, the Packers, like we saw with the Hawks, want to attack with Jones to the edges. Well, the Niners are a little widened out with their defensive ends in this scheme, so it's easier for the defensive ends to maintain their leverage and force the plays back inside. So it's harder to get out on the edges, harder to be as explosive in the running game. So I do come back to the fact that Seattle inversely is a good matchup for the Niners. We want to stop the run first. So we would be well set up to stop their running game and force Jimmy Garoppolo to have to start to throw it. And he had a better game against us the second time. But if we are able to get some kind of pass rush against him and we are able to kind of push that forward a little bit, you saw he gets happy feet. He can get a little bit. He can throw it. He's going to give you a ball or two a game, or he's going to give the defenders a chance to pick it. Whether you pick it or not, it's on you, but he will give you that chance to make that game-changing type play. So I think Seattle would have had a great chance in that conference championship to win it. They would add some momentum going in, having those 2 wins, getting Green Bay. I mean, you went into Green Bay and Lambeau and won it in January. I mean, you're going to go into San Francisco, you're going to Santa Clara. Like, that's nothing after that, especially in the place that you already won earlier in the year. Yeah, I think we're well set up in the way that our team was built this year to give the Niners some problems. We really were. I think our receivers would have given them issues in that game. I would feel better about it being able to attack them defensively if we had a tight end, because I think a really good tight end is going to give that defense some problems, even though I do like their linebackers a lot. Warner's great, and the Quan Alexander is obviously an awesome player too. So they've got some good linebackers, but at the end of the day, I think having a tight end would have helped. But it would have been a close game, would have gone down the wire. We all know that, I think. But I wouldn't have said, no, San Francisco's just got this because they're so much healthier. They were much healthier than Seattle going into this game, no doubt. And they would have been going into that game. But I still would have given Seattle a puncher's chance and just their knowledge of each other. When you're that familiar with an opponent, it's harder to blow each other out. The games tend to stay close throughout. So we'll see what they do from that standpoint. We'll definitely hear the rumors. The agents are already talking to the general managers and Snyder and all that stuff. So we will hear something come out of these out of the meetings. I think the winter meetings are the next things that come out, and that's usually where the wheeling and dealing happens, where you might hear some trades and stuff. What are my thoughts on the Sherman Twitter feud? And this is the Darrelle Revis Twitter feud that I think you're talking about. So the people that I think that a fan can really show their level of, I don't want to use a bad word here, like dumb, not bad word, but I don't want to speak ill of fans who think this way. But when you think simplicity as a fan, you get yourself into troubles. And when you get caught into stuff that doesn't take into account scheme and all that stuff, you get in even further troubles. And the people out there with the travel program people, those people out there who believe a cornerback has to go travel with the team's best wide receiver in order to prove himself as a great cornerback. I ask these people time and time again, what about the impact that has on the other 10 guys on the team? You got a guy who's playing normally left cornerback, right? And now that guy's got to bounce around and play all the other cornerback positions because this guy's traveling. If this guy's going to the left side of the field, then he's got to go over there. And if this guy goes to the right side of the field, then he's back on his traditional place. So now when you have a corner moving with a wide receiver number 1, it's not the best thing for the defense overall, because you're also asking other players to change what they normally do, to have them go outside of their comfort zone. The second part of this is the understanding of how quarterbacks are more successful throwing to their strong side throwing than they are to their weak side. So what I mean by that, a quarterback's shoulders are turned like this. Statistics show for every quarterback that's right-handed, this proves out. They are more accurate throwing to the right side of the football field, to the open side like that, than they are to throwing it this way. It's just the tendency and the way that it goes. So the reason that you got a guy like Richard Sherman who stays on that right side of the football field is because he's taking away the best strong side throw of that quarterback. Where that quarterback most wants to go to throw that ball, he's now taking it away. It goes beyond how good the wide receiver is in front of him. It goes to the fact that you're forcing now the offense to sort of play left-handed. They got to go opposite for what they naturally want to do. You're dictating the terms to them. They're not dictating the terms to you. So when you look at Revis and Sherman, number one, they're two completely different football players. They're not anywhere near the same. Sherman is a 3-4 corner, a guy that should be on a blitz-heavy defense who's going to be very sticky in coverage. Sherman's a guy who should be in a 4-3 scheme playing zone. To compare them and to say, to try to find an equivalency between them or to say one's better than the other, it's really hard to make that comparison because zone corners have a place in this league just like sticky corners do. It all is based around the type of scheme that you run from the defensive side of the football field. So I really do end up kind of siding with Sherman in the respect of the traveling with the best receiver is bullshit. And it's really a chest thumping ego thing and not what is best for the defense. What's going to inhibit the offense most? What's going to cause the offense most problems? And you saw over the years, offenses really struggled when they had a Sherman over there, especially at his best when they didn't want to throw to him. Because, yeah, they might move their best receiver over to the left side, but the quarterback still wasn't comfortable throwing over there. This is why you had a guy like Byron Maxwell, who in a 17-game stretch had you 6-7 interceptions during that time period. Quarterbacks are less accurate to that side of the football field. And if I'm building my defensive team, I'm not building it with a corner who's got to travel with the team's best receiver. So I do kind of side with Sherman on this. And, look, I mean, he's the number 1 rated corner in the league by Pro Football Focus this year. He had a tough playoffs. Devontae Adams beat him deep. In that Super Bowl, he got kind of exposed. But at the end of the day, he had a really good year, and he's not a guy that's going to go away as a cornerback in this league. He didn't just suddenly fall off a cliff once he entered the playoffs. But I do see him making the transition to safety, and I do think it will be with the Niners. They need some safety help back there. You would think he would transition nicely. He's a good, sure tackler, so that's not going to be a problem for him to make that movement over to that place. So I like Sherman at safety. But yeah, I don't like this move around stuff. The corner's got to move around thing. It's just silliness. Look deeper into the team. Look deeper into what makes a good football team on what is going to bring out the best football team. And there's been great coaches, like I know Belichick had Revis to a degree follow guys around. I understand that there have been great coaches that have done that, but usually those coaches as well are operating within a 3-4 scheme. And that's a very important part of this process because 3-4, it's easier to run zone blitz principles. It's easier to confuse the quarterback. It lends itself better to having that stickier corner and coverage. You saw this recently, for instance, for years when the Cardinals, when Patrick Peterson was at his best, and they were running a 3-4 scheme. Same kind of situation, same kind of thing. Sup, Emmett Brown? Welcome to the chat. Thank you for dropping on in, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, KJ Wright is unfortunately going to be a guy that gets cut. He's a guy who carries, I believe, a $7 million cap hit moving into this next year. You've got the cap really hitting in on Bobby Wagner's deal. It's going to go into now. It's that second year of that deal. He's going to be up in that $17, $18 million phase. You really can't afford to be paying your linebackers this year $25 million towards that position. It's a $200 million cap. So that means 1/8 of it would be going to your linebackers, which I don't know if there's really the value there in production that would allow you to spend that much money on that positional group. I think Cody Barton gets you a player who might be actually better in coverage than KJ. We got to see if he continues to kind of develop, but I think that he gives you very nearly what you would have in KJ, if not better or eclipsed. And it's really, you're paying him on a 3rd round rookie deal. So he's about $550,000 this year. Versus KJ, who would be up in that $7 million range. That's a wide goal, a wide difference in what you're paying, and the production just isn't there. You don't see the difference in production between the two guys to do that type of thing. KJ, Ed Dixon, and there's one other guy I'm not thinking off the top of my head that are going to be the 3 cuts that'll clear out some space for Seattle. Oh, Britt. Those are the three main cuts you'll see that'll clear about 12, 13 million additional dollars off the cap for us. And that's a hell of a player you're able to bring in off that money that you cut, right? That's, I don't know that Kendricks will go to jail. Michael Kendricks, the way they've postponed the trials, and it's a non-violent offense. People have gone to jail for it in the past. It seems hit or miss, but when you got the federal government bearing down on you, it's, you usually have to pay the piper one way or another. I'm sure eventually he'll probably come to some settlement where he has to pay some huge fine or something like that, but I don't see Kendricks serving jail time on that. Yeah, Britt's going to go, Emmett Brown. He carries an $11.6 million cap hit this season. If you're going to pay $11.6 million for the center position in the NFL, that center position needs to be a Pro Bowler, perennial Pro Bowler, an All-Pro. He is none of those things. So it's going to happen that he either needs to restructure or he gets cut. Maybe you can get him on a restructure, but at that point I go, okay, what's the restructure deal going to look like? Because I don't want to go really over about $5 million per year for Britt at this point. What's up, Robert Pennington? Yes, I would love to see us, go to more of the nickel. I'm actually pretty high on Ugo Amadi. I know that Ugo had a tough game because they put Devontae Adams against him on the slot, and he didn't have any safety help over the top for some weird reason, which is where I more blame the defensive coordinator in that situation than anything else. But I think Ugo could be a really, really good player for us at slot corner. He has a really close draft measurables and draft combine to what you saw from Quandre Diggs, who started out his career playing slot corner for the Detroit Lions before he kind of transitioned into safety. So I like Ugo a lot in that role, and I think he's going to be a guy that I'm actually high on. I think he's a playmaker. He's going to get you some interceptions. A little bit undersized, but I still would like to maybe go more with him than looking at signing a guy in free agency or drafting a guy for that role. And certainly I don't want to see a linebacker, three linebackers on the football field, which Seattle was obsessed with this season, going with three linebackers over. The offense goes to three wide receiver sets. Usually you bring out that slot corner. Seattle just refused to do it time and time again this year. I'd really like to see us go outside of that thought process, go back to bringing the slot corner in. You were a lot more effective with Justin Coleman in doing that than you were this past season with blitzing heavy and staying to your base more often than not. Yeah, Lano Hill and Tedrick Thompson, if both of those guys leave in this offseason, I'm perfectly happy with them leaving. Neither of those two guys have shown me anything. They're not sure tacklers. They're not great in coverage. They've got no ball skills. They don't seem to be very instinctive as football players. I struggle to understand why they continue to see snaps on the football field. Those are things that I see with Marquise Blair. I do see those things in him. He may not be a star. We don't know, but he does show the instincts and the ability to be physical and even ball skills that we've seen from neither of those guys. But yeah, if I could ask Pete Carroll one question this year about this past season, that'd be the question I'd ask him: is why in the Green Bay Packer game do you have Lano Hill still on the football field over Marquise Blair? Why is that occurring? What is it that you saw in Lano Hill in his time in football games that at any point in time ever led you to believe that he's going to be a solid player for you in this league? Again, those two guys must just blow it up in practice. They just must be lighting the world on fire in practice. Emma Brown, Emma Brown asked if I prefer Conklin, Bulaga, or another option at right tackle. Conklin is younger, Bulaga's better. So Bulaga is better. Bulaga did benefit for years in pass pro from the Packers getting away from that crab blocking technique. And the Packers for many years used this sort of blocking technique where the offensive lineman would sort of hold right out the gate. The defensive lineman would come in and they call it crab block because they close their arms around like this on the guy. And for whatever reason, the officials let them get away with it for years. And then last year, they finally implemented a rule change to take this away from them. But unfortunately, I think it's affected Bulaga a little bit as well. The problem I have with Bulaga and what makes me hesitant with him is he's got the concussion history. He's got a lot of concussions, and it's to the point where one bad concussion could potentially end his career at this point. He's an aging player. I just don't see enough in him that I'd want to bring him in. Conklin, on the other hand, I would love it. He was rated by Pro Football Focus as the 5th best run blocking right tackle in the league this year. that would have a place on our football team 100%. He seems to be getting better and better and better every year that he's played on that Tennessee team. So I'm okay with giving him the money, and I think he's only really going to make a couple million more than what Ifedi's going to make on the open market. So if they made that move, if they went out and they started free agency out, and they went and got Austin Hooper, and they went out and got Zach Conklin, that'd be a hell of a way to open up free agency, and it certainly would be a step in the right direction. Yeah, Drew, I thought the same sort of thing. I think he's got a combination of those two guys. And this is, again, saying it as a guy that when they initially drafted him, I was a little bit down on it because I was wondering, in this day and age in the NFL where they are legislating hits out of the game, how are you going to draft a guy that has been literally ejected multiple times in games in college for hits? How is that going to fit? But I didn't know he was as good as he was in coverage. I didn't know he was as sure and good and physical a tackler as he was this year in the running game. He absolutely, to me, is earned having that second round pick. And I think that there's a lot of potential. He's got a ceiling up here right now. But man, you also got to wonder, why can't he find the football field? What was it that the coaching staff was seeing that didn't allow him to get out there and see more snaps, especially because you did have some injuries in that at that safety position? Yeah, Bulaga's got a lot of concussion problems, to the point I think he's had a couple of concussions in games he's played against Seattle. I remember him having the concussions in. But yeah, it's an issue, and those you got to be scared with those ones because they can take a while to recover from if they're severe enough. And again, as the player gets older, it's just one concussion too many can be the thing to put them into retirement. We've seen it with guys before, your Steve Youngs, your Troy Aikmans. I'm saying the quarterbacks, but it's everybody, that goes through that. Yeah, TJ, and I think you can get the center. I've mentioned Cesar Ruiz out of Michigan, who's a fantastic center for them this year. He's the number one center in this draft. Seems like a bulletproof pick if you were to take him at the end of the first round, and that you would feel like there's not a big bust potential with this guy. So I like him. I like Nick Harris out of the University of Washington. He's going to get a little overmatched physically at times, but he's the technician in there, which I love to see at the center position. I like to see a guy who's just got this. You want the smarts in that position as much as anything else. And he is so fluid in his blocking and his combo blocks. He really knows what he's doing. He's got a good idea of where he needs to go and who needs to help with. He'd be a solid player to pick up. I'd have no problem with us going and taking Scherf and Conklin in free agency and then drafting the center, and then you cut Britt. I'd be applauding all day long if they make that kind of move. Yeah, I don't know, Drew. I mean, the one thing with Leno and the one thing with Tedrick Thompson that I think we would have seen at this point is if it's been flashing for them in training camp and they see it, or it's flashing for them in practice, they're seeing it, it eventually has got to show itself in the game. And both of those guys have been in the league now for 3 years. And granted, Earl was playing some and Cam was playing some during their time, but we've seen some action. These guys have seen significant action on the football field. And time again, you just see that they're just guys. They're Jags, just a guy, and when you got a guy with potential like Blair back there and then just a guy, again, I don't know. And this is where at times I just come back to, Carroll gets sometimes really stubborn with some of these players, and he seems to be getting more and more safer in his approach as he gets older. And he looks at it like, well, Tedrick Thompson's been here for 3 years. Leno Hill's been here for 3 years. Well, Marquise Blair's in his rookie season. I can't play him. And I go back to a quote that Carroll references Bud Adams once told him, and Bud Adams, who's Pete Carroll's mentor with the Minnesota Vikings, once told him, you lose a game for every rookie that you start. And part of me feels like that's just resonating with Carroll for whatever reason, because we had players that couldn't get on the football field this year where you kept Kendricks out there in the base and he just got drilled week after week with guys like Andy Dalton putting up career highs in yardage. And you would just refuse to bring out the nickel corner Ugo to supplement. And then when you brought out the nickel, you brought out Akeem King. You didn't even bring out Ugo. Weirdness there. I don't get it, especially for a guy who's like a corner whisperer in Carroll. So Emmett Brown, I would keep Posick because you have him on one more year before he is out of his rookie deal. I still would love to see Posick potentially at center. We don't know how good of a center he is. We keep trying to move this guy into guard. He was a center in college. That's what he played. That's what he is. He's a great big, say he'd be a 6'4", a big-bodied center to have in there. If you want to move bodies, this would be a guy to have down there at that center. Unfortunately, they keep trying him at guard, so we don't know what we got him in at center. But I would hold on to both him and I would hold on to Hunt as a backup. I don't think Hunt's a long-term option, but as a backup, as a spot start guy that can come in there and hold the water for you for a few games on a cheap rookie deal, I'm okay with that, which both those guys are on. So you could keep those two guys. You could keep Phil Haynes and still make some of these other deals. And with Hennessy and Henson, I know that they've got a lot of people like them as well. So it's just Scherf and Conklin, of course, are kind of the name guys. And with Conklin, especially, it's the run blocking nature of what he provides I really like. And I think Seattle is going to look for first and foremost in any lineman they take is, can you run block? They don't value pass protection quite like we, and I'm sure Russell Wilson would like them to value it. But Posick should stay at center. I don't understand I never understand why with their linemen they do this, where they take guys and then they move them off their natural positions. And so they sort of just decide, oh, nope, you're not this. We're going to move you over to here. And it's like, well, you drafted him to be this. Why don't you let him play what you picked him to play at? Why move him over, right tackle to right guard, to left guard, to center, back to right guard? No, let's try that. It seems like you're really putting a guy behind the eight ball. It's hard enough to play at the NFL without having to learn 3 or 4 positions. I know they like to have the versatility, so if injury props up, they can move the guys around the line and be able to get a functioning unit out there. But it's doing themselves no favors for a guy like Posick and his potential development at the center position. All right, so we are moving into 3 hours here. I'm going to take the pulse of the room here, folks. How are we doing? Do we want me to keep going? Are we looking at wanting to do a wrap up? Yeah, I am. It's you've got to make a choice in the NFL. And this is the thing, everything's just like with the salary cap, you got to do the same thing as far as an offensive line goes. And you got to make a decision. It'd be great to have great dogs all over the offensive line. But like I said before, your Kansas City, your Tennessees, your Dallases, those are few and far between. It's really hard to assemble an offensive line like that. And most of the time, the only way to do it is you got to pick in the top 10 for 3 years and just hammer the offensive line, which is what we saw the Cowboys do at one point, and we saw the Titans do. And so that's what it does tend to take. So what Carroll's done is he said he has valued offensive linemen that can run block above all else. And he is willing to sacrifice pass protection time and time again to make that happen. The problem with me, from my standpoint with this as a thought process, is that you've got to be a dominant run blocking team then. You've got to be able to enforce your will upon the opposing defense and run on anybody. Doesn't matter what they have. Doesn't matter if they bring an 8th man into the box. You have got to be able to consistently run on everybody. And there's too many times that this running game will just sort of flash out of existence on certain games and not be effective. And then it falls back on Russell to be magical and to be sensational and pull a rabbit out of his hat. And then the problem with that is that he's under duress the whole time and he's getting the crap beat out of him. And where this is going to lead for us if we keep going down this path is Russell will be injured eventually here. We are going to lose him for a season. We are going to lose him early into a season because he's going to take too many shots, and all those shots are going to accumulate eventually. He's been very lucky to play 10 years and to start every game, but he's played a lot of football games. He's had a lot of extra games in the playoffs that he's played. We got to start being a little bit more protective of him, a little bit more willing to sort of surround him with guys that are going to keep him cleaner for longer than we've really done throughout the early portion of his career. And this is the route they need to go. We still need 4 hours. I won't go anywhere if you guys want to stay around here. I'm here. I ain't going nowhere. Ahmad, you mentioned Chris Carson. I like Chris Carson a lot, but I like Chris Carson on his rookie deal right now. He'll go in next year. He'll make probably around about $1 million or so, and I'm perfectly okay with just paying him that, letting him go off into free agency after next season. In his first 2 out of his 3 years, he's seen his seasons cut short due to injury. He had injuries back in college. He's got the worst fumble problem in the entire NFL. These things to me all lead up to the fact that though I'm happy to have him on the team and he'll be the starter for us moving into next season, those are things that are too much of an issue for me to feel like I can be okay with signing him to an extension or looking at him as a long-term answer there for us at the running back position. He's going to be a guy that I'd like to just fill out with other guys in there. I still like Rashad Penny as we got it. I'd love to add another running back in the 6th or 7th round this year. Seems like you can always find a guy in there. And I wouldn't mind if every year we just took a running back in that realm, because there seems to always be one there, and you never know when you might get the Matt Breida or the Phillip Lindsay or the Chris Carson, and that's where I come back to, is do it that way. Keep it cheap at the running back position. You can afford to keep it cheap, especially if you've got the great offensive line, because that great offensive line is going to open up holes for anybody. They will. No matter, you want a good back, but hey, even a back that's an average back is going to look pretty darn good if you've got a good offensive line blocking for them. Look at the Dallas Cowboys, where it's, the other guy they've got behind Ezekiel Elliott. I think he averaged almost 5 yards per carry this year. A good offensive line could do a lot for you. That's why I always say you got to have the great offensive lines, because they can mask other things. They can make other things look a lot better. Whereas having a great sticky corner and a crappy pass rush, a great sticky corner is really not going to help a pass rush, because if you've got to cover somebody for 6-7 seconds, they're going to get open. It doesn't matter if you're Darrelle Revis or Richard Sherman. They're going to get open. So a great defensive line, though, shortens the quarterback's clock, shortens the time they have to throw, shortens the amount of progressions that they can go through, makes them more likely to make a throw that they wouldn't have made if they had the more time to think about it, and leads to interceptions and turnovers. So that's where it's one will actually impact the other. The other doesn't impact the other if you go the other way about it. You got to value the right things to help your team out in the best way. Yeah, DJ, if Russ does get hurt, we are done. And he does a lot to take care of himself. He probably does as much as any quarterback in the league to make sure his body is ready and in shape to go every season. And he's tough as hell. I mean, let's face it, that guy had a high ankle sprain at one point, and he played through it the whole year. On top of that same season, he supposedly had a pec injury that he played through as well. So he's tough as hell. We know he'll go out there no matter what, but I just don't want to lean back on that now as he's into his 30s. We've seen every quarterback out there who is a scrambling quarterback in the NFL history, let's say over the last 30 years, go from your Randall Cunninghams to your Steve Youngs to your Michael Vicks. Every single one of them has suffered a major injury, and much quicker than the timeline that Russell's been operating on, meaning that they have injury usually within the first couple years of their career because they were running around all that much. It is phenomenal. Make no mistake about it. It is phenomenal that Russell has been able to not get injured despite all the hits he's taken, despite all the running he's done, despite the extra games he's played in the playoffs. But we just can't keep leaning back on it, because the Piper's going to come here. The bill's going to come due eventually. Somebody's going to hit him just right and just wrong, and our season's going to be over with. And it will be over with. You watch what happen, how bad of a team we look when he's not in there anymore. So I'd prefer we avoid it. Before we try a different method, right? Like let's give him some protection. It's not that hard, Pete. You've got the money now. You got the draft picks now. They didn't last couple of years. They've been a little hamstring. You only had 4 picks going into last offseason. You didn't have a lot of cap space. You had Jaron Reed, Frank Clark, Bobby Wagner, and Russell Wilson all coming up for contract extensions at the same time, and knew you couldn't pay them all. So they've had some issues they've had to work through over the last couple seasons. You had the dead money coming off the book from the Legion of Boom era. Cam Chancellor's, Cliff Avrils, Michael Bennett's, Doug Baldwin's, Marshawn Lynch's, all who had their bonus money that was hitting the cap because they had retired, they had left prematurely, and you were having to eat that dead money. So all that's come off the books now. All that's gone. You got all your draft picks. You got the four compensatory picks coming back to you. I think you don't have your 3rd round pick, but you do have 4 compensatory picks coming back to you, including a 3rd rounder. So you've got all of this now in your pocket now to go out there and apply this in the right way to protect Russell and to do the best by him. It'll be very interesting to see if Seattle goes in this direction, though, because there's a part of me that feels like Pete's looking at it and he's going, it's really just my defense. I'm a defense guy. We're built around our defense. I'm just going to put it over here on defense. I'm going to buy this guy. I'm going to trade for that guy. I'm going to bring this defensive end in, and we'll maybe bring an offensive lineman here or over here, and we'll just let our guys develop that we drafted prior, and see how that goes. I could see him sliding in that direction, and if he does, my bold prediction is Russell will get injured. And probably into this next year, you will see him suffer a major injury at that point. I'm not hoping it happens. I hope they don't, but it will happen. I feel like they came close this year a couple times where there were a few hits there where I was looking at the floor, saying a prayer to God, all that other stuff, like, please, no, please. So I hope it doesn't happen, but it will. History has shown there's just one more time, no mobile running quarterbacks in the last 35 years that were mobile quarterbacks Steve Young, Randall Cunningham, Michael Vick, Cam Newton, go down the list, Robert Griffin. All of them sustained major injuries within their first few years. It seems to happen to all of them at one point in time or another. So avoid it at all costs if we can. Yeah, he had a couple interceptions that weren't on him. One of the things that bothers me about the offense in general with Carroll is he tells us it's all about the ball. But so often than not, we saw this year, it wasn't all about the ball. You had running backs that struggled to hold on to the ball. You had receivers that fumbled. Russell certainly is great at being protective, and 5 interceptions you mentioned, he's very good at protecting the ball. But the other side of that has got to be these other guys that are carrying the rock have got to learn that we can't have fumbles. The way your offense and the way you've designed this team as it's structured is that turnovers are just absolutely killer. And having all of those fumbles this year, and again, not just by Carson, you saw Penny had a fumble issues, Jerron Brown, DK Metcalf was fumbling. Like everybody was putting the ball on the ground at one point or another, it seemed like. That's got to go away moving into next year because that's your team's built on protecting the ball, eliminating turnovers on that side. You want to cause turnovers defensively and then limit them. And I know every team's trying to do that, but Seattle really harps on it from a foundation standpoint. I do, Emmett, see them getting Russell Wilson some help. I think they like the thought of having Josh Gordon on the back hip in that he'll probably be suspended for the first half of the season. You sign him to a low-end contract, let's say a 1-year, $4 million deal or 1-year, $3 million deal. You pay half of the year's contract because he's suspended for the first half of the year and it doesn't count on the books. You have him sitting in the background. You go sign a guy like Austin Hooper who can be moved out into slot situations at times as a moving piece there. You don't have to just have him as an inline tight end. So you can give Russell a little bit more targets with that. Maybe look at a guy you could draft in this draft. This is the deepest draft for wide receiver in perhaps 15, 20 years. So yeah, I think they could stand to get him. If I've got to make a choice between getting him a third wide receiver or a starting quality offensive lineman all day long. And I would hope that Russell would probably appreciate that more than getting pass catchers that he could throw to. Yeah, a tight end is a need, Emmett. We've got to bring a tight end in. They're going to cut Ed Dixon. Luke Wilson's a free agent. Obviously, Hollister's still under his rookie deal, so you're getting him back at a very low quality contract. But Hollister, to me, is a third or fourth tight end on this team. I don't want him as a number 1, and I definitely don't want him as a number 2. So we need an upgrade in that position. Russell has shown that he does very well with a tight end. He plays very well. He did great with Zach Miller in his rookie year. He was coming along with Jimmy Graham as Jimmy Graham left in free agency. They were really starting to kind of click on there. I'd like to see him with a good quality tight end, especially with what Disley's done when he's been in there. So absolutely necessary. Drew, I think Cooper or Olsen are going to probably be the 2 targets too. Olsen certainly seems like he's targeting Seattle to a degree. Did you guys see there was an Instagram post where Cam Newton was whispering into Russell Wilson's ear, and somebody captioned it, "Wonder what Cam's telling Russell," and then Greg Olsen commented to the tweet, and he said, "Greg Olsen can still play." So he was sort of a slight inference there that he might want to come play for Seattle. And again, if you're going to come play Seattle, you've made your money for Greg Olsen. You've signed a couple of contracts. You made the dough. You want to come here for the Super Bowl now. You got to take the discount. You can't get everything all. You can't get the cake and eat it too. I ain't paying you top of the market. I ain't paying you $6 million per year if you want to come here. You got to ask. I'll go $4 million top, and it's going to be like a 1-year deal. But if he's willing to do that, then that's going to be hard. That's going to be probably a yes for me. Jonathan, I'm rolling till these suckers tell me to get out. Till these guys tell me you got to shut the hell up. We heard enough from your dumb ass. Then I'm like, all right. I'll keep going as long as they want. What's up, Snam Dog the Infamous? Thanks for jumping on in. And welcome back, Jonathan Salazar. Remember the time? Welcome. I too hope Will Disley can play a full season, Sam Dog. One nice thing about it is that this injury was, I believe, on the opposite leg from the other injury. So it's not a duplication of the same injury he had in the first season. It is a major injury, being the Achilles. But there is a thought process or room to believe here that potentially that being separate injuries, he can come back from this and maybe jump back in and go. If he's healthy and you get 16 games out of Will Disley at good health, this offense is very dynamic, very efficient, and it's able to carry the defense if the defense is maybe lacking a little bit. He makes that. I think he makes that difference. I think he just complements everything at the end. He complements DK and Tyler and his way he fits in there with them. You saw that in the Ram game, especially, I think, where all of them kind of had their moments, but you saw how they all kind of fit in just the perfect way. Lockett on the crossers, DK on the deep route, and then Will Disley is Russell's security blanket throughout that game, where Russell could throw the trust throws into Will, and he would make them even with the defender kind of right next to him. So I think, I'm still very high on Will, even with the injuries that he has had. Yeah, I remember the time. I think Olsen could be is a possibility. He's going to be a target. It's about what does he want for salary? Does he want to be paid into that higher range? And how do you feel about the injury history if you're Seattle? Do you feel like this guy at 35 years old is going to be able to give you a full season, especially, again, when you're bringing back a guy like Will Disley, who already has injury questions, and then you've only got Hollister at that point? You're going to have to figure that you're going to need to look for another fourth tight end then to round things out, because it is a little bit light then. You're a little scared a little bit about your health at that position group, especially one that's seen it get thin in the recent years at times. Can I go live every Saturday? I will shoot for it. I'm going to be going to Montana here for a couple of months shortly. And I am going to be working off of a limited internet scope for that couple months time frame until I get back over to Western Washington, where I'm going to be moving back over to in June. So I'm hoping I've got enough juice and bandwidth at the location I'm going to, but it is going to get tight. You guys I might have to do a cafe somewhere on some cafe Wi-Fi, because I will be out in the middle of the middle of nowhere, kind of. But I'm shooting for TJ. I'm going to be trying to go live more often, so it's in my way. Not right now. It's on the horizon to happen as much as possible. Sean Wright, that's a really good question. That was the one tight end that I did not take as close a look at as I probably should have in my looks. So I looked at the Colomet guy from Notre Dame, who does absolutely nothing for me. He's a big lumbering tight end. He's a guy who, they say players are effortless in their motion sometimes, or doesn't even look like they're running fast. He's a guy who's all floppy arms and legs, and it takes a lot for him to get moving, just lumbering. Not a great run blocker, not a great pass protector. I don't love him. A lot of the tight ends in this draft, it's a weak tight end draft class. There's another kid that's a fifth year senior. I'm spacing on the name at the moment, but there's a couple of tight ends that are sort of being hyped up in this draft, and I just don't see it right now with them. I'm just not seeing it in this tight. That's why I think it's good to go into free agency and try to take a look in that respect, because you're going to get better value out there. You're going to get a better player than what you're getting in this tight end class. It's past one of these 5th, 6th, 7th round tight ends being a diamond in the rough and developing. It's just kind of a bunch of guys right now. So I got to look at Thaddeus Moss, Sean White. I'm sorry, I didn't look at him, but he is on my list to take a look at. The two guys that I'm highest on right now for tight end position in this draft are Harrison Bryant and then this kid, Albert Okubujuwan from Missouri. Those are the two guys that jumped out to me on tape. The rest of them, even the Troutman guy from Dayton, another guy that's a big lumbering guy. You wonder about him with the competition. I mean, they play teams like Rice at Dayton. So you go, okay, it's hard to look at him and say he's not super dynamic. He's not, it's just not there for me, but I will take a look at Moss for sure. East to West production meeting last offseason showed him in California working on the field with Ed Dixon and Odell Beckham. Odell Beckham Jr. will certainly be a target out on the open market. The Cleveland Browns are going to have to redo some things with that team, and you'd have to think that Odell, was just not enough of a fit in there. And it certainly seemed like him and Mayfield just didn't have much chemistry, right? Like sometimes quarterbacks fit in with wide receivers and it's just smooth as silk and they just fit well. But those two guys it didn't quite sync up with those two guys for whatever reason. What's going to be the cost on this guy? What's Odell going to be? What is Cleveland going to want for him? He, I believe, is under contract for either 1 or 2 more seasons. He had pretty good production this year to a degree. But again, they paid a first-round pick for him. You're not going to get a first-round pick from him at this point. Do I pay a second-round pick for Odell Beckham? That would be a great question. And that's one I'd probably have to think about, because it's a second-round pick at the end of the You've got the Chiefs second round pick and you have your second round pick. So you're picking what, 26 and 32. So if it's the Chiefs second round pick, which is essentially a third round pick for Odell Beckham, it's the first pick in the third round. I might make that deal. I'm not the biggest Odell Beckham guy. I'm not some lover of Odell Beckham, but that would make you very dynamic at the wide receiver position. And again, I keep going back to one of those three guys, Tyler Lockett, Odell Beckham, DK Metcalf, is going to be matched up on a third cornerback who is legitimately that team's third worst cornerback. And as we saw with the Chiefs this year and how they're able to, utilize, Mecole Hardman or Sammy Watkins at times, where they're able to line those guys out on the weaker links for defensive secondaries, you can really feast in those type of situations. So I could see them looking to make that type of move for Beckham. I know Beckham and Russ loves all the receivers. Like, let's face it, he loves Antonio Brown. Is there a guy that scares Russ away at the wide receiver position? I don't think so. He let Josh Gordon. He was, I think he's got feelers out on all those guys because you never know when one bites. But yeah, I mean, he would be a fit with Russ. Where I think I'd be really excited with Odell Beckham, and where I would be probably most interested with him is that he's really played with two quarterbacks in his career so far that are on script quarterbacks. Eli Manning and Baker Mayfield are two guys. Mayfield can move a little bit, but let's face it, he's going to really just kind of stand in the pocket and let it rip. Both of those guys are fairly statuesque in how they go about their game, whereas Russell moves around and allows those break-off routes, those scramble drill routes, and Odell, with his quickness and his ability to kind of create instant separation from being covered, you'd wonder if maybe that would be a real nice fit with Odell. And with Antonio Brown, that's one of the things that really helped him with Ben Roethlisberger through those years, is when the play broke down, he'd have that second route he could run, and then Roethlisberger had the arm to be able to hit him on those second routes. Russ was very similar like that. I'd see him be able to really take advantage of Odell and his strengths and what he could do with that. And that pairing and that ability to do it, I'd have a hard time turning that down. It's not the number one direction I'd like to see them go, but I couldn't hate the move either, because also you're not paying Odell at this point. You've got him on the prove it deal. You got to prove it here, Odell. We're not giving you 20, 25 million. Prove that you can be productive for us, and then maybe we can talk about what you can make for money wise. Is Thaddeus Moss? So I thought Randy Moss's kid still has another year in college. I could be wrong on that. No, that is right. Yeah, that is Randy Moss's son. So I think he still has another year in college, though, does he not? Or am I wrong on that? I could be wrong. I'm just diving in on the tight ends. So, but I don't think he had a super huge production there from that kid. I got to look a little bit deeper into his game. I've only seen a little bit of Moss's kid. I thought he was a receiver, I think, when I was originally watching this stuff. So he might be more of one of those move tight ends. There's a lot of these tight ends now that they're so concentrated on, and it's the thing that jumped out to me in watching the tape, that everything's built around the passing game and catching the ball and running routes. And you start getting them into run blocking, and these guys this year at the tight end position, they've got all the footwork and the hands, and they're in the right place, and they know how to shield their body right as the play's running around them, but there's just no physicality to their blocking. If the defenders come at them at all with any kind of strength or any type of real punch, they're thrown back and the play just gets blown up. I don't see a willingness in this year's tight end class to really get in there and do the dirty work that needs to be done, especially if you're coming to Seattle and you've got to be a run blocking team like we are. You can't have that as a whole in your game. This is what we saw with Jimmy Graham, where he came in and just can't run block. And it was absolutely, we had so many run plays that got blown up because he would just get thrown into the backfield play after play after play. I don't want to see that duplicated again by them looking at tight ends in this draft class. And again, this is why we're seeing the rumors already with the Greg Olsons and the Austin Hoopers. Seattle's looking in this direction because it's an acknowledgement, I think, of the fact that they look at the tight end draft class and go, it's kind of meh. It's kind of meh. She's chilling. She loves the map. They spend 23 hours a day napping or something like that. So she's a chill cat. She's definitely, especially in wintertime like it is now, they just like to hang back and do a whole lot of nothing. I got another one here too. She's on the low ground though, but they're both crashing out. I'm surprised they're not jumping on my lap because they usually hear me talking, so they think I'm talking to them. Yeah, two she's. I got two she's. So yeah, I think Beckham's a second round pick. That's probably what's going to cost. So Emmett Brown, I traced some of the issues back with the traditional screen game to Russell Wilson's height. If you remember back in the Cardinals game with Kyler Murray, the Cardinals tried in that game, the first game of the season in Arizona, they tried in the first half, especially a couple of different screens. Traditional, I'm going to say this is the traditional screen, right? So this is, you let the defensive lineman come down, the quarterback falls back a couple steps, the running back leaks out, you throw the screen, as opposed to like a wide receiver screen or a bubble screen, something like that. What happens here, though, is that if you have a short quarterback, those defensive linemen are essentially are being given a free run at the quarterback. The linemen are instructed to basically feign their block, appear like you're trying to block, but you got beat, and then slide out into the second level so that you can start getting on the linebackers. So what happens? You get a guy that's 6'5", 6'6", and he's coming at Russell like this, or he's coming at Kyler Murray, as happened in the Arizona game like this. You had Clowney coming at Murray like this, and Murray can't throw over him. There's no, say nothing of a throwing lane. There's no throwing lane to be had. You've just got a defensive lineman coming up over the top of you. So what you see with Russell with this is he has to almost lollipop the throw over the top of the defensive lineman to get to him. Well, the problem with this is in the screen game, that throw actually has to come out fairly quick and solid. You need to get it into the running back's hands so that he can take that, he can instantly go upfield and turn it so that those defensive linemen who have come upfield can't turn back around and then come back and get the running back downfield. They can't chase him down. And it's that timing is very important. But the problem is that small quarterbacks have got a lollipop. And when you saw in the Kyler Murray doing this, not only do you have to lollipop, but if you're wrong or you're off a little bit, that defensive lineman's going to pick it. And that's what Jadeveon Clowney did, of course, against Kyler Murray in that game. Is Clowney got his hands up, got a hold of the ball, picked it, took it back for the touchdown. So it's just, unfortunately, there's two or three throws in Russell Wilson's arsenal that you just can't have him make because of the height situation. The first throw for me is the traditional screen game, and that's why you haven't for years seen him really run that very often with us. The second are the short drag routes over the middle. You don't see Seattle run a lot of short drag routes across the middle because it's very hard to see the guy. The rush lanes have to be absolutely open for where the drag route's running towards, or else Russell's not going to be able to see him open. Russell can see most of the routes out there. The height limitation is not that bad for him, and he throws over the top, so he doesn't get a lot of balls batted down. But those type of things are limitations a little bit to his game. Yeah, I mean it's okay. It's just what you get with the shorter quarterbacks. You saw the Cardinals made the adjustment on it where they stopped running. They didn't run any screen game in that second half against us. And frankly, in the games I saw the Cardinals moving forward that year, they ran a lot less of the screen game with that. What it'll be interesting with them, though, is that screen game, that traditional screen game to the running back in the Cardinals offense is way more of a staple, is way more of a part of that spread formation offense than it is with our offense. We can get away with it because it's just not as much it helps. It's important. I'd love to have it. It certainly does a lot to slow down the pass rush when you can really hit it. And the Chiefs with Andy Reid have probably run it better than anybody else over the last 10 years. But with that said, it's just you're not going to get Russell another 3 or 4 inches of height to be able to make that throw. Drew Till, I am going to be streaming every game next off season. So I don't spend, I am going to be streaming the whole draft, start to finish, round 1 through round 7. I'm going to give every bit of it for you guys. So buckle in on that one. That's going to be a crazy stream when I got to do that. But I am absolutely going to be live streaming every game next year. My deal is I tend to watch the football games alone in my house. One reason is I get a little bit too emotional. Second reason is I get a little bit too angry, and it's not much fun for most people to be around me. But you guys in the chat, when I was doing the playoff game, for whatever reason, it was working for me to have some interaction with you guys and kind of like talk about the game a little bit, and I really enjoyed it. So I plan on live streaming every game this next season. I'll do all of the preseason games as well. I'm even going to do some training camp dates, or during training camp, I'll live stream as they're doing the live stream on that, and we can talk a little bit about stuff going on in training camp. But the whole draft will be start to finish, round 1 through round 7. I will be here rocking and rolling. Oh, Emmett, John Snyder trades back. That's all he does. In 10 years, the Seattle Seahawks have not traded up in the first round One time. And I think if you were to look at all of those drafts, especially those drafts where we're picking in the 20s, I think there's only been one year where we were picking in the 20s where we just stayed pat and picked where we were. Every other time we've traded back. So even this year, when we have 2 second-round picks, we have a boatload of extra picks through the back end of the draft, you would think maybe John Snyder would package these picks and move up in the first round and do something a little dangerous. But I almost guarantee you're going to see us trade to the back of the first round, 30, 31, 32, try to pick up another third round pick, or even go into the early second round and pick up another third round pick. And it's just going to be the way they go with it. I don't necessarily have a problem with it if they then use that third round pick to go package and get a guy in the second round that they really want, really, really target in on a guy. So you saw this last year with DK Metcalf, right? Where we were out of picks in the second round, but then they traded back into the last of the second round to go get DK because they were like, how the hell is this guy still here? How the hell has nobody picked this guy up? So if they do something like that, I'm okay with it. I've learned to embrace this methodology. I'd certainly love to see them trade up at one point or another in the first round and target a guy who would be pure scheme fit, a superstar waiting to happen, just ideal all the way down the line. They don't show a willingness to go in that direction at all. Snyder values having more picks, more ammo than he does actually having the quality. Drew, I can't show the game when I stream it. What we can do is if you're recording the game, you can do a 15-second pause. That's basically my latency is 15 seconds for the live game action as I'm kind of doing the commentary on it. But with live stream stuff, YouTube will not let you get away with doing footage of the game during the game. I can do great Seahawks moments with the Seahawks where I get NFL footage in there at times and stuff. But a lot of my videos do get demonetized by the NFL. The NFL claims a lot of my monetization. And so they go that direction. But if you play for a longer period of time, past 20 minutes of footage or past 15 minutes of NFL footage, they will just basically fully just shut the whole thing down and turn it off. So unfortunately, I won't be able to actually play the game itself. I'd love to do it. That'd be awesome if I could just have it on playing and then, but I'd get dinged for that big time. Yeah, TJ, for whatever reason, the Seattle Seahawks seem to favor holding their cards close to the vest for the first 2-3 quarters of the football game. And in doing that, and in not unleashing all they have in their playbook and all the ways that they want to attack and doing this they feel out their opponent a little bit, especially defensively. So in doing that, you put yourself on the 8 ball a lot. A lot of the time, you're not going to be ahead in the football games. You're going to have to come from behind. You're making things harder on yourself. And in general, this is my problem right now at an organizational level with what we're doing. So much of what we do on the defensive side of the ball and offensive side of the ball are set up to make things kind of hard. We have a team that wants to run the football, but we're not talented enough on the offensive line to enforce our will on teams. So then we have to pass, but we're not good in pass protection. So our quarterback's constantly on to fire, and he's got to pull miracles out of his behind. And then defensively, from a schematic standpoint, you're very simplistic, and you're not very complex in how you go about what you do. And you're easy for a quarterback pre-snap to know how to attack you, to know where to go. And all of these things just lend themselves to giving the opponents an easier way to go at you and an easier way to beat you. And I don't understand that from the standpoint of, well, then in the fourth quarter, we can always dominate. That seems to be what's on the back of this philosophy is, okay, we give up the first and second quarter. Okay, we give up maybe even 3 quarters sometimes, but the fourth quarter is all ours. And then we can have the momentum at that time, and we can unleash all our money plays at that time, and we can just really come out in force. To me, I just think it's the NFL in the parity situation, and teams are so close from a talent standpoint. The worst team to the best team are pretty even close, even at that point. You just can't afford to kick away a first, a second, third quarters. You got to be good all the way through, in my opinion. And they don't seem to put as much value on that. Oh, 100%, Ahmad. Yeah, DK didn't like being picked at the end of the second round. It's hard to understand. Every draft pundit that I looked at, all the mock boards that I saw had that guy going in the first round, and most of them had him going in the top 15 picks. That was a tremendous slide for that guy to sustain from where they thought he was going to go. Bad on the rest of the teams, good on us. He's going to be a perfect fit for Russ. You could almost not have built a better wide receiver for the type you'd want to bring in and match up with Russell Wilson, in my opinion. I know that they've tried to get smaller, shiftier guys before DK in here for some of the scramble route drills and the ability to break off your route quickly and go in another direction. But I've always maintained for years that I think he is at his best when he has a big-bodied wide receiver that can go get the ball, because Russell and his placement and his ability to put the ball right where he wants to put it really is what makes him special at times in his throwing. It's not just on deep balls, but on all types of passes. That's where I think a big body guy is going to really let him take advantage of that, in DK especially. Yeah, Drew, I don't like it being demonetized. The thing I'll say, Drew, is the fact that they don't take the videos down and they let me use NFL footage right now and do the Great Seahawk Moment videos. And when I do my Hawks Nest episodes, I can show some footage. They demonetize it, and that's one thing. But I'm okay with it because they do leave the videos up. And there's other ways for me to get stuff to come through eventually where I can get advertising through other means. And I'm, at the end of the day on this, it'd be great if this channel can make some money so I could eventually make this a full-time gig where I would do this as a daily live stream. I just make this my life essentially. And it's not there yet. And it's not even close to being there yet, but I'm not doing this channel for money necessarily, or for, to drive it as purely a monetary thing. I want this to be done for the love of the Seahawks and being a 12th man, and whatever comes out of that is fine for me. And if it comes to be something great and bigger, and we can make this to where I can do this full time and I can really go crazy with it, I'll be jumping up and down, but by no means am I needing that to be the driver for me to keep doing this channel and to keep kicking out the videos for you guys. So, I think it was Pete Carroll who took his shirt off Pete Carroll took his shirt off for DK, because DK had all those famous t-shirts on, Matt. He had those famous shirtless pics that everybody was pointing to before the draft. So Pete Carroll was trying to, I think, break the ice a little bit when he was first meeting DK, and he took his shirt off. Pretty funny. And that's just vintage Pete Carroll, of course. TJ asks, what is our picks? I think you're essentially asking what of our draft picks are right now. And I could be a little bit off on this because, again, I've heard different reports on that Quandre Diggs trade. But as I understand it, you've got 1 first-round pick, 2 second-round picks. You are missing your 3rd-round pick that you traded on the Jadeveon Clowney trade, but you're getting a 3rd-round compensatory pick back for the Earl Thomas signing to the Baltimore Ravens. You then have a 4th-round pick. You may be getting another compensatory 4th-round pick or a 5th-round pick for the Justin Coleman signing. So you'll either have 2 4ths or 2 5ths, and then you should have as well then at that point 2 6ths, 2 7ths, J.R. Sweezy, and then we had the Shamar Stephen, who went to the Minnesota Vikings. All 4 of those guys are going to give us 4 picks. So you'll have a couple of 4s or a couple of 5s. Then you'll have a couple of 6s and a couple of 7s. So you got a loaded up amount of picks here, along with the 2 second-round picks. There's a lot of draft capital there to go around and move around and grab some stuff. So Emmett asked about Haynes at left guard. I didn't think we got to see much of Phil Haynes at left guard this year. There is a potential with this offensive line that Seattle could try to go to more of a pass-protecting offensive line and become more pass-happy. Phil Haynes really excels as a pass-protecting left guard. He might struggle a little bit more as a run grader, as a guy who's going to create a lot of running holes for you in the running game. But he did seem to be pretty good in pass protection, which is what we saw in his college tape as well. And if you move Jamarco Jones out to right tackle, there are some indications that Seattle intends to do that, he as well is a lot better of a pass protector out there than he is as a run blocker necessarily. So you could be moving the offensive line over to that place, but I would prefer that they look to inject it with some talent and they actually go out and sign some guys and make some trades and pick a guy in the draft on the line, especially center is the place. And the tackle position in this draft is really, really deep. You could get into the second level of guys at the tackle position and still find a fairly good starter. Adams, for instance, out of the University of Washington, he's not the perfect tackle prospect, but he's a guy to me that looks like you could put him out there as a starter and he could be out there and be a pretty decent player for you just right out the gate. He's not going to light the world on fire, but is a functional, good tackle, a guy that's going to be in the right position and do what he's supposed to do. Or left tackle, certainly. He could be pretty decent. I like the tackle right now draft. The tackle and center draft is a little bit better than the guard. based off of what I've seen so far. There's a couple of good guards, but the depth on the line on the tackles in this draft is amazing. NFL Bite has all NFL games live. Okay. Yeah, I just would have to be careful with running the games as far as when I run them, because like I said, the YouTube I've seen in the past, they've definitely come down on if something's on the line. So I'm got to stay in their good graces. Got to keep the channel live. Bear with me, guys. I'm going to get some coffee here and go get some water. So I will be right back. Give me just 2 minutes here. Hello. Kitty. Yeah. You want to say what? What? Oh. All righty. Sorry about that, folks. Do I think we go 8 on the? No, I don't think we can go 8-0 on the road. I think it was an anomaly this year that we did get as good as we did on the road this year. We had some tough games. We also got kind of some breaks at times, like getting Matt Schaub instead of Matt Ryan against Atlanta was a benefit to us. That helped that game out substantially, even though Schaub threw for 490 yards or whatever that was. But no, I would see we improve, I think, at home. But I would see that we probably are going to lose more than one game on the road next year. I would think, especially again, because our division is going to be so good. You guys, all these teams, San Francisco is not going away. They've got a very good young roster. You've got the Rams who I look, they're going to be a little bit of the walking wounded, but they'll be like a cornered animal. They're still going to be dangerous. They're still going to have a lot of talent out there that give you a problem. Aaron Donald on his own, say nothing about Jalen Ramsey in that secondary. He's been able on his own in the past to single-handedly wreck our offense from start to finish in a football game. And then you look at Kyler Murray, who had a fantastic rookie year for the Cardinals, comes into Seattle late in the year and beats us in a half. I mean, he beat us in a half, where they won the half, and then he got injured due to a hamstring injury, and so he was out the whole second half. That quarterback did jack shit, and they beat us. So it's, we got no easy walkthroughs in this division at all. It's the toughest division in football. It's probably going to be the toughest division in football again next year. That's going to make it really tough when you talk about going on the road and winning a lot of football games. There's just going to be some losses out there in this division, I feel like, because all these teams play us tough. We don't have a matchup. We've had times in the NFC West since we've come over there that there's times where we just get the better out of certain teams for a certain period of time, and they just have no answer for us. But right now we're at a stage where a lot of teams are just on the rise, on the come. The Cardinals have a ton of money to spend this offseason. They're going to be able to get into free agency and do some things as well. So, yeah, I don't want to bring back Ayupati Emmett. He'll probably not cost a lot, but I don't want injury-prone players anymore. We've got to get back to getting guys that are going to be available and out there. Taking flyers on all these injury-prone guys, and then they get injured, and then we lose we're putting backups and we're like, how could we have seen this happening? Well, you can see it happening by not going out and getting players that are injury prone. And so I would prefer they stay away from Iapati at this point. I think he's probably done. Yeah, Emmett, I think he is. I think he is well. I think Russ needs to do this. He's a leader. It's the quarterback is already, because of the way that they stand, a sub coach. This is some of the problem that Richard Sherman and Earl Thomas and some of the other players had, is they didn't really understand the dynamic of what an NFL quarterback, a franchise NFL quarterback, is to the team. He is like a coach. He's not just a leader. He is the head of the team. He's guiding all. And you can hate it, and you can go, oh, but we're responsible for being the winners that we are. We're the responsible people for why we won the Super Bowl. You can go, all that's well and good. At the end of the day, it doesn't change the bottom line, which is that the franchise quarterback is going to be put up on a pedestal. And by that, he has an opportunity to take advantage of that as well. And I think it would be silly for us not to take advantage of it at this point, because there's been too many quarterbacks who haven't spoken up, who've just let teams not do what they need to do, which is do right by the quarterback. I never really felt like the Green Bay Packers truly did right by Brett Favre at times in the later stages of his career. That was a team that had a chance at one time to get Randy Moss, and they passed. They didn't get him those dynamic playmakers out on the outside. It was the running backs that he had were always just kind of all right. I mean, Amon Green, the guy they traded from Seattle, was the Seattle's backup running back to Ricky Waters, was probably the best back that he had throughout his time there. When you've got a franchise quarterback, a Hall of Fame franchise quarterback, and that guy is in his prime, it is so insane not to go and give him as many pieces as you can to let him excel, as opposed to thinking, because we have a Hall of Fame quarterback, we don't need to build up those other parts. He's going to make all of them look so amazing. It's a backward ass way of thinking, and it's so stupid. And you saw even the Patriots do this to Brady recently, where they just refused to give him the targets that he needed to get this last offseason. You could see it in that team. Now, Brady's lost arm strength. He's not the quarterback he was. All that stuff's true, but he's still, you could tell in the games, guys weren't getting open. Guys weren't getting separation. And I don't know why the Patriots went in that direction, because they were saving all that money through these years on getting Brady at a reduced salary. They didn't have any other big contracts they were really carrying through, but they just never really hammered it. I hope Seattle doesn't do the same mistake with Russell, where they really understand and recognize what they've got. We've got to protect it. We've got to allow it to thrive. This is what the Chiefs have done with Mahomes. They've given him a fantastic offensive line, a top 5 offensive line. They've given him wide receivers like Sammy Watkins, who they're paying $17 million per year, and that's the number 2 wide receiver, a guy who they knew was going to be a number 2 wide receiver when they signed him at that amount. They got Travis Kelce. You got the cheat over there. They went and drafted McCole Hardman that they brought in. They're always making sure he's got some guys to throw to, some targets to hit. So do the same with Russ. Give him some superstars. Give him some players that can go out and excel, because he'll blow it up. I guarantee you he will, if you give him those things to do it. He'll take this offense to that next level. He is that good. And he's earned the trust and the right for the Seattle Seahawks to invest in him in that way. We'll see if they do. You got Pete Carroll, defensive-minded coach that he is, and his pass rush sucked last year, and he could just slide into that and go, we're going to put it into this instead of that. It'd be the wrong move to do, to not attack it that way. So best defense of all time. Well, DVOA, which is supposed to factor in things like strength of schedule, difficulty opponent, all of those things. That defensive team that was out there from 2012, 13, and 14, that 3-year run, they put up the best defensive statistics for a DVOA on the defensive side of the ball of any team in history, as I understand it. Does that make them the best defense of all time? I think they're in contention. I don't know that you could really find a true separation between that Seattle Seahawks Legion of Boom, that 1985 Chicago Bears squad, that 2000 Tampa Bay squad, or the 2000 Ravens, and then the 2001, I think, Tampa Bay squad. I think those 4 defenses all kind of sit in similar places as far as where their ranking goes. But it was, I will say, pretty impressive with what the Legion of Boom did, and the fact that they were a unit that was so great in a time when the league was pushing towards allowing it to make it easier to throw the ball, easier for offenses to take off, where those other defenses were playing in times where it was still a level playing field. The defense could get away with a little bit more holding in the secondary. It was a little bit, you could be a little rougher with the quarterbacks. It was a little bit of a different game than it was for what the LOB had to deal with and some of their restrictions. So I put those 4 up there. I'd say the Legion of Boom, but I know I'm being biased there. So it's hard for me because I'm being completely a homer at that point and saying, I'm all in, but it's because of that reason I just said there, where the Legion of Boom had to play in that era that they did versus the other teams in the eras that they had to play in. Chicago in the NFC North and that 85 Bears team wasn't exactly going through the murderer's row of quarterbacks, at that time. The Lions didn't have anything. Green Bay didn't have anything. Minnesota was So, they did have some kind of paper tigers they were going through. Well, Lincoln Riley's going to have his pick of the litter when he comes out. So, Lincoln Riley would not be a smokescreen thought process of a coach you could potentially bring in, because of the fact that if he comes in the league, you figure he's going to want to come in and join a team that's going to have a quarterback in place, or he's going to want to bring in his quarterback, but that's got a level of risk to it. It's much easier for a coach to come in and think he can succeed having a quarterback who fits into what he wants to accomplish in his offense, being Lincoln Riley, and then being a quarterback who is in his prime, being Russell Wilson. So that would be a good fit for a guy to come in and do that. For other head coaches that would come in, I certainly would like to see an offensive-minded coach. And if not an offensive-minded coach, if it's a defensive-minded coach, a guy that can wrap his head around doing a little bit of what Sean McVay did when he came in with the Rams, being that he understood very well that he did not know defense. So he brought in Wade Phillips and he said, I trust you completely. You're running this. I ain't messing with it. You do your thing. And I'd like to see something like that, where there's some autonomy given to the coordinator then to have the control they need to have control to be dynamic and move things along in that way. But as far as a future head coach that I'd love, I love, probably he's not going anywhere, but I always like Sean Payton with the Saints. And after Breeze moves on, if Taysom Hill doesn't become the answer for them at quarterback, and he's maybe stuff happens to where he's available if he comes out of contract, he would not be a guy that I would hesitate at all for. I love him as a coach. I think he's really, really solid. I'd have to think about it though for other coaching, because like you said, there's not a lot of guys that aren't also Rands. I wouldn't want to just say, well, about you said this year, you'd say, okay, what about Ron Rivera or Mike McCarthy? I don't think you'd want to go that route necessarily. But Lincoln wouldn't be bad. Lincoln would give all of us dreamers of wanting to see Russell unleashed and given all that he can be given to be allowed to just go and do his thing. Lincoln would do that. He would do that. I mean, he'd open up this offense in a big time way. And unfortunately, Emmett, the first part of your statement is going to be also true. If Pete refuses to adapt, period. And you put a period on the end of that, I think, for subconsciously for a reason, because he refuses to adapt. He's not going to adapt. We're going to be a run-heavy team next year. Maybe they let Russell run a little more up-tempo. Maybe there's a few more extra pass attempts. Maybe. But I tend to think that Carroll has not shown a willingness to change more as he's gotten older. He's shown a less of a willingness to change for the most part. And when it comes to offenses, he wants to kind of keep them in the box. He wants to limit possessions, all those type of things. It just doesn't lead me to believe that they'll be willing to go. Insanity Mixes asks, do you think Clowney is worth over $20 million a year? Yes, Insanity Mixes, I think he is. Frank Clark signed for an average year per salary of $23.5 million per year last year with the Chiefs. I believe, and I know there's other people who disagree with this, but I believe that Clowney is a better overall player than Frank Clark. Frank Clark is a better pass rusher, but Jadeveon Clowney is a massively better run defender. In fact, Clowney might be the best edge defender at defensive end in the entire NFL. So I'm willing to pay exactly the same contract that Frank got last year, especially when you consider the cap went up another 10% this year. So it's not dollars for dollars in signing that $23.5 million to Clowney this year that Clark got for next year, as far as the percentage of the cap that it's going to be taken up. I got no problem with starting off the offseason by making that move. I've got a feeling that they're going to let Clowney test the market because I think they agreed to let him test the market when they made the trade for him. But at the end of the day, I think he likes it here. I think they've got the money to sign him. Not everybody has all that cash. And he said he wants to play for a Super Bowl contending team. Well, of the Super Bowl contending teams that you could put out there if you really stretched, who's got the cap space to really pay him that amount of money? There's not a lot of teams out there that have the room to do it. Yeah, LLB is in the top 4, TJ. I'll even go top 4, and they've got a strong argument to make as saying that they were the top defense of all time. But they are certainly in the top 4. You would not find a more complete unit than that for that 3-year period. And with the way they were able to shut down the passing game, along with stopping the run, they did both really well. They've got a part there, you know. You're trying to play for Lincoln Riley. Are you in college right now, TJ? Are you in high school going to college? You're going to great if you're trying to go play for him. Or you just mean you're trying to make you're hoping the Seahawks make a play for Lincoln Riley after next year. Which, they may, but I also think there's no indications that Pete Carroll has looked at retirement. He's not even flirted with it. He's not even hinted at it. And I don't think that there's going to be any push to get him out the door necessarily either. Because again, he's the one that hired John Schneider. Is Schneider going to be in a position to say, Pete, maybe it's time for you to move on. Maybe it's time for us to find a new coach here. No, he's not going to say that to him. And with Paul Allen having passed on, his sister's probably not going to be in a position to fire the guy who was the last guy her brother hired. So Pete basically has the control of his situation at that point to do what he wants to do. Yeah, Insanity, I don't want to pay him the highest market either. I don't want to set him, but at $23.5 million, he wouldn't be the highest market at that point in the league. Clark would still be higher, and I'm ranging to guess that somebody is going to break the bank this offseason as well, because that always seems to be the way it goes. It is what it is, man. He's the next guy up. He's the next guy due to be paid, and he's worth that amount of money. You gotta pay him. And if you don't, somebody else is. And if you don't, that's one more guy that you've got to go now and find out there to bring in and replace his production with. Especially if you're losing Jaron Reed in as well. I mean, you get into a catastrophic situation with your defensive line if you allow those guys to walk at that point because you're not willing to go a couple million more per year. Oh, okay, sweet, TJ. He'd be a great coach to play for because this is where the NFL is going. And if you've got NFL aspirations to get out there at the next level, the spread concepts and the college concepts is where this game's going. It's going to move away from the traditional stuff. Yes, I know there are teams in the playoffs this year that were run-centric, and those teams that had the most success were still run-centric. But I would argue that those concepts are not going anywhere, and that if you can get with a coach that's running those concepts, you're going to be better for it. Yeah, I mean, it's why I come back to I don't necessarily fall in line of those people who think that Pete Carroll needs to be fired or that I want to move on to another coach. I think Pete Carroll still has a lot to offer as an NFL coach, and he's got some specialities to him that few other coaches in this league have. I think only Mike Tomlin is as good as a motivator as Pete Carroll is, and I think Pete Carroll's still better than him. I think, like you said, as a recruiter, as far as providing a fun environment, but football becomes very much the business side of it, and it becomes very much a grind for these guys. They lose the love of the sport sometimes going to these teams where it's very buttoned up and not as much fun to play at. I think him providing that as an alternative to those places has a value. And just because he's not a great X's and O's guy, or like you said, clock management, and he's got a few holes to his game, his pluses, the things he brings to this team are so much bigger than those negatives. I think that he can overcome them, and he's overcome them before. We've gone to 2 Super Bowls with this guy, but it would be nice to watch him adapt a little bit with the X's and O's. If the X's and O's went a little bit more forward, I wouldn't hate it. Will that time as Pro Bowl head coach benefit us during free agency? Yes, Emmett, it will. They openly were saying the reason Carroll said the reason he went and coached the Pro Bowl this year, that the number one reason, the only reason he went and did it was to recruit. I mean, he's not a guy who hides his cards or doesn't show his intent. Carroll very much will tell you there's a reason why we're as predictable as we are offensively and defensively. He's not a sleight of hand guy. He's I'll show you what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to do it guy. He's that kind of confident guy and how he operates. So him telling you that he's recruiting free agents is him literally recruiting free agents. It's not a smokescreen. He's going hard. And I'd expect it to pay off. I'd expect, by all accounts, that Pro Bowl week, those players were having a hell of a time. There was a vote by the Pro Bowl players at the Pro Bowl where the question was posed, which coach in the entire NFL would you most like to play for? Do I need to tell you guys who resoundingly won by a wide margin? Pete Carroll. So, 1 + 1 makes 2. That's cool, TJ. What linebacker position? So you're probably outside linebacker if you're also a tight end. Yeah, Ahmad, I think the thing that we could take as a lesson to be learned from the 2012 team is that they invested in pass rushers. They went really hard at the pass rushers, right? We had the previous year, we had drafted Bruce Irvin in the first round. You had signed Chris Clemens to a contract extension. You already still had Brandon McBain on the line, who was actually giving you some pass rush there for the defensive tackle role. And then you went out into free agency and you brought in Michael Bennett. You brought in Cliff Averill. Those guys were going to be backups for you. You knew they were going to be backups for you coming in, but you made the signs because you understood that you wanted to fill out that pass rush rotation. You didn't want your defensive linemen to play 80% of the snaps throughout the course of the game. You wanted to get into that 60% range so those guys could be fresh throughout and they never wore down, and you could have a pass rush constantly coming at the quarterback. I'd love to see them reduplicate that. It would be a great way for them to go. And I have a feeling that they are going to be leaning in that direction as well. TJ, yep, they had good linebackers. Don't forget, though, that the Bears teams also had Dent on the line. They had McMichael on that line. They had some guys, even William Refrigerator Perry was a very, very good defensive lineman for them. He was a penetrator and a space eater with his ability to move and his ability to hold up at the point of attack. And really, the Bears defense was really about Buddy Ryan than it was about players, I would argue. It was that bear front that we're going to throw all these guys on the defensive line and then bring them at you in force. You're going to have free rushers. You're not going to be able to block them all. And you better get that ball out of your hands in times to your receiver to overcome it. So that was more to me about scheme than anything else. He's a top 5 coach. Yep, Pete Carroll is a top 5 coach. And yeah, he does need to embrace passing the ball more. He needs to adjust. And I know I've harped on it, but it's the same adjustment that Belichick made. Belichick came into New England. He came from the Bill Parcells coaching tree. That coaching tree said, look, we've won Super Bowls. We've won multiple Super Bowls by running the football, playing to our defense, and playing great special teams. That is the way you build your football team. And that is how Belichick always did it. And then about 2007, he reached out and looked at the college concepts being run at Oregon, those spread formation concepts, the hurry-up concepts, and he started to see where he could implement that with Brady because he knew in Brady he had a Hall of Fame quarterback who was going into his prime, and it would be foolish not to take advantage of that. So Carroll does need to make a similar transition, and it would be great if he does make that transition, but I think this is a bit of a pie in the sky for us, unfortunately, because he's going to want to just run the ball again, just like he always has for the last 10 years, just like he always has going back to, USC or wherever he's been. I appreciate it, OG. You guys are kind enough, though, man. All of you guys are amazing. No one's ever got a negative comment when you come in my boards. You guys are supporting the hell out of me. You're hanging in here with me on a 4-hour stream. You guys are just as awesome. Yeah, I like doing these long streams, man. It's just my thing. Yeah, Emmett, the Leo is a vital position. I thought that they would do a little bit more with Jadeveon Clowney and sticking him at Leo and letting him run from that place, because Clowney is actually the prototypical Leo for what Carroll would want. He's absolutely prototypical. But what ended up happening, I think, is they ended up trying to target offensive linemen on opposing offenses because no one else was giving them any kind of pass rush. So they figured, let's move him along, let him attack weak links, rather than leaving him at that Leo. But I think ideally you get better at the other pass rush spots. You could put Clowney at that Leo and then just let him run and let him feast. And that Leo is set up to let that guy to really just freelance and do whatever he wants to do out there. I think it'd be a lot lot better for Clowney to be there throughout the season than moving around. And we got 5 tech guys all coming out the wazoo. You got plenty of 5 techs. You need pass rushers. You need guys. And I like Griffin too. Shaquem Griffin can give you some pass rush this year. In fact, he applied, I think he was at 9% pressure rate and that was, I think, second or third on this team this year. So he came along. It seemed like he got better and better as the year kind of went along with it. You love that 4.3 speed shows up on that outside there, and he's going to get swallowed up sometimes by offensive linemen. And he does use that spin move a little bit too much, but for 15 to 20 snaps a game in passing situations, I'll find him out on the football field. I'll find a place for him. 100%. What is what did you mean by that, Drew, with the opportunity to go there? There's also, it's a freest school. What does that mean? Or is that just a typo? My dream Super Bowl 55 matchup would be, I'd like to take on the Chiefs again, to be honest with you, because I think right now Patrick Mahomes is going to now overcome Russ, as people saying he's the best quarterback. And Lamar Jackson's pushing Russ back a little bit. He's in that shadows again that I don't like seeing, because I think he is the best quarterback in the NFL right now. And so I'd like to see them go up against the Chiefs and just see, I'd like to see us just go toe to toe with them, see if we can knock them off. And again, it's the old AFC West, which you have to love. The thought of playing an old AFC West opponent in the Super Bowl, I think that'd be awesome. Hello, Basketball News. Thanks for hopping on in and joining the chat, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, Insanity, I agree. I think certainly in the Cowboy game, Carroll's philosophy cost us that game. He didn't let Russell open it up until the fourth quarter. It was too late, not enough time on the clock. We lost the game, and the running game wasn't working in that game. I will give them a little bit of credit in this Packer game. By the second half, they took the leash off Russell and they let him work. So they did go a little bit earlier in the Packer game, but I will say that some of the way that the defense was set up and some of the way that it was the way the Packers were able to just eat us up in the first half on the defensive side of the football. Again, your defense is built to stop the teams as far as you'll bend but not break. You'll allow field goals, but you're not supposed to allow touchdowns. But the Packers just went right up the field on us, scored touchdown after touchdown after touchdown. And again, Carroll, if you're going to have this philosophy in place that your team's not a bend but don't break, the field goal thing's got to hold up more often than not. And too often teams were able to just get touchdowns on us at times, when in the past we've actually been fairly stingy there in the red zone, especially. But yeah, I'd like to see Russell used more often. He is the best player on our field. And again, I think he's the best quarterback in the NFL. He's just not allowed to showcase it as much. You give him a offensive coordinator, head coach like an Andy Reid, and Russell's throwing for 5,000 yards every season, just my opinion. But I think that he could use that. All right, basketball news. I don't know that I'm necessarily in his agreement in the secondary. And so let's break up the two parts of the secondary. First part, you got the safety position. Bradley McDougall is a very good player out there for you at safety. Quandre Diggs came in, he was a Pro Bowl alternate despite missing half of the year due to injury. He was the gel in your secondary. And then you have Marquise Blair behind them, who gives you that high ceiling type player, that Pro Bowl potential player to back them up. So you're pretty solid at safety. At cornerback, you've got Griffin, who was a Pro Bowler. So I think we're good there over the right corner. So really, I think your contention is our left cornerback spot is the one we need to fix. That's the problem area. That's the weak link. Here's my contention to that. Trey Flowers is playing his second season at cornerback ever. He didn't play cornerback in college. He was a safety convert out of college. So this was his second season playing cornerback. He had three interceptions, a couple forced fumbles, fairly solid tackler. Yes, he had a couple of bad games and he wasn't perfect, but he is developing. He's coming along. And when you look at this as far as comparison to Shaquille Griffin said in his second year, Trey Flowers just played his second year. Griffin said in his second year, he played at a D+ level. And then this last year, in his third year, he was a Pro Bowler. So he took a big jump from year 2 to year 3. My argument is that I could easily see Flowers making a similar leap into his third season, especially when you take into effect He's not played corner but for 2 years. Griffin's been playing corner back to high school. He's been playing corner for years. So give him a little more time. Let him develop. He's on a rookie contract, a cheap rookie contract. And if that pass rush gets better, if those plays get shortened, if that quarterback's clock gets shortened, if he can go through less reads, perhaps maybe our cornerbacks are going to look even that much better. So I don't look for necessarily the secondary to be helped. And I like Ugo Amadi as a slot corner too, Basketball News. He didn't get enough chance to run, but Ugo Amadi was the top-rated defender in that Philadelphia Eagle playoff game by Pro Football Focus. And that matched what I saw in the game, where he was very sticky and good in coverage as well, solid tackler, all that. So trust what we've got right there in the secondary, in my standpoint. The bigger problem for us is the defensive line. We need more pass rushers. We need better offensive line. We need guys that can actually run block and enforce their will on teams because they want to run the ball so often, which we can't currently do right now. TJ, Pete's fault comes down to the hiring of Schottenheimer. Schottenheimer is doing what Pete's told him to do, so it's not really Schottenheimer's fault. Schottenheimer is also not the appropriate offensive coordinator necessarily, in my opinion, for this team right now. I'd like a guy with some more newer concepts. Schottenheimer has a lot of the older concepts. Again, in a lot of ways, we run a 1980s defense and a 1980s offense. Just what it is. Where you would have really gone to make this change was when you were bringing in the Schottenheimer and the Norton as a defensive coordinator. You would have looked then to bring in new guys, to bring in new ideas, things that would have challenged Pete and the way he goes about it. But instead, he went more for the nepotism type hire, for more of what he knew, and that's what we get right now. So it's the offensive coordinator is just doing what Pete tells him to do, and Pete puts his fingers in all the pies. He's not just there on the defensive side of the ball, just making that his lane and that what he concentrates on. He's right there with the offense too, putting his input in and telling them what he wants them to do. So, he has some say there. My favorite Seahawk moment would be the tip with Richard Sherman, because I really did feel like in that moment when we beat the 49ers that was sort of the Super Bowl, that I felt like we were going to beat the Broncos. The Broncos were a paper tiger, and they had a great offense and all that, but they were real finesse, and they weren't going to be ready for what we were going to bring. And I felt like in that moment we just got a Super Bowl. I really did. I was like, that's it. We got it. And I knew we were the better team going against the Steelers in 2005 too, but it was it wasn't the same kind of feeling where you just knew we had things locked down, and that tip was that was it, Basketball News, I agree with you. Yeah, if we would have had more stops in that game, we could have won that game. And especially in that first half, if you didn't just let them walk up the field for you time and again and score touchdown after touchdown, if you kept them to a few field goals, you're right in that game at the end. What I would argue, though, is that we didn't get any pass rush in that game against the Green Bay Packers. None at all. Nobody got any pass rush except for the Griffin brothers sack on the stunt. There was no pressure to be had. Rodgers sat back and just picked our defense apart. You can have the best corner in the league. If you're asking the secondary to cover for 6, 7, 8 seconds, somebody's getting open. Somebody's getting open in that time. And so if you improve the pass rush and shorten the plays, maybe your corners don't have to cover as long. Maybe they're not exposed as much because a lot of those were deep, long developing routes down the field that they were hitting on those shots. And if you take away, if you've got a pass rush coming a little faster now, you can kind of overcome that a little bit. So it's a little bit of what chicken or the egg argument, right? Which comes first? In my opinion, the pass rush improves the secondary. An improved secondary is not going to improve the pass rush. We were woefully undermanned on that pass rush this year. It was really bad, not just kind of bad. It was really bad. Worst in the league. So Shaquille Griffin, you asked about Shaquille Griffin. Shaquille Griffin is what he is. And I think a Pro Bowl level player is just fine at this point. He reminds me a lot of a Marcus Trufant. They're different players. Marcus was a little bit more of a shiftier guy, stop and start, agility, all that. Shaquille's more long speed, a little longer, a little bit probably more of a surer tackler. But both of them have this in common. They know how to get on the guy. They're right there sticking coverage, but they just don't have any ball skills. Some corners just don't have ball skills. It's why they went to corner in the first place. They started out as wide receivers, and then they get moved over to cornerback. And that's probably what happened to Griffin. And it's okay. It's fine if he's not necessarily going to get INTs, but it is what it is. He has 3 interceptions in 3 years at the cornerback position for the Seattle Seahawks. it's not going to happen. Where he's good is he can get tips and he knocks balls to safeties and to other players to then pick the ball off. We saw that happen a lot this year at times where he was able to do that. That Cleveland Brown game, for instance, in the end zone, where I think he had Jarvis Landry in coverage and he knocked the ball up, and Tedrick Thompson was able to pick the ball in the end zone. It was a very key play at that time. So he still has a value to what he does, but it is also as well why I don't necessarily want to pay Shaquille Griffin on a contract extension this offseason, especially if he's looking to break the bank. If he wants to be paid at top of the market to the corner position, I'm not doing it. You got to take away the ball for me to pay you that. If he wants to take a lesser salary in that happy medium range, I might be willing to do it at that point. But it seems like the players in this day and age, when they're the next man up, everybody wants to break the market. There's no discounting anything or getting a little bit less because a player might have a hole or two in the game. It's like, well, somebody will pay me it, so you should pay me it too. Basketball News says both Amadi and Flowers got beat in crunch time. So I'm saying there's lots of good corners in this year's draft. So we might as well take a shot on one of those guys. So you had a draft this year where you drafted for positions that you had players ahead of other guys, and then those players then sat. Maybe these players then come into this next season and they give you some value. But for instance, in the case of Marquise Blair, he's targeted right now to continue to sit. A second round pick of this last year, barely able to see the field this year, barely able to see the field next year. Let me give you a hypothetical situation here. Number one, the slot corner and the outside corner are two different positions. You're not really going to find a corner out there in the draft, especially if you're picking in the first or second round, who's going to be able to move from the outside to the inside as well. They're specified positions. So you're going to have to target one or the other. And you are correct. It is a very, very deep cornerback draft. No argument to be made there. But you could very easily go out and make a pick for a corner in this draft. Like let's say, you went out and got one of these second level guys that's maybe the fourth or fifth cornerback off the board. He comes in and Flowers takes that next step in his development. And the guy can't unseat Flowers, so he goes and sits on the bench, and he's not a slot corner because, again, two different body types, two different skill sets. One you'll ask to be a little faster, one you'll ask to be a little quicker usually, and it's hard to find one who can do both, go inside and outside. You got to kind of target one or the other at that position. So that's my question there in that respect, is that you've got to make sure you're grabbing a guy in this draft who is going to unseat Ugo and who is going to unseat Trey Flowers. Both of those two guys got beat on plays to a guy in Devontae Adams, who's one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, one of the best route runners in the NFL. And in Ugo's case, on that ball that he got beat on in the corner, I could make the argument that Lano Hill left him out on a hole. Lano Hill should have had that coverage bracket there in cover 2 and should have been there to take away that deep ball, but he was late to come over there and help. So we can make that argument there in that respect. As well, I come back to both of those plays that got beat on. The Devontae Adams deep ball on Trey Flowers on the back left corner in the end zone there where he cut back and went to the end zone early. And then the Ugo play at nearing the end of the game. Again, long developing routes where you have no pass rush. If you improve your pass rush, long developing plays are a lot harder for offenses to pull off. If you do that on this team, it's the easier way to slay this beast than trying to go get a player who may eventually end up sitting on the bench because he can't unseat the other two guys who might actually be pretty good players. Ugo Amadi was our top-rated defender in that Philadelphia Eagle game in the playoffs. A guy who they wouldn't put out on the field because they got so stuck on the 4-3 base defense throughout the season. They would just refuse to go away from it. So when he finally got his chance to go out on the field, he was our best-rated defender. And then he has a 1 or 2 plays in a Green Bay game, and we're going to bail off of him and try to go to another quarterback. That doesn't seem like the smartest route to go for me as far as the way to solve this problem. If there's a corner who slides to us, who's talented because it's a deep corner draft market, and you might have a guy who's a perfect scheme fit. I mean, there's guys like Henderson from Florida, Arnett from the Ohio State, the guy that's opposite Okudah. Those guys are great zone cornerbacks. They'd be beautiful fits if they happen to slide down in the first round and you had them. I couldn't argue that there's a potential that they could be an upgrade over Flowers and Ugo. But again, we've got bigger fish to fry on this team. Your offensive line and your defensive line are, for all intents and purposes, in shambles. Okay? So to ignore those and go at other positions and strike other positions, to me, it's hard for me to go in that route when it's so obvious that the problem lies there. In the lines. Improve the lines, other facets and aspects of your team improve. But I'm open. Yeah, I'd like to draft a cornerback too. You want where I like to draft it though? 5th, 6th, 7th round. What have we seen with Pete Carroll and what he's been able to do in the 5th and 6th, 7th round and finding corners there? Byron Maxwell, Richard Sherman, Trey Flowers. Obviously, Griffin was a 3rd round pick, but that's about as high as they've ever gone for a corner. They, much like the running back position, because your corners are not, and keep this in mind, we don't ask our corners to play sticky man coverage. So going and picking a guy high who's a man sticky coverage, going out and trading for a guy like Jalen Ramsey is silly because you play zone coverage so often. You're in cover 1 and cover 3. You ask your corners to play bail cover technique about 70% of the time. So you really need a zone cover corner in this scheme, a guy who can read route concepts. You're not needing the sticky guy. So much like having a running back in this system that's got a certain body type, an ability to fall forward and gain yards, ability to drive the pile, that's going to fit. And you can get that guy in the 5th, 6th, 7th round because it's a very specified thing. It's not an uber talented guy who can do it all. It's a very specified guy for a very specified scheme. I'd argue at our corner position, it fits like that thusly as well, that you don't need to have the uber talented guy. Go get the uber talented guy in other positions like the defensive line and whatnot, because you're going to kind of waste it a little bit. You're not going to get all of the value out of that you think you're going to get by making that draft pick that high. Yes, I agree. Depth mixes. I agree with you guys on, and you guys aren't off on that in that the corner position couldn't be improved. We do need some depth. So I 100% agree with you there. It's just, and I'm going to start looking at the corners in the 4th and 5th and 6th round, but that's where I'd like to look at, because I bet with Pete Carroll and his ability to be, that's his strongest position by far in drafting late in the late rounds. He knows how to find guys to fit his scheme in that spot. So I'd prefer he just stays in that slot, stays in that lane, and I bet he finds another guy who's a decent player at that draft spot. But I get where you're coming from, basketball news. Totally good. Yeah, insanity. I get it. And it's totally, it makes sense to me. Again, I think, I don't know if we've got Akeem coming back or not yet, but we do need some depth at corner regardless. You've got a couple of starters and who goes there, but you do need some more because we've seen that guys tend to go down over the course of the year. What do you think of our tight end position? Because we have 3 great. Who do you think we should do with Hollister? Who's on? So I like our tight end position overall, but Disley, of course, has got the injury concern that he's coming off of. I'd like to go front line. Austin Hooper would be probably my first signing in free agency if I can get him in the $10 to $11 million range. If he breaks the bank and goes crazy, I ain't signing him for some, crazy amount. But $10, $11 million per on a four-year deal, let's say, for a 25-year-old guy who can block and catch as well, because you need a tight end that can block as well as catch in the system, not just a Jimmy Graham type. So I prefer that they actually go out and get another tight end here. Hollister is a guy who's best served as a 3rd or 4th tight end option. He's a lot like Joey Hunt. You bring these guys in on a spot start, you put them in for a couple games here or there, they'll be fine. You get them in for 6, 7, 8 games, they're going to kind of get exposed for their limitations. Hollister is not much of a run blocker. He's got to kind of be separate. He's got to get separation to catch the ball because he's not a good contested catcher at tight end, which is a struggle because Russell really likes having contested catchers at tight end positions, it seems like. That's what he works well with, or at least he did with Disley, and he did with Zach Miller in his first season. Can you show the draft? I can't show the draft on TV. No, they'll cut me off. I can talk the draft, but I can't show it. So I'll do a live stream of the draft, but I just can't show the actual draft thing that happens as well. YouTube really locks down on that live stream stuff because so many people live stream stuff out all the time. So they really harp it. Yeah, Insanity Mixes, that's who I all but guarantee you're going to see Dixon and Britt cut. I would say, if I was laying money down, I'd say Dixon, Britt, and KJ Wright. If they don't, Dixon's gone, but with Britt and KJ Wright, if they don't renegotiate their contracts, they will also be gone. Because that's just a lot of money that you can save by cutting those guys, and they're not giving you the production you could need. Yeah, I mean, I think LJ Collier, what's wrong with LJ Collier? LJ Collier was an overdraft. It just I think at the end of the day, you got a guy that was older. He's 24, 25-year-old player. He's going to be 25 this year. He was already pretty much what he was going to be. He only won with pure power back in college. This was a very easy thing to me for a lot of respects to see this coming. And again, my proof is in the pudding. Go watch my live stream of last year's draft in the first round. I hated the pick. I was not like, well, let's give him some time to do it. I did not like the pick at all. There's no part of that pick you're going to be able to sell me on that LJ Collier was a quality selection. It's got bust written all over it. And at this point, I'm pretty much hoping at our best case scenario that we've got a run-stepping 5-tech defensive end on early downs, and that's about all we're probably going to get out of him. Maybe he goes further. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's all I've seen so far. I can maybe try on the volume thing, Insanity Mixes. I just don't want to get a copyright strike from YouTube. You get the strikes, and 3 strikes and you're out, and the channel gets shut off. So it comes down to like, is it worth the risk? You know what I mean? Is it worth the risk of getting a strike and having that go down? I'd prefer to try to keep my strikes for potential like great Seahawks moment videos or something that they don't want, or, keep those bullets in the gun for when I need them. Yeah, I think Luke Wilson was doing fine. The hamstring injury, I think, definitely threw him back a little bit, but he came in and he provided us a decent player. I'm okay with Luke Wilson as a 3rd or 4th tight end. Like if he's the 3rd tight end and Hollister's the 4th tight end, and you got Disley and then you got Hooper as the 1 and the 2, I'm okay with that. But that's where he's got to be. He can't be in the number 1 or the number 2 range. I can't rely on him for that. There's limitations to Luke's game as well, even when he's at his healthiest. Yeah, Lockett's great with Russell as far as the deep ball. Those guys are a great fit and should be for years to come. I like as well Lockett with DK in that they have two of a separate skill set, but they both fit really well together in what they do. Yeah, Luke Wilson is a guy that came out as a really fast tight end out of Rice. He's a guy with some limitations as far as his hands go, and I would say that he's probably a little bit below average as far as a run blocker. He's a willing blocker, which is a big part of blocking, and that is he'll put his nose in there and he will really do what he can, but he gets physically overmatched much of the time when he goes in there to try to run block. That comes back to my base issue with it, is that I feel like with Hollister, with Luke Wilson, you've got the same kind of situation going on where they're not great in being a pass catcher, but they're also not great as run blockers or in pass protection. So, I wanted my tight end to do something good, something that's upper level that I can really take advantage of rather than just being all right at everything. But yeah, Insanity Mixes, I'll look at maybe doing the volume with it. I need to look into some of the rules on that though, just because like I said, I don't want the stream to get shut off or copyright stricken. So Will Disley, Will Disley is, I loved Will Disley. I want him as our number 2 tight end going into the next year though. And if he develops into the number 1 tight end over Hooper or whatever at that point, because he's just so talented and he's such a fit with Russ, then so be it. But a guy that's been injured in his first 2 seasons with 2 major injuries, ligament tears and Achilles are some of the worst injuries to get in pro football. I don't want to rely upon him and put all our eggs in that basket and say he's our number 1 and by sheer law of luck, he's got to be in his 3rd year healthier. No, let's go another direction with it. So I love Disley, number 2 tight end at this point. Emmett Brown, Alex Mack is absolutely going to be a target, I would think, for the Seattle Seahawks, in that the Falcons do appear that they're tight up against the cap. They've got some holes that they've got to fill out as well for what they're doing. And he's a guy that still seems to be a pretty quality center overall. So you'd have to think that they would look at him. I don't know who you would look at from the Raiders really to target, or who you like from them. They're going to keep the guys that you might hold some value to. The Jaguars, Calais Campbell is the guy that I do see Seattle. Calais Campbell and Ndamukong Suh, for whatever reason, are just 2 guys who I see as Seahawks when this offseason are over with. I just have a general feeling about those 2 guys being in a Seahawks uniform when it's all said and done. So I certainly think the Jags, I didn't know the Steelers were in cap hell. I would wonder how they're in cap. How are the Steelers in cap hell? Because they don't have any major contracts really. But Atlanta, what's up, Team 12s? Good to have you back. Hello, Carl. What's up, Carl? But yeah, I think the Falcons are going to move on from Mac. I've seen those reports as well, Emmett. So I would see them. I don't know about though. Outside of Mac in Atlanta, you've got. I don't like the pass rusher that they've got out there. I'm forgetting his name right now. But he's the guy they drafted high, and he's never really developed for them. And I don't I don't see it for him right now myself. So there wouldn't be anybody else on those other teams you mentioned. I think I'd really want to look at outside of the, I do believe the Jaguars have a guard coming out who could be decent from free agency that they might be releasing. Yeah, I mean, I've always loved Calais Campbell too, and I've been surprised that he's been able to keep his production as he's gotten into his mid-30s. He has still been an upper-level player. I mean, as far as his pressure rate, he's like top 3 in the league last year. As far as pressures, stopping the run, I mean, he is a great player. And the other nice thing with him is you move him all over. He can play any position on that defensive line that you want him to play, and he's going to have an impact on it. If you had him on one side of the defensive line and Clowney on the other, you're going to have 2 edges set where no one is going to get around those edges and on those sweep plays, on those toss plays, on those zone edge run plays that we saw that killed us this year, because Clowney would hold up his end, but then you'd see teams attack the other side of our defensive line and really on those wide zone runs. Of course, the Rams with Gurley up until not this year, but the previous years had also been just destroying us on those type of runs. So getting a guy like that in there that could set the edge and really hold things down, and not just the pass rush, but also in the running game especially, would be vital. So yeah, Drew, I know John Snyder has mentioned Calais Campbell in post-draft interviews that they do about players and talking about, looking for a player of that type a couple different years. And this is the 1 year that you really got before when he was on free agency, before you couldn't afford to bring him in because you didn't have the cap space, and he broke the bank with the Jaguars. Now you got the Jaguars looking to probably flip some things around. He's in the last year of his deal. The cap cost to you wouldn't be that huge. You'd pay a decent amount of money, but it's only a 1-year deal, so you don't feel too badly about that because you get out from under the contract moving into next season. Oh, Pitt is $8 million in the red, huh? Jeez Louise, I did not know that. Brown, Conklin, Fluker, Scherf, Mac. Oh, TJ, that would be a good offseason. That's probably going to cost just a little bit more money, though, than you're willing to probably spend. Because you're going to have a rookie in there at some place to draw down those contracts a little bit. You're not going to be able to put $40 million into your offensive line. Seattle's not shown a willingness to ever do that. So I just don't think they would probably go that route. What's up, Rodney Burr? What's up, man? Pitt is $8 million in the red. Reed wasn't HGH. Hey, look, HGH is a real thing. It's really hard to test for. It's really easy to mask. A lot of these players could be using it and getting out from under it, and we don't know. I've heard it's proliferated through the NFL. In Reed's case, I'll say this. I'm struggling right now to come up with reasons why I'd be willing to put the franchise tag on him. I really am. And it doesn't seem that there's any long-term contract there. He wants to break the bank. I can't break the bank for a guy that gives me 1 year of good production from the defensive tackle position. I can't do it just because he's a second-round pick. There's better, more sure bets out there that you can go out there and get. And we've got to get a little bit more to the sure bet side of things with some of these pass rushers rather than the Ezekiel Ansah type. Well, he'll probably develop, or LJ Collier. We'll get something out of him out of the gate. No, let's get something that's more sure and a certain. A lot like what we did when we brought the Bennetts and the Cliff Avrils in. We knew we were getting guys that could rush the passer at that point. They weren't 15 sack a year guys, but they could get after the quarterback consistently. And that's what we got to get back to on that defensive line. No weak links, everybody being a threat to rush the passer. Rodney, chances Penny becomes a starter next year. I'd love for Penny to become a starter. This is a guy that's maligned by the Seahawks fan base a little bit too much, in my opinion. He's a guy who's not been appropriately used in the Seattle scheme really at all. He should be used on outside zone runs, toss sweeps, that type of thing. Instead, you watch him over and over again trying to use him like they use Chris Carson, where they just hammer into inside zone all day. And the issue is that he's really not that type of runner. And so fans break his balls because they're saying, oh, he doesn't drive forward enough. He's not physical enough. But then you watch him, and when he gets out in space, he's got this great, fantastic burst. He seems to be 8 yards waiting to happen on every type of pitch play and outside zone play. So I really do like him a lot, and I hope that they do find a way to continue to work him in and let him be a part of the offense. It's not as important to me as who starts, but that he does get 10 carries a game, that you do let him have a chance to go out there because he's a home run hitter, which Carson is not, and which I don't think Travis Homer is either. He's the one home run hitter you have on the roster at running back position. And there was times we really needed that, like the Steeler game, the Philadelphia Eagle game. Those big runs he had in both of those two games were vital to us winning both of those two games. Just use him right. That's why you saw the Lions trying to trade for him twice, by the way. The Lions tried to trade for him on draft day and then tried to trade for him at the trade deadline. Teams around the league see that we're not using Penny correctly. They are. They're watching it and they're going, why aren't they moving him? He's a guy who should be outside zone runs. Why are you going up in the middle? That's not his game. So there's teams out there that could easily see a value in him. I don't think you're going to see him traded because he's injured, but that's why people were trying to trade for him. It's because they're going, yeah, you could be using this a lot better way. If that's what it would take, TJ, you'd be willing to pay the price. Hey, if you go and you put $40 million of the cap on the offensive line, I'm not crying about it, man. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, this is horrible. I guarantee you're going to move some people. You're going to run on people that know you're running and they can't stop it. So, it's not the worst thing. Like I said, if we come out this offseason and we have laser guided missiled our approach to the offensive line and the defensive line, and that's all we do this offseason, and we just use up all that cap space on that, all those draft picks on that, I'm not going to be upset at all. I'm not going to be mad because I know that's going to have a huge effect on this team and the wins and losses and how dominant we can be. Offensive line right now is kind of in shambles. We've got some players, we've got some parts and pieces here and there, but there's not a clear direction to what we're trying to accomplish there. You've got an older player in Dwayne Brown that's injury prone. You got an older player in DJ Fluker that's a little bit injury prone. You got Britt, torn ACL, nobody at left guard really, and right tackle is about to go out the door, and Fetty, who somebody's about to massively overpay. So, at the end of the day, they've got to deal with it one way or another, and it's going to take some concentration. Carl, I would love to believe LJ Collier is going to have a turnaround and that he's capable of doing that, and he can make a leap from the first season to the second season. The problem is his age more than anything else. So when you look at him and you go, well, look at Rasheem Green. First year he had a sack and a half in his first season. He was really invisible through most of the year. I think he might have been a healthy scratch at times in his first season, a la LJ Collier. But the problem is that Rasheem Green flashed in the preseason. He had a couple of sacks in his rookie preseason. He was showing you something, and he was a guy who came out at that 20-year-old level that I'm talking about, just like with Travis Homer, where he was only 20 years old coming out, 21, 22. There was reason for you to see him getting bigger, stronger, faster, filling out, all that good stuff. LJ Collier, on the other hand, you're drafting at 24 years old. The pie is baked. It's already baked, man. You're not going to get any more juiciness, any more flavorful savoring of the flavors in there. It is what it is. And I'd love to see the turnaround too. It would go, if we go out and bring some guys in and you get any kind of development out of LJ at all, man, it will help this team out. But he was a healthy scratch at times to end the season out. A healthy scratch as our defensive line is just hampered by injury all over the place. This guy couldn't even be as a rotation guy. Couldn't even be as a backup guy. I don't know. Yeah, the deep shot game was a little bit weird at times this year. Even as much as they used DK at times on the deep ball, I didn't think that they went to DK enough and really hammered the deep ball as much as they could have at times. And I agree with you. I don't know sometimes why David Moore is so utilized in that fashion where they just want to sometimes throw it up for him and have him go get it. He had one wide receiver screen for a touchdown on 11 yards in the red zone. And I forget which game it was where it just blew me away. He made this cut on a guy who had him right faced up for a tackle, made the cut, got the touchdown, and you just never saw him really utilize that as much throughout the season. Yeah, Malik McDowell would have been a monster. Malik McDowell, if his head's on straight, again, I talked about Rasheem Green a second ago being a 20-year-old guy. McDowell was a 20-year-old guy coming out as well. He was a super young kid coming out. And so you were a guy that was so freakish in his time at Michigan State that you could easily see how within a couple of years that freakish just turned into a dominance, unstoppable. But, you know, what are they, $1 million talent, 10-cent head, something like that, you know? Guy could have been something, but it's you know, people do stupid stuff. That one's the head scratcher for me on that one was Seattle over. It's another one of those picks they overthought where it's, you know, everybody in the draft was telling you in the pre-draft visits with McDowell, this guy's a nightmare. I heard reports that he was the worst pre-draft visit some teams had ever had. I mean, he was not interviewing well. And you saw in the call that they made to McDowell on the draft day where Schneider calls McDowell to congratulate him for being drafted by Seattle. He says, now remember what we talked about, Malik. Remember what we talked about. And it's sort of like you never have heard John Schneider do that on a phone calling a prospect that they just drafted. And I feel like there's probably some indicators in there that even in his own heart, he was sort of feeling like this kid's this is a risk. This is going to get risky. This could get weird. Did he even get to play Nope, he didn't get to play a preseason game. He was in the offseason, and then after that period between the offseason camp to training camp, that time the coaches fret about where players go do crazy stuff and crazy stuff happens, he rolled an ATV over his face. It's about as bad as it gets for that, you know. Oh, it's Marcus Peters. Okay. Yeah, I mean and you didn't see a lot of bubble screens there with Moore out there on the edge. Damn, Carl. Thank you, man. Shoot. Carl with a $10 donation. You're blushing over here, man. Top 3 picks at 28. You're getting it here, man, but give me a sec to think about it. So I'm gonna say my top pick right here, and I'm thinking this through a bit, Carl, because you just put $10. So it's what's up, AK Beast Mode? Thanks for joining the chat. So I want to give you a well thought off. So give me a second to think this through for a second. The first one I'm going to go right out the gate is I'm going to say Jedrick Willis from Alabama, the right tackle out there. I love you, man. I really do appreciate it. But Jedrick Willis, I was watching his tape last night, and he is really good in the run blocking game. He just gets movement every time playing and play out at Alabama. And that was in the SEC playing against that upper level talent across from him. He was just road grading guys. And I see in him a place where I feel like he could potentially drop in the first round because people will look at him in pass protection and they'll see he's not a finished product quite yet. But I see that in his mirroring and his hand placement in pass protection at the right tackle, you can see the development coming. I can see where on the next level he gets better in that aspect. And that's a guy who I could foresee a slight drop because the tackles are so deep in this draft and there's so many of them. And he would be an absolute fit for us at right tackle where he'd be an immediate improvement over the top of what we got out of Ifedi. He'd be a better run blocker and probably better in pass protection as well. Let's go with wide receiver as the next one. And this is my current somewhat you get your players that you fall in love with and you don't always have a great explanation as to why. But when I'm going through the receivers through the last week and I'm picking apart their game and watching the guy that obviously I love CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy and those guys, they're going to be gone when we pick. The guy at 28 though I love that who probably will be there is Jalen Reagor. Again, I said before, he's a lot like Steve Smith. Steve Smith had the explosive jump and that he got from the floor to the ceiling quicker than anybody else. And that's how he sometimes won those contested catches over taller cornerbacks. This guy's got a very similar facet to his game. He's got a 40.5 inch vertical leap. He is only 5'10", but he's bigger than Steve Smith was. And when I watched the tape, I saw a precise route runner. I saw a fast guy, an instinctive guy, good after the catch. There wasn't a lot of flaws to his game, but at the same point in time, he's not the 6'2", 6'3" guy, so he probably will drop a little bit in the draft. But I love Jalen's game. I love Steve Smith's game, and I love what this guy's got as far as that potential. And is the scramble drill stuff with Russell Wilson and being able to break off a route. I would fully expect him to be able to do that really well with Russ as well. So Reagor's a guy that I would like as well at 28 if we were to take him at 28. Let's look at, so we've gone, my two guys are Jedrick Willis and Reagor. I would probably look at So who would be a realistic guy at 28? Because I don't want to go unrealistic here. I appreciate that, Drew, man. I love doing this channel. You guys, this stuff is for much. I get as much enjoyment out of you guys seem to be getting out of it. So this is a two-way street. Give me a second, Carl, for a second to think about the third guy, because I don't want to give you a BS answer that's like, I liked Arnett out of Ohio State. But I'm not so certain that he's not going to be picked in the teens. So it's probably not a realistic option there to say that this is got to be a guy like Yetur Gross Mustos, however you pronounce it, out of Penn State. He'd be a perfect fit for us. But again, a guy who's probably going to be picked in the teens. So at that place we're picking at in the 28, you got to think of who's going to be the guy that will be available there. I will be mad too, Carl, if we probably do go first round. I could just see them potentially doing it if they don't see somebody in free agency. There's not going to be a trade to make. And this wide receiver class is so deep that the quality at the end of the first round is going to be through the roof. There's a receiver there at the end of the first round that is going to be very talented, a polished product, a guy that's going to help your team on Sundays right out the gate. And I think that that's where the potential is for Seattle to come in and draft him. Not so much as that. I think that'll be who Seattle looks at targeting. I've got to think on the third player. Emmett Okawara, I watched his game all through the week. I've watched it a couple times, and I keep trying to fall in love with it, and I keep not being able to do so. He doesn't have the first step quickness that I like. He doesn't beat you fast. His hand placement and his ability to get the offensive lineman's hands off him really quick. He's not as good as Espinoza. He's not as good as Weaver out of Boise State in that respect. He sometimes struggles to disengage off his blocks, and he relies upon the extra effort, the second effort, that motor essentially to get him sacks. And he's very fast. He's probably the fastest defensive end in this whole draft. And there is a quotient to that I like in the respect of Okawara, who could be this next kind of defender that you need on the next level, the guy that can go after your Lamar Jackson's types, your Kyler Murray types, and that they're fast enough in the open field to go get these guys. So there's an element to his game in that I really like, but he's unrefined as a pass rusher. He's got good strength, but okay bend. I just don't necessarily love him at the end of the first round. Maybe as a second round guy, but like I said, I'm trying to fall in love with him like a lot of other people are, because there are a lot of people out there that say he's the best pure 4-3 defensive end in this draft. They say he's the best guy that'll be available to us at defensive end when we pick, but I don't know if I'm in the same boat as that. And I haven't forgotten you, Carl. I'm working on thinking here for you on the thought process. Who would I think is available? So I've got to feel like Seattle would go with the defensive lineman available after that point. Alex and Jackson, boy, hard to see who the defensive line would go. I tell you, I liked Kinlaw a lot, but he is shooting up draft boards. He's going to be a top 10 pick now. Boy, that guy had some great film. I thought with him, sometimes those South Carolina defensive linemen can slide into the back end of the first round at times in the draft because they're uber talented, but not the biggest motor. But he is amazing. So it's got to be probably a defensive lineman I would look at for Seattle in that spot. But who would I take a look at? Man. So many good picks. Man, some of these things got like Jacob Eason going up and all that. I don't see that. Yeah, give me a second on that. I'm still kind of thinking, you got to figure that they would potentially look at cornerback at that point if they're not going in that direction. I'll say this, if some of the reports are true that Grant Delpit is going to slide because he's not a sure enough tackler by some people's game, I think that stuff's overwrought. He's going to go in the teens, but if he were to slide to Seattle, he would certainly be a guy that you would take a close look. Yeah, and Carl, I don't know that they will pick receiver necessarily. I think it's not going to be the highest mark. The only problem, Carl, I have with defensive linemen is I look, and I've got more scouting to do on the defensive linemen, but I don't see any top of the first round guys. I see a bunch of like mid-second to late second to early third round defensive tackles, right? Guys like Rasheem Green was a couple years ago, where they're just not enough of a developed a product for me. They're not enough of a finished product that I feel good about them, because I'm looking at them having to be 2 to 3 years down the line that they're actually going to give me any kind of production there, and display something that's decent. It's very top heavy, but top heavy in the respect of they're good talent. They're not great talent. And in the first round, I'm looking to grab a great talent. I'm not looking to grab a good talent. Thank you, as those. Thanks for the 2,000 subs, man. We're rocking it up like a rocket here. I think the Henderson kid too, Carl, would be a kid at cornerback. There's some good zone cover corners in this draft. And with the cornerback being such a deep class like the receiver class, you could get in and the value could really be there at the end of the first round. I mean, that's where the value's at. At the end of the first round, it's at receiver and it's at cornerback as far as just the depth goes. There are good defensive linemen in this draft. It's not that it's not a deep draft, but the quality, their ceiling that you're seeing on some of these guys is much higher, I feel like, at the wide receiver position and the cornerback position. And especially with there being some good zone cover cornerbacks in there, I could certainly see them targeting that. The guy that I think might fall down a little bit. So here's my other guy I'm going to give you, because I want to give you a defensive lineman. And this is the guy that I think reminds me a lot of Bruce Irvin, and I think he might slide because of this, because a lot of people aren't sure where he goes. That's Clavon Chason. He's a guy who initially out the gate at the end of the college season got a lot of heat from people going, oh, this is a top 10, this is a top 15 pick. As people have kind of looked at him a little bit more, they've seen that a lot of his pressures and his happened on stunts as opposed to just traditionally running from the outside. But he's got a little bit of that Bruce Irvin bend and special athleticism to him, that if he was to fall into the back end of the first round, I could Seattle look at him and say, look, this is a 5 to 8 sack a year guy at least on his floor. We can get that out of him in our scheme. He would be a guy I think that they could potentially target if he does slip and fall, as some people think he may, as they're diving more into the footage, into the more of the film on him. Thinking about Cliff and Mike. Carl, who do you mean by Cliff on Cliff and Mike? Can you elaborate on that? I'd really like to see them keep clouding, because I think more and more likely we're looking at Reed leaving. And I think eventually you've got to retain some kind of talent here to work off of, because we can't just restock the whole defensive line from start to finish. I don't know if we're going to be able to really do that. That might be a little bit aggressive at that point. And it's looking more and more like Jaron Reed's not going to get the franchise tag. At which case you're just going to let him go and probably sign somewhere else. And there's probably some stupid team out there that'll give him $10 million a year, if not more, which I don't think we'd be willing to do. Ruggs is a great player. Yeah, I thought Ruggs, when I was initially looking at him, I thought, oh, this is going to be a lot like Ohio State's situation from last year, where you had Terry McLaurin and Paris Campbell. And Paris Campbell seemed like he kind of got elevated a little bit because of how good McLaurin was. And I thought maybe a little bit of that was happening here with Alabama, where you've got the traditional great wide receiver in Jerry Jeudy, and then you've got the speedster, the track guy, but that's not really the case. Ruggs is a legitimate wide receiver. He runs good routes, and he's a hands catcher. He's a guy who can reach away from his body, which a lot of those speed demons have a problem with. They tend to be body catchers, and he's not that. So he is a first-round talent. I don't know. I'd like to see the Seattle sign him in the first round or pick him in the first round at that point. Oh, Averill Bennett. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think you're on the right track, Carl. I think what you would look to do. So here, what I think you could sign. I think you could sign Clowney. You could make a trade for a Calais Campbell. You could sign a Ndamukong Suh for a short run then, and then still bring in another pass rusher. Maybe a Bruce Irvin gets cut by the Carolina Panthers. Maybe there's always those guys available, right? There's always after May 1st, you see these guys get post June 1st cuts. There's always some good quality pass rushing defensive linemen like you're talking about available and open on the market. You saw it last year with your Gerald McCoys and Ziggy. I know Ziggy Ansah didn't work for us, but there was certainly those kind of guys out there that are available year in and year out to go out there and pluck. And you don't have to spend a lot of money on them. You don't have to commit a lot of years to them, and they don't cost a lot of bonus money. So it's great value to go out there and get in it. And it doesn't preclude you from still signing Clowney and making those deals, because a guy like Ndamukong Suh is going to cost you what? $7-8 million this year. A guy like Calais Campbell might cost you like 15-16 million this year. But again, If you can re-sign him to a couple-year deal, you can lower that cost down. And it's only a 1-year deal with Calais. You get out from under it after 1 season. So they may be willing, they may be able to invest a little bit more and go a little bit higher in that defensive line group to fill it out like you're talking about, getting the Averill Bennett types to fall in line with the more of the star Jadeveon Clowney that you'd have at that point. But they need to make, to me, we need 3 pass rushers at this point this offseason. We need 3. That's my opinion. And that's what the thought process at this point, that it looks like Jaron Reed's going to be moving on. As those, I do think we need a 3rd wide receiver. Yeah, I don't want to sit back and trust David Moore and Malik Turner at this point. I like those guys as depth. But I liked a lot seeing Josh Gordon out there as the 3rd wide receiver at times and watching him being able to attack the other team's 3rd best cornerback and really be able to thrive in that role. I feel like Russell is really good about picking on targets and going after weak links and defenses. I think he'd really benefit from having a legitimate target out there. And it hurt in the Green Bay Packer game when you saw Malik Turner drop a pass that I think we all could agree Josh Gordon probably catches in that moment. So I think it would have an effect. I don't want to break the bank on it. I am a lot like Carl here, where I think I would be a little bit disappointed if we went with a wide receiver in the 1st round. But if some of these guys fall into the 2nd round, and especially if we trade out of the 1st round and we start getting some more assets to trade around and target guys in the 2nd round, I wouldn't hate it, because this draft class of wide receivers is legitimate. These guys are really good. 5 hours, going strong. Emma Brown. Yeah, I like a lot of the guys in here too. I watched Moss, Swift, and Taylor. The rest of the guys on your list there, I've got to look at. Swift has got a little bit of Barry Sanders to him, right? He's not Barry Sanders, a little Barry Sanders, a little bit of that stop start, juke everybody out of their shoes type ability. Again, he's got a great offensive lineman in front of him, though. That's the part where you get a little hesitant, because he's got 3 NFL offensive linemen on that line. But the guy I like of the group there you mentioned is Taylor. Boy, that guy, you want to talk about a guy the Seahawks could target and a guy that the Seahawks would like a lot at the running back position. The kid Taylor out of Wisconsin, a pure inside zone runner. This guy got more done between the guards than any other running back in college last year. I mean, he never got to the sideline. It seemed like every run was right up the middle, which is exactly, of course, how Carroll and this offense like to attack. So, I like that Taylor kid a lot. I don't know where he's going to go. He looks like probably the end of the 1st round, but in the 2nd round as well, he could be a guy that they take a look at. And he's probably my favorite running back so far, just because he's such a pure fit for Seattle and what they do. No, as those, I don't think I'd look at Cole Beasley or Brandon Cooks. Robert Woods would be a guy that I would potentially look at. He's a guy that Pete Carroll's going to have a lot of understanding of, because Carroll coached him back at USC. Brandon Cooks has got a concussion problem, and he's 1 concussion away from needing to go to retire. Cole Beasley is a guy that I just think, I don't know if he's going to really leave the Bills, to be honest with you. And I don't know that he's really a fit for us. We don't really like super tiny receivers like that. I think he's even smaller than Tyler Lockett, if I'm not mistaken. Swift could go to the Dolphins, TJ. You're absolutely right. The Dolphins need a running back. They traded Kenyon Drake, who was going to be their development guy, and so they need a guy there. They certainly are going to target a running back in the first couple of rounds, and he could be the guy that they look at doing that on, 100%. Well, Robert Woods would be the guy that list, Isaac, that I think I would look at as the main guy who is a possibility if he can come in on a low cost type move. He's a good quality receiver in this league. Come for you, top middle linebacker, edge contracts all at the same time, end up being the Cowboys. Yeah, I think, Carl, the thing with that, there's a little bit of a difference with that. I think that the Cowboys didn't attack their pass rush in the way that they needed to do this. And what I'll say with that is they've had certain guys kind of fallen away that they thought they could bring along, but they really, let's face it, Lawrence didn't give them the type of play that they thought they were going to get when they signed him back. He really sort of kind of fell off the planet a little bit. Robert Quinn gave him some good pass rush, but they didn't get much out of the defensive tackle position like they had prior, like from that Woods guy. So their pass rush was really, really limited last year. I don't know, when I look at Jadeveon Clowney and I look at Lawrence, I think Jadeveon Clowney is a better player than Lawrence is. I know Lawrence is more of a sack guy and he's put up the numbers and all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, I feel like Clowney's going to give you still good production in that mode. But I do understand your trepidation. You are paying at that point 3 players somewhere in the neighborhood of, $45, $50 million on a $200 million cap. It's hard to fill out a 55-man roster when you're doing that. But I would argue that the value is there and it's worth it. I don't know that you're going to find a purist fit as Jadeveon Clowney for that Leo end anywhere else out making any kind of trades or in this draft. Certainly not in this draft unless you're trading up. Once you get past Espinoza and once you get past Young, and even Yeater, who's going to be gone, it's a drop off, man. It falls off the cliff to a degree. They're still good players, maybe decent rotational guys, but guys out the gate that are going to get you 5, 6, 7, 8 sacks a year, like you mentioned, Carl, you were looking to get with the Bennett Averill types. I don't think you're going to get that. I don't know if that's going to be there. I will check out, Benjamin is definitely on my list. He's a small guy, if I'm not mistaken. I believe he is, at least. I think, Carl, where you could augment a lot of that too with the middle linebacker aspect is if you're not paying your other linebackers any money, that you're okay to do that there. And then if you can find a way to, limit your costs for the other positions that you're looking at on the defensive line, you're going to be okay. I think that the balance of it is when you have, 2 edge rushers, 2 defenders, you're having to pay big money. I mean, like what the Rams are going to do right now, where they're going to break the bank and pay Jalen Ramsey top of the cornerback market at the same time of paying Aaron Donald top of the market. I think that when you're paying the $40 million between 2 players on the defensive side of the ball, that's where it gets really, really janky for that. I mean, I know that's what we'd be kind of doing to a degree, but I think Bobby's really more down in the $15 million range as opposed to up in near that $20 million range for the 2 players. But your point stands. I mean, it's hard when you're putting that much on those players. The Dragons game was good, Carl. The guys they put a good product out on the field. The players were playing hard. It wasn't some slapdash affair like we've seen other leagues with this XFL. They looked like they had a plan, and they had, it was a fairly good product on the field. I was watching kind of out of the side of my eyes. I was looking at college prospects, but they are, I think they're going to be a development thing. We've got to let them kind of find their way. I like some of the additions they have with the sideline microphones and interviewing the coaches during the games and stuff. You're getting a real close look at things, but it was all right. Becton's the same thing like, Thomas is. These guys are going to be starters in the NFL for the next 10 years, probably Pro Bowlers. Unfortunately, that also means that they're probably picked in the top 12, if not the top 10, both of them, especially coming on the heels of last year's draft where you didn't see many tackles taken in the first round. And it was a real weak year for offensive linemen last year, frankly. So I would say that you're probably going to see him taken really high. But Becton's both of those those top end offensive linemen, especially the tackles, those guys are all animals in this draft. I mean, they're really good, and I'm really impressed, frankly, by even the second tier tackles in this draft. The feet, the movement. These guys are really coming out now advanced in their pass protection sets and stuff, which you didn't used to see. Things used to be a lot more rougher. They're missing some of the power and strength that you would have liked at the position, but not Becton. He certainly has it. So yeah, the Dolphins traded as they did. They were trying to accumulate picks, and Drake was going to be a free agent this offseason, and the Dolphins knew they weren't going to sign them. So, from their standpoint, they were just trying to recruit some value, knowing that they were not going to get anything for him, Yeah, I think Becton's going to stay out at tackle. I know that he might be a little bit in pass protection to some, but he's such a good fit out there, and he's got such good feet. I would expect him to remain out there. But if he fell to Seattle, I would be jumping up and down happy. I'm not in favor. I'd rather go for Austin Hooper. It's probably going to be about a $5 million difference between what you pay Greg Olsen to what you're going to have to pay Hooper. Hooper is about 9 years younger. Hooper is a better player in both as a receiver and as a run blocker. And again, this offseason, I think whatever players you bring in, you need to concentrate on bringing players that are more available than what you've been concentrating on in the past, where you're sort of saying a prayer and flipping a coin into the coin fountain saying, please let this player make it 15, 16 games. We got to get more into guys that have shown more of a history of playing in a full season, or at least near a full season, than what you have with your Ayupatis and your DJ Flukers and your Ziggy Ansahs, and got to stop making those kind of moves. Yeah, Kerry Williams, to me, Carl, is a great indicator of why you can't go out in free agency and go get a cornerback if you're the Seattle Seahawks team running with the kick step and the bail technique. It's hard to learn. Kerry could not learn the kick step technique, and it's really tough for corners that have been used to playing sticky man-on-man coverage to do it. It just is. So it's one of the reasons that I think I'm hesitant to ever look at a corner. Why I would have been hesitant to bring in Jalen Ramsey, who got tired of playing in the Jacksonville Jaguar scheme, which was essentially the Seattle Seahawks scheme, because he didn't want to play zone so much. And you heard Seahawks fans going, oh, I want Jalen Ramsey. I want Jalen Ramsey. You know what I'm sitting there going, why? Why are you going to want a guy who's hating playing in the scheme that you would be bringing him into? He wants to play man-on-man. He wants to lock guys down. He wants to do the whole Darrelle Revis travel with the best wide receiver thing. What do you think about the Hawks signing Vic Beasley or Bud Dupree? Isaac, so let's take them both. Vic Beasley has underwhelmed throughout his career. He had one good year with the Atlanta Falcons, and every other year other than that, very inconsistent. Doesn't get you a lot of great pass rush. Not that awesome in stopping against the run. Wouldn't cost you a lot, but I feel like there are probably better, more certain rushers out there that can give you some kind of production that you're not hoping and guessing that it's going to come to bloom. Bud Dupree is a 3-4 outside linebacker, a lot like Shaquille Barrett. That is the role that he is best suited for. I don't know that you're going to want a guy like that to go put him. It's not ubiquitous. Outside 3-4 linebackers do not ubiquitously become 4-3 outside defensive ends. They're two different position groups. They're two different body types. They're two different types of what you want from that player. I think Bud Dupree needs to stay as an outside linebacker in that role, and somebody's probably going to break the bank to pay him and bring him out as an outside pass rushing outside linebacker. Yeah, Jim Zorn's a really calm coach. I mean, he is. He's not a spitfire, fiery guy. He's just chill as they come, man. And I think he's a great quarterback coach. I would have loved him just remained as the quarterback's coach in Seattle forever, because I think he's, especially a guy like Russell Wilson, he can train him, give him a lot of little extra tips about the scrambling around and how to. That was Jim Zorn back in the day, of course. So, but it's good to see him still have a job here in Seattle and get rolling along, and hopefully he can really find his place there with the Dragons. Yeah, Trey Adams is another guy like I was talking about in some of these tackles, even the second tier guys in the tackles who are really, really good in pass protection and their feet are really good. He struggles with his strength at times, but he understands what he needs to needing to do from a technical standpoint. He's not a guy that's lost out there. Trey Adams has a plan of attack and what he goes about doing. But he does have a little bit of strength issues. With that said, though, I think he's pretty good in pass protection. I at the end of the first round is probably a little bit high for him. You probably want to see this guy in the mid-second to late second. But with that said, I think he's going to be a starter in this league. That's what I saw on the tape last night, at least. Besides Clowney and Reed, top free agents, the only other guy other than Clowney that I see them really trying to bring back is George Font, because he gives you the swing tackle protection at that point, and to hedge against a Dwayne Brown injury and to potentially hedge against you not being able to bring a guy in at right tackle, or if Jamarco Jones doesn't work at right tackle moving into next year. The question will be, does some team go out there and break the bank for him and willing to just really give him like a 4-year, $20 million deal because they've seen enough from Fant to see him as a starter in this league? I don't have an answer on that. We'll have to see how the market plays out. But it's a question. Yeah, Carl, look, I mean, you've got to know your limitations, and you've got to always know, what it is that's sort of the hole in your game. And every coach has a hole in his game, and Carroll doesn't seem to be embracing as much the holes in his game as he sort of is trying to somewhat ignore them at times. And again, I don't know if he's gotten too old. I'm not necessarily saying that, but it certainly is. Look, there's a reason why he is the oldest coach in the league. There is a reason why these guys move on at that age, and it's kind of like the game has passed them by at times. There's a reason for that. I'm not saying that is the case with Coach Carroll, but look, it is what it is, man. It is what it is, Isaac asked about Darius Slay. He is really good friends with Quandre Diggs. Again, like I was mentioning, like Carl Neary was mentioning in Kerry Williams. Kerry Williams was a guy you brought over from the Eagles, and he really struggled. Seattle uses with their cornerbacks what's called the kick step technique into the bail. So it's essentially just timing. It's essentially reading the formation, and it's got to be done with it. It's almost an art form to do it right. And Kerry Williams really struggled to do it. Darius Slay would struggle as well to do it. He's played in a man-on-man scheme throughout his career, not as much that zone stuff. I feel like he would really struggle to come in here and do the kick step as well. By all accounts, Slay has lost a step. I got a buddy that I rely upon for my corner evaluations. He's a guy who played cornerback in college, and he watched Slay this week, and he's like, you're putting a fork in him. He looks like he's kind of done at this point. So I don't think Seattle will look to target him. They don't look into free agency for corners anyway, and certainly not for aging corners who would have to change how they go about how they would have to change their technique at this point in time in their career. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, as they say. Yeah, Emmett, I think you're on the button there. I would prefer, outside of Grant Delpit sliding by down there as well, I would say I would be hesitant to want to look at the safety position as well in the first round. This team needs to get away from drafting running backs in the first round ever again. They never need to do that again. It's a waste of a first round pick, in my opinion. And it's not the smartest way to go about your business as far as assembling your team. Cornerbacks and running backs on this team can be found in the 5th, 6th, 7th round. We've got numerous examples in the last 10 years of this happening and occurring. So let's rely upon that. Let's target other positions that are harder to get in at those draft picks and go in that route. I really hope that they embrace that this year and don't do something stupid. Yeah, we should get rid of Ken Norton. Look, Pete Carroll didn't think Ken Norton should be the defensive coordinator either. He had Norton up with Chris Richard for defensive coordinator last time, and he chose Richard over Norton. Norton went to the Oakland Raiders. He washed out there, was not a good defensive coordinator there at the Raiders. So then he comes back to us, and now suddenly he's the optimum hire. Now he's the perfect guy for Carroll, right? Come on, get out of here. It was because Carroll was comfortable with him. It was because, Carroll knew he wasn't going to upset the boat or rock things. That's not, no. How long are we going to go tonight? Well, I've got to be honest with you. I am definitely probably starting to wind down a little bit. So maybe not a whole lot longer here, but as you guys keep the questions coming and you want to keep talking, I will keep going. Yeah, Carl, I think we need to get faster at subbing defense. I think we need to go back to a simplified scheme, frankly. I don't think blitzing is going to be the answer either. You were routinely under the Pete Carroll era. You blitzed the 31st, the second most amount in the league. You went into this year, you were top 10, and it didn't work. You weren't efficient with it. You weren't really good with it. So maybe it's an appropriate time to look at dialing back the blitzes and get the pass rushers so you don't have to blitz and you can drop as many guys as possible into coverage. I'd like to go back into that route because that's how this scheme is built at its base. Obviously, being more aggressive, doing that type of thing, going to a different scheme would be my optimum solution, but we're not going to see that. Who I'd let pancakes in a sock. Welcome on into the chat here, man. What pass rushers would I like to see Seattle target in free agency? I'd love to see Seattle target a guy like Robert Quinn in free agency. Had a great year for the Cowboys. Cowboys are going to be cash strapped. I know they want to bring him back, but he's a great 4-3 defensive end. He'd be a good fit for us in that sense. I don't think he'd cost a lot. Calais Campbell's a guy I'd like. Ndamukong Suh is a guy that I'd like to see them bring in. All those guys are really good fits for us. Certainly, if there's a trade that somebody said earlier that Von Miller is no longer available on a trade, that was a guy that I was looking at. If we could move for a first-round pick, I would have been potentially open to it. TJ, why couldn't Matt Patricia come to Seahawks as a defensive coordinator? Well, Matt Patricia was the defensive coordinator for the New England Patriots, and he was having a very good time of that. I don't know why he would leave the Patriots as a defensive coordinator as a lateral move, or even less than a lateral move, to go be a defensive coordinator with the Seahawks. As well, he's a guy who's going to want to run a 3-4 scheme. He's going to want to be multifaceted. He's going to want to do different things, confuse the quarterback. It's not really Pete Carroll's game. He's not going to bring in a defensive coordinator like that, whether we want it or not. So he just wouldn't have been brought in Carroll wouldn't have valued him in the way that others would have valued him. And again, he wanted to get a head coaching job. He'd earned a head coaching job. So he had the right to feel like somebody, he had the right to go look for that. Yeah, so the free agents I'd like to see signed I'd like to see Jack Conklin signed with the Tennessee Titans. Great run blocking right tackle. He's probably only going to cost a couple million more than what Fetty's going to get. I certainly would love to see if you could get a combination of Brandon Scherf and Jack Conklin on that offensive line. You would retool the offensive line overnight and turn a position group that's sort of a weakness into a big time strength. So I would love to see those two moves made. Like I said, Sue is a move I'd like to be made because I don't think it'll cost you a lot. It's a low end, kind of low risk type move. But I would like to see as much trades made as much as signing in free agency. Mix signing in free agency and making some trades as well. Do a bit of both, Well, the position we need most help on the line is going to be right tackle, left guard, center. That's my order of importance, I think, because you're going to lose Fetty to a free agency. Somebody's going to overpay Fetty out there, and there's no way we're going to look at paying him anywhere near $10 million per season. So I guess, Emmett Brown, the one thing I'd say about the new era of analytics is that does the new era of analytics say that zone teams should value defensive backs over defensive linemen? Did the analytics say that, or did the analytics say that you should value corners who are playing man coverage a lot should be valued over defensive linemen? Because there is a difference between those two. And I would argue that I don't think the analytics show that zone corners are valued as highly as man corners. And I think that a zone corner is not valued as highly as a defensive lineman on a team that's built around needing its defensive lineman to not only stop the run, but get to the quarterback because you're not good at blitzing. And ideally, you don't want to blitz. So I would say, again, I think that the analytics don't necessarily prove that out for the way we roll our situation. The new deals, they should, especially after seeing the effective, that doesn't make sense to me. The new see again too, Emmett, I think like what you just said there, San Francisco went in the opposite direction. They didn't value their secondary. They valued defensive linemen. They went extreme in this direction. And I think rightfully so. And again, I come back to, let's just take it to this base point. Number one, a cornerback on a lot of running plays is not going to have an effect on the game. Right? He's not going to be there to make a tackle a lot. Sometimes he will be, but they're out on the outside. They're away from their running plays a lot. That out the gate minimizes their effect. As well, is a cornerback going to be able to cover in this league for 6, 7, 8 seconds on average? No, he's not. So if I've got a great outside, if I got Jalen Ramsey right now in the Seattle Seahawks, but I got no defensive line, if I go make a trade for the Rams this offseason, I give the Rams a first and a third round pick for Jalen Ramsey, and I sign him to a monster deal, and I can't bring another defensive pass rusher in, and I only have Clowney. Is he going to hold on for 7 or 8 seconds back there? No. But if I have a cornerback who can cover for 2 or 3, 4 seconds, and I get a defensive line or a pass rush in there in that period at that point, they can cover up for a lesser corner. They can cover up for a zone corner. So it's the inverse is not true. And that's why I come back to, I don't think the analytics are necessarily right, or I think the analytics point to more of the man coverage in that respect. I think you need to first build up the defensive line. That's the way this team is built. That's the way Carroll's gone to build this team. He doesn't want to blitz. We got to remember that. That's not in Carroll's DNA to blitz. He didn't pick players and scouting these players that were good blitzers. He picked them for having other benefits, other talents. So that's why we struggle with it. I know you said you didn't want to sign Shaq to an extension, get it done like Tyler. So Carl, I'll say this about this. The deal with the Tyler deal that we got done with Lockett is that you signed him to a contract that both was good for the player and was good for the team. You weren't breaking the bank. You were getting a player a year ahead of where you had to get him on signing him, and that player gave you a little bit of a discount to do that. If Griffin is willing to do something similar to where he's not looking to break the market and be the next highest paid corner or be the right below the next highest paid corner mark, and he'll take a few $1 million less to get that security, yes, I will be willing to make that extension to him. But I don't see any indicators that that's going to be the case. He was a third-round pick. He's not made any money yet, really. He's going to probably want to get paid. And if that's the case, if he's wanting to pay 12, 13, 14 million per year, I can't do that for a guy who got me 0 interceptions last year. You've got to take the ball away from me to pay you at that mark. No, I've never really been on Shaq Loss and Pancake. Feels like a guy that's just kind of underwhelmed throughout his career. I'm just not. He doesn't excite me really. There's not anything about his game that is really like gets me hot and bothered. Which, I need certain rushers this offseason, and there's going to be some certain rushers out there that you can go get. There always is. There's guys that are going to be cut that we're not even talking about, who we think teams are going to hold on to, who they're not going to hold on to. So I want to go for more of a certain guy, like Carl said, the Averill Bennett type model, the guy that'll get you the 8 to 10 sacks a year, maybe not the 15 sack a year guy, but he will get you consistent pressure that we should cut. Ed Dixon, KJ Wright are going to be cut. Those are 2 guys who I absolutely think, and then Britt are the 3 guys who I think are going to be cut on our team. Azos. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing your name. I'm gonna call you Isaac. Those will be the guys that I would look for as far as being cut. You're going to clear about $13-14 million by cutting those trio. That's a significant amount of money, and they're just not good enough players. They've got too many injury problems. No. How many people don't know this? Shaquem has defensive touchdown. Last play of the Lions game 2 years ago, it was a fumble. Oh, okay. They didn't count it. I didn't remember that one. Thank you, Brandon. Well, all these guys in the chat keep me going. You guys are all so positive. You got the cool questions. Like, it makes it easy to keep rolling along, singing a song here when it's, you guys got some interesting stuff you're proposing. You're making me think. So I love doing it as much as I'll keep going as you guys want it here. So. And not Steve Hutchinson is more coming out about Troy's quickly moving over Earl and Cam on Cortez. Am I a bad Seahawks fan for being happy for Troy Polamalu and not? Well, I mean, Carl, look, I've got a complicated feeling with Hutchinson too, because, he worked that poison pill contract at the time. That was dirty. I mean, that was dirty. And for it to leave a bad taste in your mouth and leave a bad taste in my mouth and for it to resonate and last, it does. With that said, Hutchinson now is in the Seahawks organization helping to scout players for us. He is back into the Seahawks family. And for me, at the end of the day, that's enough for me to forgive. And again, he's the best left guard we've had in franchise history, probably. And he's going to go into the Hall of Fame as a Seahawks. We get another Seahawks into the Hall of Fame. I think that's our 4th, 5th one we're adding in now. So, hey, the numbers are growing, Yeah, insanity mixes. I've from the start said I'm in favor of paying Clowney. I'm not going to pay him $28 million per year if that's what he's looking to go get. But I will go up to the same contract that Frank Clark got paid, 23.5 per year. I will go up to that amount to sign Clowney. I probably won't go past it. I'd ideally like to get him about $20 million per year, but I think that he is that good of a player. I think he's better than Frank Clark. Just my opinion. My feeling insanity on Yannick Ngakoue is that he is going to be franchised. Every indication is the Jaguars are going to franchise him. They've lost a lot of talent off that team over the last couple of years for kind of nothing. I don't think that they're just going to let him walk for the hell of it. There's no reason for them not to just franchise the guy. Pancake, you're on the good trail of thought here. Everson Griffin is a guy who's going to be in the Seattle Seahawks crosshairs. He's a former USC guy under Carroll, I believe, for at least a year. On Carroll's last year, I believe. I might be off on that, but a solid player. Again, when I talked about getting a Bennett Averill type in here, that's what you're getting. A guy who's really good against the run, very good against the pass. He doesn't do anything special. He's definitely getting a little older, but you feel good about bringing him onto the team as a rotational guy in there to give you some pass rush and some juice. And he won't cost you a ton of money. He won't break the bank. Calais Campbell, I love Campbell. I think Seattle he's going to be a prime target of the Seahawks. The Jaguars are going to look from getting out from under his contract for a lot of the reason that you just said, TJ, in the respect that they're going to try to get Yannick Ngakoue signed to a deal or franchise him, so they have to clear that space. So there's a good chance that he does get moved in that respect. Oh, I'm getting behind on my stuff, guys. I'm sorry. It's been a pleasure talking to you, Emmett. Thank you for dropping on into the chat, man. I really do appreciate. I do think I don't know if Marshawn Lynch is a Hall of Famer. Probably not. But then again, they're letting in a lot of Hall of Famers, and if Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer, then Marshawn Lynch is a Hall of Famer. Which I don't think Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer, by the way. But they're going to put him in, and if you're starting to let guys like that in, then yeah, Marshawn's has got a place. I will say that Campbell of the Houston Oilers, who Marshawn Lynch is probably the modern day version of Earl Campbell. He got in there, and his stats are very similar to where Marshawn is. In fact, Marshawn eclipses him in a lot of places. So you could make the argument based on that. Yeah, Isaac, I'd love to see some more. I think corner blitzes is something that we do really good. We don't do as good blitzing with linebackers, but you saw Trey Flowers was really good in blitzing at the cornerback position. I'd like to see more of it. The 49ers did a great job this year with utilizing that corner blitz. It burned them a little bit on that Sammy Watkins play that he destroyed Sherman on in the Super Bowl. They ran a corner blitz, but I loved our corner blitz. I think that they do a really good job with it. Yes, Emmett Brown, I would be willing to do that with Griffin because of the fact that there could be somebody potentially out there willing to pay high on him. And again, if he's wanting a contract that's through the roof, like Frank Clark was, where he wants to be paid top of the market, then I got to do that at that point. Absolutely. It's you want to be paid as a cornerback in this league. You need to get 4, 5, 6 interceptions a year if you want to break the bank and be top of the market. If you're not in that realm and you're just really good, well, okay, I'm going to pay you at the really good level, Yeah, well, Frank's feeling himself. You know what I mean? Frank really is. Frank Clark's after winning that Super Bowl. He is, and with Sherman, it's like Sherman's probably going to eventually here transition over into safety. That was a tough way for Sherman to go out. He looked like he was starting to win this whole thing, right? Like he's winning the thing against Revis, winning against all those contract naysayers who were saying he got ripped off on the last incentive-laden deal that he signed with the 49ers. But at the end of the day, he kind of ate it at the end of the year, right? He really had a tough game in that 49er game. And at the end of the day, I think he sort of validated why we moved off of him as well. Because he had the benefit of having great pass rushers there, which meant Sherman didn't have to cover for as long this season. But let's make no mistake about it. He has lost a step. He's not the same speed, quickness guy that he was once before. Still a very good tackler, still very competitive, but it's going to be interesting to see what the Niners do because I think they're in a position now to have to actually really pay him here. But yet he looks like he has potentially slowed down. Do I see in the playoff picture who do you think we sign a running back? No, I don't think we sign a running back this offseason. I think we just sit with what we do. I think we draft another guy. That's 6. What NFC teams do I see making the playoffs? I think the Seahawks obviously make the playoffs. I foresee, I probably foresee the Saints still handling business over there, the Eagles bouncing back. And then then I see the Packers winning. I think the Vikings will still be competitive. I don't know who my playoff team, my two wild card teams would be. Probably the Niners. I'd have us winning the division. I'd probably put the Niners as the wild card team. And then my other wild card team would be, I don't see the Cowboys, probably from the NFC South. Boy, I don't know who, maybe the North. I don't know who, I have to think on that one. What do you think about getting Darius Slay? Yeah, Dr. Alley Cat, welcome to the chat. Thanks for asking a question. Darius Slay's a little too old at this point. Corners that are in free agency tend to struggle coming into Seattle to learn the kick step technique. It's a technique that's very specific to Seattle and the way we run our scheme. Matthew Judah comes from the 3-4 scheme out there in Baltimore. I don't know if he'd be as much a scheme fit for us, and you'd have to trade with Baltimore for that, which means you have to pay him and give up draft capital, which I don't want to do. I'd rather just pay for a guy or give up draft capital, one or the other, not both of those, because you're maximizing out your value at that point and kind of hamstringing yourself in that kind of deal. I think Schottenheimer does deserve credit for elevating certain aspects of Wilson's game and starting to open him up a little bit, but he does have some restrictions within his scheme. There's not enough easy throws. There's not enough just stuff taking advantage of defensive schemes enough for me with Schottenheimer's approach. It's sort of, we're going to show you what we're going to do, and we're just going to do it. That's all well and good. It's very intimidating. Yeah, I get it. You're inflicting your will on the other team. But at the end of the day, the great offenses out there scheme things around to open things up for their quarterback. Give their quarterbacks easy completions at times. I sure would like to see that a little bit more. Yeah, Carl. Well, part of that is just, Russell's got certain holes to his game as well, Carl. And part of this is that Russell used to be one. I used to say this about Russell in his first couple of years in the league. He's the best post-snap quarterback in the NFL, but he might be one of the worst pre-snap quarterbacks in the NFL. Now, this has gotten better over time. For instance, he used to never differentiate his cadence. And so defensive linemen could really get a jump on Russell at all the times. And he really put his offensive linemen in a bind in that way. In the same respect, he always struggled to see where the blitz was coming from. You saw this last year against in the 49er game when they brought that blitz with the slot corner coming, and he would struggle to sometimes recognize it. He's gotten better. He's gotten a lot better. And part of that is Schottenheimer helping to elevate that somebody asked about. But, at the end of the day, that's a little bit of a hole in Russell's game. He doesn't always see where the blitz is coming from. And that's why teams tend to blitz us so often. We had a lot of that this year where you're 5-man fronts and they bring a 6th extra defender. He can get better in that respect. He can improve in that respect. Well, Isaac, we are sitting on a 2nd-round talent center who's never been given an opportunity to start for us at center in Ethan Posick. So you ask about who the answer would be at that. There's potentially some guys who could be available in free agency. Cesar Ruiz from University of Michigan is a fantastic center who will probably be available for you at the end of the 1st round. I like Nick Harris, maybe even in the 2nd round out of the University of Washington center. There's some great options there for you that could be that. Posick might be the guy as well. We don't know what this guy is on the NFL level at center because Britt's been there the whole time since he was drafted. Are you going to follow the news, Seahawks hockey? I've never been a hockey guy. Hockey's a lot like soccer for me, where it's just back and forth, and not a lot seems to be happening. And again, hockey used to be one of the great things with them is the physicality of the game, but now it's about the movement. And it's a lot like football where they're removing the physicality of it, and it's removing some of the elements that would have maybe potentially drawn me to the sport. But I will probably check out a couple and see what's going on with it. I wish we'd get the Sonics back. I'd rather have an NBA team, to be honest with you. Timing Bigfoot, welcome to the chat, man. Yes, Seattle Seahawks are going to get a 3rd wide receiver. I think they're going to look at Josh Gordon, who I think would probably potentially only be suspended half a season. If the new collective bargaining agreement comes into place and allows for the marijuana stuff, maybe he comes off suspension immediately at that point. But you could get him at a low-cost move, especially if he is on suspension, and still have him on maybe the back half of your schedule. How nice would it be to have him added for 8 games on the back half? I think they'll look at him, and then I think they'll look at another place too. This is a super deep draft for wide receivers. So you could look in the 2nd round at picking a guy. There's a lot of talented guys. Pick what you want. Pick your flavor in this draft. Do you want to jump a contested catcher? Do you want a speedster? Do you want a pure route runner? You can get whatever you want in this draft at wide receiver. So I would look for them to go from that respect, if not Gordon. Well, see, Dr. Alleycat, the problem is that I'm going to pose this question. It's a little bit of a hypothetical. Can you name for me the free agent cornerback that the Seattle Seahawks have brought in the last 10 years? Can you name for me one free agent cornerback that they've brought in? And then once you answer that question, and again, it's rhetorical, why is that? Why is Kerry Williams the only free agent cornerback that they have brought in 10 years? Because it's so hard to learn this system. It's so hard to untrain your mind of doing something a certain way in the NFL for all these years, doing something a certain way in college for all these years. The kick step, the bail technique is very advanced sort of techniques for the cornerback position. And so asking a free agent to come here and do it, it's a little bit much. It just is. I think the reason why they don't have Russell running the ball more is because they're trying to protect him as well. The read option is not as effective as it once was. You've seen it really go downhill for the most part. And it's just teams are better defending the play. It's just not there as much. It's harder to read the defensive end crashing down. It seems like the defensive end used to really have to go one way or another, but they're able to play a little bit more of that middle ground now. And it's made the running game less effective in the zone read, and it's made the quarterback less effective in the zone read keepers. I think that's more of the main reason why it's just not as on. TJ, they'll do something in free agency. They don't have, you got $70+ million in spending cash. When you got that kind of cash, you are going to make some moves out there. They're not just going to sit here and be like, and don't forget this also as well. They're going to spend all that money. The thing I didn't realize about the new collective bargaining agreement is that you used to, in this old collective bargaining agreement, if you didn't spend some money, you could roll it over into the next season. Seattle actually got to do this last year where you had incentive deals to guys like Ziggy Ansah that didn't get fulfilled all the way. And so you're going to have a couple $1 million that you're actually rolling over from last year. But under the rules of the new collective bargaining agreement, if there's not a new agreement in place, you can't roll any money over on that final year of the collective bargaining agreement. So that means it's advantageous. It's in a team's best interest to max the hell out of that cap situation. Push every dollar out to the nth degree. That's what you want to do. And so I would expect Seattle to do that for this reason. No worries on the questions, man. Ask away. Bryce Hall. Remind me on who Bryce Hall is. Let me look who Bryce Hall is. That sounds familiar, but I'm not placing it. Yeah, I don't know. Who's Bryce Hall? You have to run that one by me. If you could have any player back, who would it be? Drew Trill, do you mean any player from any Seahawks era, from any age kind of thing? Or are you meaning just from like any player that's currently playing right now? Yeah, Insanity, Frank Clark is a good player. He's not a bad player. But the thing is that Clowney's a better player. And then look at the compensation. Frank Clark, you got a first and second round pick, and you didn't have to play $23.5 million per year for him. That's all you got back for him, and you had the hit salary. With Clowney, you gave up a late third round pick, and potentially now you'll sign him at the $23 million a year that you'd sign Clark, but that will actually be less money than Clark signed for because the cap has gone up by 10% this year. So you could sign him dollar for dollar what you signed Clark, but you'd actually be getting him for less than what Clark got paid. And again, I think he's a better player overall. Carl, you're too nice, Carl. You're killing me with the niceties, man. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much. I'm going to try to pin this if I can. Lofa video is going well. UVA corner. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just getting into the cornerback positions here. And so I'm going to have more of on the next live stream. That's going to be the position I really concentrate on. I promise I'll give you guys a little bit more of a look through. I've really only gotten through Okudah, Henderson, and Arnett were the kind of guys I've been looking at this week, but I'm going to start diving into some other guys a lot more deeper than I had been. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind here on some of these. It just scares me to think we picked. Laviska Shenault is just, I say the same thing, Emmett. I see Cordello Patterson in the game, a rough route runner, a guy with not the greatest hands. He's great after the catch. He's got that dead leg move that Patterson has, where he can really just cut on a dime. But unfortunately, he's limited, and there's so many great wide receivers in this draft. There's no reason to go for a limited guy when you got so many certain things. The Lofa video is going great. And this is the one thing I said earlier in this stream, but I'll say it again. I'm not certain that Lofa Tatupu is not a better middle linebacker than Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner is going to play for longer. Bobby Wagner is going to be healthier. But Bobby Wagner also had a lot more talent up in front of him that he was able to protect him and keep him clean all these years. When I'm watching all of this film on Lofa Tatupu, and he was just a phenomenal player. Sideline to sideline, sure tackler. He absolutely lit people up all over the football field. I've got one cut that I'm going to do in it of a few different cuts of just the guys that he's just beating the hell out of that are just trying to pick themselves up off the turf because he hit them so hard. he was an absolute animal out there, and then just phenomenal as far as in pass coverage. You could not predict where he was going in his zone. And I feel like with Bobby, sometimes you know what he's going to do in his drops. It's very obvious to where he's going to end up at. With Lofa, he could be 5 yards off the line of scrimmage and then be 20 yards back right off the line. And the quarterback never knew it, never saw it happening. He understood when the quarterback's eyes were looking away to then make his movement. Just as smart a player as I have ever seen on film. And again, in just appreciating the totality of his game, no weaknesses. The guy was just really, really solid as a middle linebacker. The worst free agent signings in history. I'd have to think about that. There's some other bad ones. Howard Ballard would probably be the worst free agent signing in history. You sign that guy to the top tackle money in the late 90s in the league. He played for the Buffalo Bills as part of those teams that went to 4 straight Super Bowls. And I don't know if the guy played even a snap for you, or I think he played like 1 year for you. That was probably the worst one. I really do appreciate it, Carl, man. Thank you so much, bro. I think our whole division is going to be a problem next year. It was the toughest division in football this year. It's going to be the toughest division in football next year. Our only hope is potentially that the Rams kind of fall back a little bit because they are going to lose some talent. They are going to lose some guys out the door. They're in a really tight salary cap situation, but they still got those guys to be dangerous game in and game out. So I still think, and the Cardinals are on the come. They've got just about as much cap space as we do to spend out in free agency. So they're going to bring some guys in, and they've been doing pretty darn good in their drafts. They're not a bad drafting team. Yeah, Drew, I really loved Lofa. His career was cut short, and he had the best talent in front of him, the best guys protecting him in his first year. It all kind of went downhill from his first year onward, right? Where he had Marcus Tubbs up there, clogging the lane, allowing him to run free. And then it just got weaker and weaker with Tim Ruskell's drafts at that time. And he was getting less and less protected. Guards were getting down onto the second level on him. But man, when he was rolling, when he was going good, might be the best middle linebacker in Seattle Seahawks history. And I'm getting closer on the video. I'm probably about 80% of the way there done on the Lofa Great Seahawks Moment video. It is on its way. I'm just trying to really get it just right. I want to get these things better and better each time I put one of these videos out. So working through it. Yeah, he was a coverage wizard. He could line up in an A gap, looking like he's going to A gap blitz and have the quarterback absolutely certain he was A gap blitzing, and then drop back into coverage 15 yards back before the quarterback ever knew it. I've not seen a middle linebacker do it the way that he's done it. Yeah, I was happy to see the 49ers lose the Super Bowl because frankly, those fans were just about, I really had to contain myself this year when talking to those fans on the message board because they filled the message board up on all my videos, especially we played the Niners. My Great Seahawks Moment 49er video. I had to hear so much shit from those guys. I got so tired of it. They just and we would have just it just would have been never ending next year. I'm so glad they lost. It's very glad on that one. Timing foot, I think that we sign a tight end. I think it's real that Austin Hooper, the rumors and that smoke has been real. I think Greg Olsen as a backup plan is a viable option for us as well. The tight end class is really weak. It is what it is. I mean, it's not there. Maybe these guys are developmental guys, but what I was watching with them, the Bryson Allen kid, some people they think, oh, he's George Kittle. He's a 5th-year senior. He's a finished product, but again, not a good blocker. He'll be in the right position, but he'll just get overwhelmed at the point of attack. He's okay as a pass catcher. It reminds me of really a lot of Nick Vannett. So it's like, okay, it's a 3rd-round guy. It's a late 3rd-round guy. That's what I see there. I just don't see the talent of the tight end position in this draft. No, I think that they thought they were going to use the franchise tag on Jaron Reed if he had any kind of decent year this year. If he had 5-6 sacks, if he'd come out and really showed that he was really near where he was the prior year, they would have been willing to do it. I'm getting the impression now, though, that they're going to be more willing to let him go into free agency and see what his value is and just let him try that route. I would trade the first pick for a proven edge rusher in this league. That would be the route that I would go. I have, in looking at the draft more and more over recent years, it seems just if you're not getting a pass rusher in the top 10, you're probably getting a pass rusher who's going to take some time to develop, like Rasheem Green. So I think Rasheem Green's on the same sort of trajectory as Everson Griffin. If you look at those two guys in their careers, they're on the same, they're literally having the same kind of years where their first season they were nothing, second year a little bit better, third year even better, and then they get to that 10 sack and really solid in the run game, just a good overall player. That's what you get. I'd rather get a more proven commodity out there, go pick from a team that's willing to give up some salary, trying to shed some salary, Calais Campbell type stuff. That's the route I would rather prefer them to go, and then move off of the first round pick at that point. Just a better route, I think. I don't like the end of the first round. I don't like the talent that's there at the end of the first round right now. It's very similar to what you could get halfway into the second round. All that stuff really just kind of clumps together. Carl, it's been a lot, man. It seems like they've won it at least like 9 times. I'll look for that Shaquem Griffin touchdown, man. I'm sure it exists out there. He's got a lot of footage whenever I'm looking for him. So I'll take a look at that and see if I can find that. Well, TJ, I think in the ideal scenario for you, yeah, you'd like to take a quarterback in the 6th and 7th round. Jalen Hurts is the guy that would be the guy that seems a fit for us. And there's some other quarterbacks that are decent here too. This is a fairly deep quarterback draft. But I think getting a guy that what I would target is I would target a mobile specific guy who maybe has some limitations as a passer, who, if you've got to bring him in and run a lot of read option and a lot of like college-y kind of gimmicky stuff to get by if Russell's down for a few games, he can get you through and keep you at a 500 record in those games, maybe even sneak an extra win or two out. That's the kind of guy I'd like to look for them to get, as well as get a guy who's on a low-end contract. So you're not going. I mean, somebody mentioned Marcus Mariota, who's going to probably get like a 1-year, $4 million deal as a backup quarterback somewhere. Well, if you take that $4 million and you add it on to what Russell's making, now you're paying the quarterback position somewhere in the neighborhood of $38 million this year. That's a lot of money for just one position on a $200 million cap. So you got to do it in the draft. To me, that's the place this team should make that look and movement. Yeah, so that Emmett, yeah, Carl, he does. Hollister is a little undersized as a tight end. He's a little light in the pants, as they say. And chances are Disley does make that touchdown. Disley's a legitimate 270-pound dude, 275-pound guy. I mean, he's a big guy. And you're not going to, I think Hollister's probably more in that 250, 245 pound, maybe at his heaviest. And probably more in the 235 range. And Emmett, yeah, I looked at Hunter Bryant, Emmett, but I think you just hit the nail on the head of why he will not fit for the Seahawks. I cannot see the Seahawks drafting a 6'2" tight end in the system. He's going to be asked to run block. And to me, Hunter Bryant needs to go to an H-back scheme. He needs to be in that mid place between the fullback and tight end and allowed to be used as a movable piece in that respect. I just don't see him as a fit for Seattle, who needs more of the traditional type tight end. 6'4", 260, a guy that can move people in the run game as well as be, good in pass catching. You've got to be an all-around guy for us. And I don't see that in Hunter Bryant, unfortunately. I'm not dived into Ross Blacklock. I watched a little bit of his, I believe it was at the East-West Shrine or the Senior Bowl, one of the two. I saw some of his one-on-one drills. He looked really, really good in that, I think. But I've got to look a little bit more. I don't want to speak out of school on that until I've had a chance to dive a little bit deeper in his stuff. Dr. Alley Cat, I looked a lot into Weaver's tape because somebody mentioned that on the last stream we did, and I know that people were really interested in him. He is a really hard guy to evaluate. He's got a sloppy body. I mean, there's nothing about him that speaks strength or explosiveness, or it's a little bit like Michael Bennett body, right? Where you're just like, how is this guy going to be an NFL football player? But he and AJ Espinoza disengage off blocks better than any other defenders in this draft. They will get locked up with the offensive lineman and get free of that offensive lineman quicker than anybody else. And what that's going to lead to is quick pressures and quick sacks. But I wonder with him in that body type, and again, he went against lesser competition at Boise State. He didn't go against the SEC week in and week out. So for a guy with that body type and some of the physical limitations that he has, he's not super quick. He's not super strong. He's got great bend and great lean. I mean, fantastic bend and lean around the corner. But that's where I come back to is I wonder with that body is just, where's his commitment level? And is he going to be able to be explosive enough and sudden enough on the next level to really still be able to utilize those other skills that he has right now? I don't have a good answer for that yet. I probably have to look more at his tape. I lean towards no. I lean towards it being a guy who's going to be picked in the early second round, and a guy maybe I'm more open to maybe I'd be more open to picking him in the third round just because of the level of competition he went at Boise State. Thank you for subbing, Dr. Alley Cat. I really do appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Why don't we just draft entire defense and get over with? Well, Carl, I'll tell you, they've got somebody there at, like I was saying this earlier on the thing, that Seahawks have area scouts. And so there's scouts that are responsible for basically 5 states with the area, and they're all through the country, right? And so the Seattle scout who does the scouting, I think in that Utah, Colorado, Kansas area, that sort of mid part of the country, must be a master debater. He must be able to just sell these guys like nobody's business, because we've seen multiple players taken from Kansas State, Colorado, Utah, right in that same kind of area, where we see a lot of these guys kind of picked in that spot. So I don't know if maybe he's the guy there who looks at the Utah games. That area is that one guy. I'd be very interested to find out. But Cody Barton last year, Marquise Blair. I mean, so thanks, Pancake. I appreciate it. I really do, man. I love making these videos. This is my favorite thing to do right now, is do this channel. I am enjoying it so much. Sean asks, what positions do we need? Sean, I think we need to get offensive line and defensive line. And offensive line is right tackle, left guard, center. And then on the defensive line, you need a 3-tech pass rusher. You need another person opposite Clowney if you're signing him. If you don't sign Clowney, you're going to need 2 defensive ends that you're going to need to bring in. So I need at least 3 more pass rushers in on this team. I mean, that's the main places I think we need. 3rd wide receiver, another tight end, a frontline tight end. Those would be the places I'd like to see them concentrating in. Master debater. Do you think John Ursula gets more snaps? I think it's going to be hard for John Ursula to get more snaps, because John Ursula is limited in the respect that he is a slot guy specifically. He's not a guy that you can play on the outside. I think Lockett has become so good on the inside there, and with DK's development on the outside, it's at times going to kick Lockett kick him into the inside on that slot. But I do like Ursula. I like him on the team. I like him, Malik and David Moore, as the kind of development guys around there. So I like him as also depth. If Lockett gets hurt, you've got a guy you can bring in at that slot receiver role who can really come in and probably do very well for you there. You probably wouldn't drop off a lot from the slot production. You'd miss outside with Lockett if you lost him, but I will be streaming maybe I will stream through some of the combine. If I can get the time to do it. Drew, the main thing that'll prevent me right now is I'm going out to Montana here for a couple months until I move back to Western Washington. So I've got to take care of some business out in Montana, and my internet is going to be, for streaming, you've got to just have locked down solid lock internet. And I'm not sure my internet's going to be quite there. But if I can do it, I will do it. So maybe I got to be at like a cafe and use some cafe's internet or something. But yeah, Pancake, I would draft a running back every year in the 6th and 7th round if I'm the Seattle Seahawks. We've seen throughout the league in the NFL as a trend that there tends to be a lot of value there as teams have found their starters and some really quality running backs, Matt Breida, Phillip Lindsay, Chris Carson. There's been some guys you've been able to find over the last few years picking in that spot. So I absolutely would love to see them go into that place and pick that, because I don't want to see Carson being given a contract. I wouldn't want to pay Carson $8 million per year. I wouldn't. He's number one, injury prone. He is. And number 2, he's got a fumble problem. He's got the worst fumble problem in the entire NFL. Doesn't mean he doesn't have a place on this team, or he isn't going to be potentially a real good, vital member of this team moving forward. It just means that I need to see some of those things fixed before I can wrap my head around paying a guy at that level. As well as just, let's not pay running backs. Not a good way of spending the money. But I will try, Drew, if I can, to stream the combine. If I'm in a position to do so, I absolutely will, at least maybe not the whole combine. That might be a lot, but at least some of it. I watched a little of Gallamore's film, Emmett.
I liked what I saw, but I watched just the highlight video until I get I want to watch the cut-ups of games against actual opponents so I can see a play in and play out before I make my full assessment on the guy. The highlight films can sometimes lead you down the wrong path of not really understanding it, and especially how the player was utilized at the given school. There's a couple of guys in this draft where it's like you look at them and go, what are you guys doing? Where you get a pure 4-3 outside pass rusher, you should be a 4-3 end, and they've got him as a 3-4 down lineman, and they're not even lining him up in the 3-point stance. They've got him head up with his hands up like this pre-snap. Some of these college programs and how they utilize these guys, it leaves you scratching your head sometimes about what they're doing exactly. Yeah, Nathaniel, he could add some more to his game. I think he doesn't have the long speed to play on the outside or the size to play on the outside, and so that just puts him into that slot role, and I think the Seahawks really like what they have in Lockett at slot. I think that they just, at the end of the day, that's, that is what it is, where it's going to be hard to unsee the guy who's probably one of the best at his position, and that's what Ursa was kind of going up against. Thaddeus Moss. So I believe that's the tight end. And isn't that Randy Moss's son? I have not had a chance to watch his tape. I'm sorry. I did the Cole Emet from the Notre Dame. Didn't like his game much. Bryson Allen, didn't like his game much. The two tight ends I'm really kind of hot to trot in right now are going to be Harrison Bryant, who's going to be probably more of a 4th or 5th round guy, and then Albert Okubujugu-Bugawan. I'm not going to even get close to pronouncing that name correctly, but the kid out of Missouri, the tight end out of there, I like his game a lot. And again, another guy probably 3rd to 5th to 6th round, depending on where he goes as far as the combine goes. But those are the 2 tight ends that I've sort of liked so far. But I am going to look at Thaddeus Moss. He's on my list and I will pancake. I'll get him. I'll definitely dive into his tape and get you a run through on the next stream for him. Carl, it's not too hard to run a defensive scheme every week, but there's a couple things that you got to do that. Number one, you got to be multifaceted in your approach at your base level. So you see, and of course, the New England Patriots, they're very multifaceted in what they do. You've seen Belichick over the years run 3-4 scheme with 4-3 principles, a 4-3 scheme with 3-4 principles. You've seen him run pure 4-3. You've seen him be real blitz heavy. You've seen him be real blitz light. He really changes scheme week to week and changes his scheme year to year based on the actual talent he has. He looks at his team, assesses it, and then coaches thusly. Wouldn't that be great? Is it you coach to your talent as opposed to coaching your talent to your scheme, which is a little bit of what Seattle kind of tends to do. But yes, it seems to be very hard if what you've brought in from a player standpoint from Seattle is not necessarily real big thinker guys that are super smart players. We've got smart players, but that's not been the onus. They've really, I think, drafted more towards the physical freaks, the guys that are got the physical measurables and the real raw ability from the physical standpoint. You've got to draft more to the mind guys if they're being asked to do different things week to week, if they're asking to change the scheme week to week and change their responsibilities week to week, it requires a different type of player. A lot like what I'm saying with the blitz game, where a lot of the reason we struggle in the blitz game is because when you drafted Bobby Wagner, there was not a big part of what you drafted Bobby Wagner's game of, is he a fantastic blitzer? No, you were looking at him from, can he cover sideline to sideline? Is he good in pass coverage? Is he a solid tackler? These are the things that were going to be more vital for Seattle when they're looking at him as a player. So now when you're asking him to be blitz heavy and blitz a lot, it's not necessarily in these guys' wheelhouse. It's not what they do great. Peyton Manning's nephew is a beast. He's got a quick release. I believe he's only a sophomore, so he's going to just get better and better and better, and get ready for another Manning in the NFL, folks. In fact, we'll probably end up getting a couple more of them. No, Nathaniel, I don't pay any running back in this league $10 million per year. And it's another rhetorical question that I'm going to pose to you. Can we name the last running back that was paid $10 million or more per year and was as good of a running back as they were prior to signing that contract? I can't think of one. And I think that when you've seen history prove out like that over and over and over again a certain way, you've got to take it as more than just being a sample size as a rule of thumb. And that's how I take it, which is, look, can't pay running backs. Would love to pay running backs. Understand that they have to take a beating and their careers are cut short. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. They decided to be a running back. They made the choice. Hey, thank you, TJ. Well, I really do appreciate you hanging in here for this full stream, man. You know I do. So, yeah, Dante, I think pancake and a sock, you hit the nail on the head there. I think Fowler is very close to Averill in the respect to those guys. Averill came in and he actually got a little bit better in stopping in the run as he came along as a Seahawk than he was in Detroit. But a guy who was a pass rusher first and foremost. I think Fowler is very similar. And those were guys that their first step quickness is what separated them as a pass rusher. That's what separates Fowler as well. He'd be a good signing. You're certainly going to pay a lot of money to bring him in here. But at the end of the day, he's a meat and potatoes pass rusher. He's a lot like we're talking these guys, and that you know what you're going to get. He's a guy on the bottom end level. On his floor, he's going to probably get you 8 sacks. And on his ceiling, he might get you up in the 13, 14, 15 range, along with a lot of pressures. So I do like him a lot. I do. I think he's a guy I would not hate if they went out and signed. Yeah, my buddy, I lean on my friend who played secondary in college, and he knows his stuff, and he talks, and I've talked to him a lot about the kick step technique and how Seattle runs what they do, and he knows his cornerbacks really, really well. So when he says something, I tend to lean on him and believe him when he says it, as far as when he's got to take. Yeah, and I think I'm at the number one thing. Hi, Yorgos. Hey, I remembered Yorgos. Remembered how to pronounce it. Not bad, huh? You know how it is with us Americans trying to pronounce that J with a Y sound for us. It's tough. But yeah, I think the corner position is an important one, and it is a vital one. I will argue that in the Seattle Seahawks scheme, because we play zone so often, because we play the cover 3, which is really built upon the corner protecting themselves up over the top and leaving everything in front of them, that you allow for easy completions in front of you at times by the way you set the scheme up. So it's not always important to have the most uber talented corner in the scheme. If you have to pick between having an uber talented corner or an uber talented defensive end, you're going to take the defensive end 10 times out of 10. Who is most likely to ask for the biggest payday this offseason for the Hawks? Well, Nathaniel, you're probably looking at Clowney asking for the most money. But if I was to say, I think in the nature of your question, I think you're asking who's asking for the most money, but that does not yet deserve to be paid that most money. I would argue Griffin would be in that standpoint, and Jaron Reed would be in that standpoint, where they're going to want to be paid. Even Effetti. Effetti's the most ridiculous one. Someone's going to pay Effetti $12 million per season minimum, and he is nowhere near that type of player. He is nowhere near that type of player. Effetti's basic best attribute is his availability. The fact that he can play in every game is pretty much the best thing about him. From the penalty problem to just troubles in pass protection, paying a guy like that 12, 13 million per year is insanity. Insanity. We just might, Carl. If Clowney wants $25 million, this front office might just do it. Because at the end of the day, you can't afford to lose him. That's the thing, is there's not another guy you're bringing in. You bring a Dante Fowler and switch him out for Clowney. That's not an apples for apples. You're going backwards now at that position, and now you got to do that much more in other places on that defensive line to overcome the loss that you just took. So, I think that they would go high. I get a little uncomfortable past the $23.5 million mark. I do. I get just a little uncomfortable for a guy who's never really been double-digit sack guy. Yes, he provides a lot of pressures, and he's outstanding in the run game, but you start getting into some funny money figures at that point for me. Pancake and Sock, ideally, I'd like to get Clowney, in the realism game, I'd love to get him at $20 million per. I would like to be right there. I think he's probably going to push the market, just like Carl said, into the $23.5 to $25 million range. I don't want to pay him at that really, but at the end of the day, I probably bite the bullet and I pay him, and I think the Seahawks pay him at that point because there's just not other viable options to replace him. And he is a pure scheme fit at that Leo end. If they get better pass rushers on the rest of the defensive line, you'll stop having to move Clowney all over the line, put him there at that right side and let him just work. And I think he'll put up better stats, more stats, all that stuff at that point. No, I'm out on Randall Cobb. I've never been a big Randall Cobb supporter. He had an all right year for the Cowboys last year, but I don't think there's really a position for him. And he's not an outside guy. He's really a slot receiver. You've already got Lockett. You got John Ursula backing up Lockett. So it'd be a guy that really wouldn't have a position on this team. And again, what's he going to cost? A couple $1 million. And I don't know why you'd want to spend that for that. Guy's going to end up sitting on the bench at that point. just doesn't quite make the sense. Am I good with bringing in Campbell? Well, I guess, Emmett, if we're letting Clowney go and we're bringing in Campbell, it's not necessarily going to be apples for apples at that point. You'll be letting Clowney go and you'll be bringing in Calais Campbell, and then you'll be bringing in somebody else in addition, because Calais' salary is not going to be what Clowney's going to make. Clowney's going to make probably about 7 to 8 million more per this year than what Campbell's going to make. So you could go get another player at 7 to 8 million more per, who could be a decent pass rusher. Look at a guy like Justin Houston last year, who in that free agency signed like a 2-year, $12 million deal with the Colts. You could go get that kind of guy, or a Robert Quinn guy that was very good for the Cowboys last year. So it'd be a Robert Quinn and Calais Campbell instead of a Clowney. That would be more of the equivalency. Well, I think Nathaniel Parks, the big thing with Seattle and what they've been able to do in the past in grabbing guys in their negotiations is they've gone the opposite direction. So Nathaniel Parks says the Hawks should sign Clowney to a big money deal, but offer little guaranteed money. But Seattle's gone actually the opposite direction with players in the past in this respect. They go with a high amount of guaranteed money and then lower the actual average year per. So what they get away with that is by lowering down what they actually would have had to pay in the player in totality to give them a little bit more money out the chute, make them feel a little more financially comfortable. And I like that route better because you're getting the player at a cheaper cost overall at that point in time. Yeah, Pancake. Calais Campbell had an outstanding season still last year. The thing to keep in mind with the 6.5 sacks is that the Jacksonville Jaguars were playing from behind a lot. So they were playing against teams that were trying to run the ball and work the clock. And so you weren't getting as many opportunities as you had in the prior year when you were winning a lot of games for Calais to really go out there and hunt the quarterback. With that said, what I saw with PFF was that he was the 3rd rated edge rusher in the league this year. Look past his sack numbers. As I always say with pass rushers, you need to look past sacks and look at their pressure rate and look at their quarterback hits. And when you look at that, he was at the top of the league this year. Those are much more important stats because they speak more to the man generating the pressure and how consistently he's generating that pressure, as opposed to just bottom line sacks, which sometimes can be based upon what's happening around you. Yeah, Clowney's injury history is legitimate worry to have. I think that I would say that he's had some different injuries, so it's not been one thing that's continually bit him in the butt. These hernia abdominal injuries don't tend to be long-lasting injuries, or things that after you get them replaced you can't come back to full health. You tend to be able to get over these things after you get them fixed. So I still look at it being okay there. And he was a guy that did come out very young into this league. So he's a guy still in his mid-20s with a lot of good football ahead of him. I wouldn't expect him to break down at this age quite yet. I think you're still going to get a couple of very good years out of Clowney moving forward. So I wouldn't have overall the hesitancy. It might give me an initial moment of hesitancy, but it wouldn't be enough to hold me out from signing him to big time money, because I think he's worth it. And again, pure scheme fit, a pure Leo. In the 4-3 on the 4-3 line, you get the Leo end on that right side. He's that blind side rusher, and he would be a pure fit for that spot. Oh, Carl, I am on your request is my demand, man. Thank you for the $5, bro. I'm going to get some more coffee. 1 second. Oh, thanks for the $5, brother. That works for me, man. Live stream and everyone meets in the middle. Thank you for the donations, man. Nathaniel Parks, we could get Vic Beasley. I don't want Vic Beasley, though. He's a guy that's played that Leo position I was telling you about with Clowney and having pure fit. He's been able to rush for Atlanta for years now in that Leo fit, and he's not done very good. He had one really great year of productivity when we went through the roof, and ever since then, it's been a whole lot of kind of nothing. Not that great in the run game. I don't think it'll cost a lot. But at the end of the day, it's like I want more proven pass rushers this offseason. I don't want hope and wish and pray like we did with Ziggy Ansah. If everything goes right, maybe we can get some production from this guy. I think we got to go for some more certain players here this offseason, especially with all the money we have to spend. We have the money and the assets to go get the certain guys. We don't have to take the risks like we had to do in this last offseason where we didn't have the money to spend on free agents last offseason. So, you had to go and take the risk on Ziggy Ansah because there wasn't a lot else out there to really go grab for you. Not this year. Well, I loved it, J.J. Watt, and I think J.J. Watt still has some football left in him. He said he only wants to play 10 years, is what you're saying. We can do both live stream. But I don't think he leaves Houston. He is such a fixture of not just that team and organization, but that whole area. This is a guy that's really like that whole the flooding they had or whatever they had there a couple of years ago and what he did to raise money for them. It just seems like one of those stories where this guy's going to finish his career with the Houston Texans. It just does. It's got that feeling for him. Do we have a sub quarterback or do we sell them? Geno Smith, I think, is a free agent. So you're going to probably let him go in free agency. And I think ideally, Yorgos, you'd want to go and draft a quarterback in like the 5th or 6th round that you can get really cheap and roll it up that way just because you got to save money when you're paying your starting quarterback nearly $35 million per year. You can't afford to spend a lot on the backup. We all need our tax return money, Emmett. Pancake, I'm probably more in favor of releasing Britt at this point because I know what I got in Britt. In a league average center, I don't really want to pay money for a league average center. I'd rather look to draft a league average center who will give me that kind of play. And if I'm, at the end of the day, I'd like to release that money and go put that money in other places. I just think he's kind of limited in what he is. He's a guy who's done his best. He transferred from right tackle to right guard to center, but he is limited. And he's not really great in any one thing. At this point in time, the restructure game is always a tough one when you have a player who has an ACL tear or a major injury. They don't tend to want to restructure their deals. From their standpoint, they just gave up their body for you, the team, and now you're asking them to take a deal on it tends to be one that just leads towards outright release, unfortunately, or fortunately from my standpoint, because I think we can improve at the center position. I think we can get better. And I think even maybe potentially Ethan Postic, the guy on our roster, is actually an improvement over Britt, maybe. We don't know, but I think potentially he could be. So we absolutely ran too much this year, Yorgos. There was games I watched, and even in games where we ran really well, where it's just times you're going, what are we doing? And especially in the playoffs, I saw a stat. I wish I could bring it up for you guys right now, but our efficiency in our run game in the playoffs was god awful. Meanwhile, Russell was amazing. He's throwing for like 9 yards per average. Like every stat from his touchdown interception ratio, from his quarterback ratio, his quarterback completion, all of it was through the roof in the playoffs. Yet they still want to try to we're going to run the ball. We're going to run the ball. I don't know. I think I'd love to see them make that adjustment. Go up tempo, like Russell said a couple times a game. Just randomly in the second quarter, start running no huddle. And let Russell make a couple calls. You don't have to do it through the whole game. You don't have to do it all over the place, but just is a little something extra to put on tape, a little something extra to make the defenses have to think and adjust to. I would love to see it. If we draft 3 more I will be pissed if we draft 3 linebackers. The linebackers' effect in a 4-3 scheme is already somewhat limited. A middle linebacker's effectiveness is going to be driven by how well his 1-tech and his 3-tech defensive tackles are holding up blockers ahead of him, are not allowing guards to come down and take them on. And an outside linebacker, there's only been one outside linebacker in the 4-3 scheme in the last 30 years that has gone to the Hall of Fame. Do you guys know who that is? One. Think about that. In the last 30 years, there's been one outside linebacker in the 4-3 scheme that's gone to the Hall of Fame. Why is that? Well, because it's very hard for outside linebackers in the 4-3 scheme to have much of an effect on the football game. They don't rush the passer. They don't tend to cause interceptions. They don't tend to throw up big high tackle mark numbers like you get from the middle linebacker position. So their effect is somewhat limited. And that's Derek Brooks was the answer, by the way, if anybody was still wondering who it is. But he's the only one that's gone to the Hall of Fame. I've got to look up Kenneth Murray and Patrick Queen. I'm sorry, Brandon. I'm still diving into prospects. I'm not sure on those two guys. And welcome to Trap, Brandon. The Laviska Shenault is for me a problem player. You have a draft here where we are super deep with wide receivers and all sorts of wide receivers. Every type that you could want is in this draft. Upper level talent, back end talent, high potential that you get in the 4th, 5th, 6th round. The problem with Shenault for me is he just looks too much to me like Cordell Patterson or Kevin White, who came out of, I think, West Virginia a couple of years ago. Just that same type of player where there's not a lot of explosion in his route running or smoothness to his route running. It looks like they're really struggling to run their routes at times. And more of a gadgety type player that you'd want to get on fly sweeps or get in space and let him use his moves after the catch. I love him after the catch, but not other than that, unfortunately. Sorry, I'm getting a little behind here. Chris Clemens type move. Love Chris Clemens. I'd love another Chris Clemens type move. We made a great deal when Carroll came in because they moved, of course, Daryl Tapp, a guy who wasn't a fit for Carroll's scheme, for a guy like Clemens, who was a perfect Leo to bring in at that time, and Clemens really flourished. Leonard Floyd kind of falls into that same ground that I talk about where I say, look, outside linebackers don't always translate into down linemen, and down linemen don't always translate into outside linebackers when they go to 3-4. And I don't know that Leonard, when I look at Leonard, I see a guy that can translate into a down lineman in the 4-3. He's given them good pressure. He's a good player. I think he's continually getting better, actually. I don't think he's hit his ceiling, but I don't think he would be a fit necessarily for Seattle. And I am getting a little behind here, guys, so sorry. Cody Barton and BBK, yes, Cody Barton and Ben Burkervin, I'm very high on both of those guys, especially with all the tape that I've just watched on Lofa Tatupu. Ben Burkervin looks like Lofa Tatupu in a lot of respects. In fact, he's actually faster than Lofa Tatupu. Lofa ran a 4.82 combine, which was glacial slow, and Ben Burkervin went, I think, 4.5. It's just that Ben was so undersized that people are very scared of him. But I think both of those two guys have a future as starters for us. Bobby seems like he's not going anywhere for the time being, so it might be hard for one of those two guys to get middle linebacker. But you might see both of them at the outside linebacker positions next year. Pancake in the Sock, you bring up two guys I like a lot. I like Jason Pierre-Paul too. I thought he played a really good game against us after he came back from his car crash injury this year. He's a guy who would be a pure fit for us as an outside guy. I think he's a guy who even likes to rush from that left side on the defensive line as opposed to the blind side. I think he'd be a good fit, and Robert Quinn as well. Neither would break the bank. I would imagine both would be in the realm of 3-year, $21 million deal. Would probably be about what you're looking about, around the $8 to $9 million a year per range, maybe a little bit less, maybe only 2 years for each of them, but somewhere in that range. And I would be happy with signing both of those two guys. You sign Clowney and those two guys, you've measured out you've rounded out your pass rush pretty nicely at that point. You got a nice little rotation coming through. So not bad there at all with those two guys. That's two great suggestions, by the way, Pancake. I love it. Yorgos, I'd love to see us give our young players more chances. I think Pete Carroll's getting more scared as he gets older of playing younger players. It seems like we're just less and less willing to let those guys go out there in their first year. It almost seems like they want to give them a redshirt season like they do in college. But I certainly would have liked to have seen more Ugo Amadi this year, more Marquise Blair. I think that some of these guys just didn't get enough play on the football field. I won't say I would want to see more LJ Collier, though, because I think I saw enough of what I need to see with him. What is NVM? I'm not good with these. What do you call them? Their deals. But Leonard Floyd's definitely a good player. So, but if some team out there 3-4 is going to go grab him if he's out and available. Would I like to see the Hawks run a 4-3 or 3-4? I'd like to see the Hawks run a 4-3 scheme next year because they don't have the personnel to change to a 3-4 scheme. I certainly would like to see some more tweaks done to the 4-3 scheme itself. ideally to become a little bit more multifaceted in the secondary, not so reliant on cover 2 or cover 3 or cover 1, that you go a little bit more man at times. But with that said, that we're not going to see those changes. We are what we are. So have to make the Seahawks. Why did they have to make the Seahawks the bad guys? I don't know. Maybe it was a 49er fan is the one that made draft day. Spider Rico, welcome to chat. You never know. Maybe that was the case. I like that movie though. I thought it's really hard to do the NFL and do the NFL right and the way it is instead of trying to make it something that it isn't. And they really did a good job of that movie of kind of capturing fairly well the process of how trades and draft day goes. Certainly there was a little bit of Hollywood shenanigans there as far as some of the things, but I liked it. It's a good movie. I'd go back and watch it from time to time, and I enjoyed it a bunch. Okay, so Trayvon, Brandon, you're hitting on the cornerbacks. I've only looked at the first couple of cornerbacks this week. I was really concentrating on the tight ends, the tackles. I was looking at some of the running backs. So I haven't had a chance, and I'm sorry, I just haven't had as much of a chance to dive into the secondary. But as I understand with Trayvon Diggs, he's Stephon Diggs' brother. He's 6'2". He's a big guy, so obviously he would fit within Seattle. They love those big cornerbacks. Alabama absolutely insists, and they mandate that their cornerbacks tackle. So he's going to be a good corner, a good tackle corner. And as well, cornerback like wide receiver, because it's such a deep position, there's a really good chance that in the back of that first round, you're going to get a really good quality corner, a good quality receiver you're picking between, because it's outstanding depth at both of those positions. There's legitimately, to me, 5, 6, 7 first round corners that could be taken. And the same is true with wide receivers. You could see 5, 6, 7 guys taken in the first round at wide receiver as well. Easily. We were a player with one hand. I have a hand too. Well, yeah, it's like good one, Carl. Hey, if we win the Super Bowl with a man missing a couple fingers, another man missing a hand, it's like that's an accomplishment. Yeah, Tyreek did break his kid's arm. Ndamukong Suh, Pancake. Ndamukong Suh is actually in recent years with both the Rams and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at times been put out at defensive end, and he's played it pretty darn good. Obviously, he's just going to give you the bull rush when he gets out there. You're not getting swim moves and spins, but he will take a tackle and he'll put him in the backfield. I really like Suh's game, and the thing I think most about it for me that clinches it is the fact that he's going to be a guy you sign on a one-year $8 million deal, 2-year $12 million deal. There's not going to be a lot of money you're putting to the future on him. He's not high cost, and you know what you're getting with him. He'll be very solid, and he's a guy who doesn't get injured much. He tends to be out on the field. Never mind. Okay, there. Gotcha. Sorry, guys. I'm an old head, man. I don't always know these little text individual numbers. Yeah, I think Tyler Lockett had a really good year, Yorgos. I think he was affected by his injury after it happened, and I think that it slowed him down for a few weeks until he kind of got his feet back under him around playoff time. I love Lockett. He's very efficient, and I think there's nothing to say but good about him. He's absolutely a great member on this team, and him and DK, I think, are going to be a dynamic duo for years to come, and a fantastic duo at that, because you can really attack the weaknesses of other teams by lining up the guy you want to line up against, who you want to line up against. You really challenge teams in that respect because there's such different skill sets they bring into play. Nathaniel, it's easy for me to look at this situation. I see Lano Hill and Tedrick Thompson going out the door myself, and potentially bringing in another safety from somewhere else, be it a veteran or be it a rookie. But those guys to me are done. I think you'll probably get one of the two of them back, unfortunately, but I'm done with them. I don't see anything out of those two guys' game that leads me to believe they're a solid starter or even a guy I want to have on the football field at any time. Remember, it was Lano Hill that got beat by Graham in coverage there at the end of the game, instead of, by the way, Marquise Blair. What's your favorite tight end? Any fit in Seattle? All right, so my favorite tight end, any fit in Seattle? Just my favorite tight end, whoever out there. Well, I'm going to go with, I end up going with probably your Travis Kelce's or your Kittles. If I'm absolutely just going to pick, if I'm going to pick a guy that I can pick who's a realistic option that we have a realistic chance to go out there and grab and get, I would probably, and if it was, so here's my caveat. If I'm able to get Hooper at $10 million, I take Hooper. If Hooper's going to cost more than that, no. But then if not, if he's going to cost $10 million, I go to OJ Howard. And if I can get OJ Howard for a third or fourth round pick, he would be the guy I bring in, because I think Bruce Arians doesn't know how to use a tight end in his offense. And I think a Howard's a guy that would fit in here and provide us with a guy that could do some different things, both run blocking and pass catching, that would be dynamic. Dr. Alleycat, I'd be willing to trade back and get a defensive lineman in the second round, but I don't know if I want to pick the first round in that slot and go for a pass rusher there or a defensive lineman there. I need to do more look at the film, so I got to be honest with you. But some of the guys I've seen out the gate look really raw, and they look like they're going to take some time to develop. And I think with what we're looking at on the defensive line when we draft this year, we have to look at guys that we're bringing in who are going to have some kind of impact out the gate. I'm not expecting the player they're going to be when they're in their prime out the gate, but we've got to get some production. So what we've seen with Rasheem Green in the last few years, where he had a rookie season of nothing, LJ Collier, where he had a rookie season of nothing, we can't do that with a guy that we pick. He's got to come in and give us some vital snaps in there, some rotation. And that's where I go back to, you probably trade back and get in the second round at that point if you're really going to look to target a defensive lineman. So I think that he's on. Megatron was his own type of receiver. We've never seen the type of production really that Calvin Johnson gave through his first years in the way he exploded onto the scene. And he was such a freak as far as a receiver goes. I don't know that DK's skill set gets to that point, but as hard as he works and as good a first season as he has, I do see Hall of Fame potential in DK Metcalf. I don't think that that's a big, huge leap to say that. So I absolutely see them being right into that area. The the Calvin Johnson, the Julio Jones types. I think he's going to put up those type of stats over the next few years. I think the sky's the limit with DK Metcalf, especially having Russell Wilson throwing him the football. The Browns will be a dumpster fire, and they will continue to be a dumpster fire. Their owner, comes in too often and puts his voice in there. He's like a poor man's Jerry Jones. They turn over their stuff too much. They don't stay with stuff and try to let it kind of breathe and go. Nobody wants to come there as a head coach that being a prime job or a prime place to go get. I'm not big on Baker Mayfield. I didn't see it with that guy. I didn't see it with that guy coming out in the draft at all. I thought he was really overrated and a little bit of the 1 year wonder there at Oklahoma. And I didn't see it in the physical ability. So I don't see them taking the step forward. And I think, they really could slide into that dumpster fire, especially if they're going to probably trade Odell. It looks like Jarvis Landry may be on the move as well for them. So they'll be getting rid of kind of some of their better players at that point. And it's a shame that they can't turn that franchise around there. That fan base deserves to at least have a winner once in a while. Again, it makes you appreciate us too a lot. Being like, you could be the Cleveland Browns, you could be the Cincinnati Bengals. If Seattle does not trade back in the first round, I would probably like to see them go with offensive tackle would be where I'd like to see them go. I think they'll be a very good, solid offensive tackle. He might not light the world on fire. He might not get us all super excited with the sexiness of the pick, but I think you could just get a good meat and potatoes tackle at the end of round one you'd slide right in there to the right tackle position for Ifedi and who could potentially be an upgrade over Ifedi immediately out the gate. In fact, probably more than likely would be an upgrade out the gate. I mean, I think they've been trying to get the value out of Ifedi for years and know that it is what it is, where he just has his detractions and limitations to his game that they just couldn't overcome. Best virgin ever. Is Lockett a virgin? I've heard that. Even when we still had the LIV, it seemed like teams were starting to have fun. I go back to the blueprint. Somebody mentioned this in the last live stream, and I was at the game. I was in San Diego at the time, and you guys remember back, this is 2015. Might have been I think it was 2015. Seattle was playing the San Diego Chargers in San Diego. This game was 120 degrees on the football field, but Phillip Rivers came in with a concept and a way to attack this defense, which is the way to attack this defense. With the bail technique and the way that the Seattle Seahawks go with their coverage, with the protectivism that they have towards the deep ball and keeping big plays to limiting the big plays, they are going to allow short passes to be had underneath on the sidelines, swing routes out to the running backs. Those 7 and 8 yard plays waiting to happen are always going to be there for teams. Seattle's just reliant on teams getting impatient, on them wanting to take that big shot at one point or another, and then Seattle being able to take advantage and get an interception at that time because you're throwing into the teeth of the scheme at that point. But at the end of the day, that Charger game against the Seahawks in San Diego, that 2015, really showed the league, here's a blueprint for how you attack this team. Remember in that game, Richard Sherman, Keenan Allen ate him up with those underneath routes. It would be just short posts, short slants, short drags. All day long, they were able to complete it. And Phillip was just taking what Seattle was given, never trying to push it down the field, just here dink and dunk, dink and dunk. And it's the way you can beat this defense. If a team remains patient, they can beat the defense that way. Thanks for dropping by, Yorgos. I really do appreciate it. No way, Donald. You got in at the little at the end. I am winding down here though, folks. We're 6 hours plus in. The voices, I can feel the voice starting to fade. Yeah, I'd re-sign Clowney, and I'd re-sign Clowney to the top of the market. Cesar Rez is the best center in the draft, Brendan. He's a complete center. He's going to be a starter in this league for 10 years to come. He reminds me of the guy Harris out of Alabama that the Colts took a couple years ago, where you knew when you were grabbing this guy what he was going to be. There was not a lot of like question marks or you taking big risks and taking him. He would be a huge upgrade over Britt. I would love it if they get Ruiz at the end of the first round. I don't know that it'll last that far. It seems like when the best center in the draft falls about 15 to 20 is the range that they usually fall to. So we'll see. Yeah, Myles Garrett is still suspended. I'm kicking the tires on the Browns, though, if they want to maybe potentially move him because he's a fantastic player, and I think that's not indicative of who he is, that one situation that happened. Yeah, Donald, the O-lines, I haven't had a chance to really dive into the guards yet, but just looking at the tackles this last few weeks and really getting into it, it's a really great class for tackles. I mean, a really great class. And not just guys that are like going to be Pro Bowlers, but guys that'll just be good, solid starters for you in the NFL. There's a lot of those guys. So I'm in favor of it. Donald, I think that the problem with Brian Bulaga is his concussion situation. He's got too many concussions. He's one bad concussion away from retiring. And this is in addition to him becoming an older player. So I don't want to bring in guys this offseason that are injury prone. We lost more games to starter injury this year than any other team in the NFL. And this has kind of proven out true over the last couple of years. To me, it's time to start bringing in guys that are a little bit more available, a little bit more, you can count on them to be healthy. Stop taking flyers on risks like guys like Mike Iupati and Ziggy Ansah and guys that have been injury prone throughout their career, because you're just going to run right back into the same injury situation we ran into this year if you keep doing that. Have a good one, Yorgos. I appreciate you stopping in. I'd love to be excited for our first round too, Carl. And like the thing we can count on with the first round picks are pretty much is probably going to be a guy that we're not considering or we're not talking about. That's why I'm going to try to talk about all of them, because it's like the Rashad Penny pick that was happened. You know, they made that selection at the same time you had Sony Michel and you had Bradley Chubb, Nick Chubb. And Nick Chubb looked like the perfect fit for Seattle. You know, he was the exact running back you tended to look at. But you went for Penny instead, who wasn't exactly a fit for you in what you tended to look at in running backs. So they do go really weird in the first round with the way that they go about how they operate. I wouldn't be as upset about a tackle myself because I think it would be necessary. And let's not forget that, say nothing of the Jermaine Ifedi moving on in free agency, Dwayne Brown is going to be 35 years old. Dwayne Brown has had injuries throughout his playing career, and he's getting older. So it's having some more tackle depth there as a hedge against potentially Dwayne Brown, that a guy you could maybe slide out to that left side as well as the right side, really could help us as far as protecting against some injury concerns that we could have. But I want to be excited about the first round too, man. I who knows? Maybe this is the first year ever that they trade up. They've got the ammunition to do it. You know? Yeah, I love the Earl Thomas pick 2.5. And that draft, they killed that whole draft, frankly. I mean, that was the Russell Okung, who was, you know, the guy that you knew was going to be he might not be the star at left tackle, but you knew he was going to be an upper level left tackle for you right out the gate. You got Earl, who was an absolute playmaker at Texas. I think they got Golden Tate in the second round of that draft. Those early drafts, the Seattle Seahawks just killed it. Absolutely killed those early drafts. Yeah, Nathaniel, I'm about going after a player that right now, my philosophy is that there's a lot of teams out there that pick players who aren't necessarily fits for their scheme. They go out and get a guy that is a talent, is really good, but it's not his best place to be. And a lot of NFL players' success is based upon where they're picked. It's not always just because a guy's going to be good in one area, he's going to be good in another area, and he's good anywhere he goes. It sometimes is really based upon the exact situation that he's going into. I think that O.J. Howard, while he probably has underwhelmed and he's underachieved, at the same point in time, I just remember with Bruce Arians with the Arizona Cardinals. I remember Bruce Arians with the Indianapolis Colts. The tight end was really never featured as much as you would necessarily like, or as much as we do with our offense. So it's something to where you're going to be able to buy low on a guy who's got all the potential in the world still to really blow up for you and really give you some fantastic, outstanding production. Brandon, would I take Ruiz at number 27? I would. I value the offensive line, and I feel like, especially, look at this. If you went out and you got Zach Conklin in free agency, and this is the way over. We're not going to do this, but you got Zach Conklin, Brandon Scherf, and then you brought a guy like Ruiz in, and then you had Dwayne Brown and Fluker on the other side of him. You'd be one of the dominant offensive lines in the NFL right out of the gate in the next year, and it would cost some money, wouldn't cost all the money, it cost you a little draft capital, not all the draft capital. You could still hit other places in other areas. I don't think it's likely to happen, but yeah, I would absolutely love to see Ruiz taken at number 27. I think he's going to be a really, really good center here for years to come. And I am getting a little bit behind here, guys, so I'm sorry. I know it's going to crawl. It's going to be crazy when this chat board fills up. Do you think Jaron Reed's yeah, Pancake. I think Jaron Reed 10.5 sacks season was a fluke. The other 3 seasons of his career, he's averaged about 1.5 to 2 sacks per year. You got to look at the sample size, and that's the sample size. What are your normal streaming QA days? This is like cracked. I don't have any normal streaming QA days yet. I mean, I'm just trying to do it as I can. I got a full-time job and I work overtime every week. So my time gets a little bit limited. I'd love to do this more. But I'm going to keep trying to do this as much as possible into the future. So I'll keep trying to drive these and do as many as I possibly can. We'll keep going here, TJ. Dr. Alleycat, I love to hear Wilson open up and tell his coaching staff, put some feet to the fire. That's what I look at it as. And I think that's why he said it. He could have easily been quiet and let Seattle make the moves they were going to make this offseason and say nothing. But he has gotten into a position now because of 10 years with the team, because of who he is in this league, to be in a position to say, hey, give me some more here. And I like it because there's some quarterbacks that don't speak up and ask for anything. They just shrug and they go, hey, as long as you're paying me, I'm fine. But hey, yeah, get out there and insist on that. Ask for some better players. Ask for a better playing field. Too often, Russell is asked to be a magician back there and to perform magic every single week when things don't go right. And it's far too often, frankly. He was the number 1 rated player by Pro Football Focus this year, Russell Wilson was. Meaning he was worth more wins to us than any other player in the NFL. And while that's a great stat on the face of it, it's also got a double-edged sword to that because it also means that you're kind of screwing up on the back end. You're really not giving him a lot to work with then because you're asking him to be so much. What if we actually got him a lot to work with and he was doing all he was doing? How amazing they would be at that point. And Seattle's gotten away a little bit with not providing him all of the talent that you possibly could. There's reasons for this, and some of it's Russell taking all of the money that he has and wanting to be paid top of the market. But another part of this as well is that you've missed on moves. You've not exactly been able to delve in on places that you want to delve because you're eating so much dead money with some of the contracts you gave out. You can make the argument that some of those third deals that you handed out, some of those extra contracts you handed out, the Cam Chancellors, the Cliff Averill deals that you signed really should not have been made. And it was really kind of not a smart way to apply the money on players that were aging who had a high potential of not making it through that third contract. But I think it's good that he's speaking up. I love seeing the fact that Wilson's willing to get into management and say, come on, guys, let's go with this. And they will. They've got the room to do it. I don't understand Seattle having. I don't understand why Seattle, after having a good free agency, trade up, using your second to trade up to go to spot like. Well, it seems like Brandon, Schneider just runs by this philosophy. He wants more shots at it. I feel like he just somewhat feels like and thinks that the difference between the top end picks and the back end picks that he can potentially get the diamond and the rough guys, there's really not a huge difference for him. And he'd rather go that area than trade up and put all of his eggs in one basket. I'd like to see a little bit more. It's just like with our offense and our defense. It's like, just be a little bit more multifaceted. Do some other different things. Don't just do the same thing over and over again. Go outside your comfort zone every once in a while. And Schneider doesn't really do that. He's never traded up in any first round of the draft in his 10 years of drafting with the Seahawks. You can't figure he's going to do it now. But I, too, share your frustration that why you can't go and target a guy. I mean, Espinoza would be the guy that I would, and of your guys that you selected there or you mentioned there. I don't get why he doesn't, but they just don't like to take that risk. They don't like risk a lot, I think. It's a way for them to sort of hedge against risk by having all of these picks, all these selections. It was nice to see the Niners lose. I ain't gonna lie, Donald. I was not looking forward to having to dealing with Niner fans for the next year in my message boards and chats and go Niners and 5-6 Super Bowl rings. The end would never. They're insufferable. They are absolutely insufferable. I dealt with Packer fans this year, dealt with other fans from Bears teams. They were all really nice, pretty good folks. And it wasn't like they weren't supporting their team, but the Niner fans were jackasses. I'm sorry, they just were over and over again. Yeah, Emmett, you're not wrong. You're absolutely right, Emmett. It's you're probably going to be looking at a collection of a few second round picks that they're going to take. I'd probably say there could be a situation here where we very easily end up with 3 second round picks, no first round pick, and 2 third round picks. Seattle's done something like that before. Remember the year where we collected all those third round picks? That was the year that you had Amaro Darbo, Shaquille Griffin, Delano Hill, Tedrick Thompson, and one other guy picked and CJ Procise, I think it was, all picked in that same area. And they just kept trading back and collecting those picks all for those spots. And it's like only one of those guys became really a legitimate player for you. It's an argument against collecting a bunch of second and third round picks and trying to make all your hay there. There's an argument to be made for actually targeting a guy a little higher in the first round and going for him. Yeah, Nathaniel, I think Dwayne Brown's not going to be long for this world either. I would foresee him probably having only another year or two. I'd be surprised if he gets 2 years out of him, especially with the way that the injury situation is sort of shaken out with him this year. He had the bicep injury, he had the knee. He's not going to get healthier. Yeah. Pass rush is the problem. Our secondary is not the issue, in my opinion, either, Donald. I think at the end of the day, the pass rush is going to improve the secondary by asking the secondary to have to cover for less time. That's going to make everything a lot better. I'd rather see that. I'd rather see them go in that direction than trying to do secondary first and then fix pass rush second. Hello, William Holland. I'm a little higher on Trey Flowers than you, William. My feeling on Trey Flowers is he's a development guy. This was his second year playing cornerback ever. He played safety in college. If you look at a guy like Griffin, who everybody says, well, look at how great Griffin played and look at how bad Flowers played this year. Well, Griffin in his second year played at a D+ level, not by my assessment, but by Shaquille Griffin's own assessment of his own play in his second year. I don't think Trey Flowers played at a D+ level this past year. I think maybe he played about a C+ level. Let's give him some more time. Let's let him develop a little bit more. He had a couple bad games, but let's see what we got in this guy. He could be something a little bit better than what you're thinking. Because if we kicked Shaquille Griffin to the can, if we kicked him to the floor after 2 years, we'd have a lot of egg on our face right now, wouldn't we? No, I don't give Russ any crap, Carl, for saying that. I like Russ does that. It shows leadership. It doesn't just let the management slide by. It puts their feet to the fire. A little bit of pressure is good for everybody. You get comfortable, you get happy, your feet go cold. It's not the best thing. It's nice to have a little bit of edge on things at times. It can help things, especially when you're on the edge of maybe making a decision on the front office side of things. Maybe it's the one thing to push it over to the other side. Yeah, Nathaniel, I think the only guy of that list that you mentioned potentially coming back is maybe Lano Hale and Jaron Reed, but Kendricks and Ifedi are gone at this point. I'm saying replace Fant and identify. Britt is old and then Potty gets hurt. Yeah, I'm done with Britt and Potty both. I don't want to bring injury prone guys back in. Guys that have had, I'm done with that. We've got to get healthier. We lost too many games this year due to injury, and we lost too many games to injury this year because we took flyers on players who had been injury prone throughout their career. Make no mistake about it. It's not happenstance that we were the most injured team in the league this year. You had older players that you were taking risks on, and you kind of got bit in the butt for it. Let's not make the same mistake again. Bang Bang was annoying. Yeah, Brandon, I think so too. I think those three guys would round things out really quickly. And let's face it, I mean, DJ Fluker and Dwayne Brown are solid players for us on that line. So you would, the continuity would need to come together. They need to learn how to play together, and it may not be as good as it would be at the end of the season, at the start of the season, but the talent would be there. You would upgrade the talent level so immensely at that point from where it's been. Yeah, William, I think Chris Carson's going to have a big year in 2021 as well, simply for the fact he's playing in a contract year. And the thing that we've learned in the NFL is you get players in contract years, they tend to play pretty damn well. They tend to give it their all. They suddenly become a little more healthier than after they sign those contracts. So yeah, I'm big on Carson moving forward. I'm interested to see what he can provide us next year, and if he can maybe solve some of the fumble issues that popped up a bit this year. Yeah, he could be. Carl, you're not making predictions that aren't off, and to a certain respect. He had the worst fumble problem in the entire NFL this year, and he's had 2 of his first 3 seasons cut short due to injury. So, if you're playing the odds, you know what I mean? If you're going to play the odds, those are the odds to play there with it. No worries, Donald. I appreciate you dropping in, man. Yeah, 49 fans have they're the most insufferable. Since I started this channel, they've been the most insufferable. I've dealt with a few different fan channels coming in because people do. I don't know why people are searching for Seahawk fan channels to come talk shit on, but that's what they do is they want to come in and talk about it. And it's like, okay, come on in, guys. And it's just, they were the worst. They were the worst. See you soon, Donald. I appreciate you hopping in, man. Pancake, I would tend to go with pass rush in this way. I would do it. There's sort of a 2-layer approach to this for the pass rush for me. The first layer approach for me would actually not be in free agency. It would be to look to make a trade. Trade for a Calais Campbell type. Trade for a Von Miller type. In that kind of realm, a guy who maybe just still has a little bit of juice in the tank, but he's carrying such a big cap hit on the team that you can go trade for him, and the draft compensation might not be through the roof. The second layer of it is going to be the post-May 1st, the post-June 1st free agent signings, meaning that you can sign the free agent, but he doesn't count against the compensatory value system after a certain date. So a guy like Ndamukong Suh will probably last to that date. A guy like Robert Quinn might last to that date. At that point, you could sign those guys in free agency and still play that compensatory game where you've lost a Fetty, you've lost Jefferson, you've lost a couple of your free agents out there, and so you get those 4 compensatory picks back the next year. That would be the 2-prong approach that I would prefer to see them go at, rather than necessarily purely going into free agency to sign the pass rusher that way. I lean towards maybe an offensive lineman in free agency, or 2 offensive linemen in free agency, because those do tend to be solid, what we've seen in the past. When you tend to buy a free agent in free agency, or tend to buy an offensive lineman in free agency, they do tend to produce pretty well. I will stream again soon, Donald, I promise. Yeah, Jeremy, and welcome to the chat. Jeremy, I agree. I think that Wilson's having a little bit of his prime career wasted. I think this last season was a waste. You have the most valuable player in the entire NFL, and you could stock up the rest of the talent around him to take advantage of that in the way that you needed to. Will they start to get aggressive this offseason and realizing that? We'll see. But I would really like to see it myself. It's getting frustrating watching him have to work magic and miracles every single week to pull us out of stuff. It'd be nice to see them try to maybe make things a little easier on him. God forbid. Dr. Alley Cat, CB2. Remind me who's CB2? But yeah, we can get back to the Super Bowl. We got all the pieces here. Brandon, I wouldn't do it, man. I wouldn't do it with Carson. And if Carson didn't have the fumble problem, maybe. If Carson wasn't injury prone, maybe. But he kind of is both of those two things. When you've had 2 of your first 3 seasons cut short due to injury, sorry, you're injury prone. And we already know about the running back position that once I sign the running back, he doesn't get more healthy. He's not out there for more games after I sign him to the contract. No, those 2 factors being what they are, he's got to play out another season and prove himself, and then let somebody else sign him at that point, and then draft another running back. Don't. That's a waste of money, in my opinion. It's a money better spent in other places. For a couple million more, Brendan, you could go get that Brandon Scherf at left guard. You know, what's it better to have? You know, to be without a Chris Carson if you had to trade him because he's insistent he wants a contract extension, or bring in a guy like Scherf at left guard as another option for how you spend that money. I got to look at by days. I think it's his name. You said I'm still looking at kind of some of the Semmers and Emmett, and I will look again at Reeves just to make sure that my take was right on that. But based off of what I saw initially, I thought he looked pretty straightforward as a good starter in this league for years to come. You know, potentially even with Pro Bowl potential. But as a backup, if I'm in the late second round and I'm able to get Nick Harris at the back end of the second round, I don't know that there's a huge drop off between their play necessarily either. So as an alternative wouldn't be necessarily the worst thing. Nathaniel, I'd like to see Fant back as well. I like him as a guy that you have as a swing tackle. Maybe you could sign him to a 3-year, 4-year deal at a low contract rate, and he'd be a guy that you could fill in when you do get the injury situation, especially with Dwayne Brown getting older. You'd have a good backup there now to feasibly put him in if you couldn't draft a guy. So I would love to see that. I think that'd be a good way to go about it. I think Fant might get paid by somebody out in the open market, though. My instincts on this are that somebody's looking to probably not break the bank, but come too close to breaking the bank for the Seahawks' favor. I'm not high on the tight ends in this draft at all. Why am I high on tight ends as far as in value, or you kind of need to elaborate a little bit more on that, Nathaniel? I don't understand what you mean on that. Why I don't value running backs as highly is for a couple of different reasons. Number one, it's a very injury-prone position. Number two, it's a position with a very short shelf life. A guy can be good for 1 year and then fall off the cliff, like we saw with a guy like Thomas Rawls, right? It tends to be a position that once I pay, and not just on a every once in a while basis, but the rule of thumb. And I pose this question, you guys. I'll pose it to you again. Who in the last year at running back position has been paid at $10 million per season, who signed a contract paying him an average of $10 million per year? And there's been a few of them. Which of those guys has come out and give you the kind of production after you paying that you got beforehand, or even got somewhere near that kind of production of what you got beforehand? It just doesn't. Over and over again, this rule proves out. It doesn't pay to pay running backs. You don't value them in that way. It's just the way that this league is gone. Fortunately, unfortunately, it is what it is. So let's see here. That's 6. Carl, man, you're going to make me blush here with all these donations, bro. The Niner game, I think, was the best, Carl, the best game. The Tampa Bay was Russell at his most magical, but I think that the Niner game was the best team win and just the best comeback. And because of what it did for you at that time, and you were really kind of struggling up until that point, really feeling like you were a legitimate team that could contend this season, that were right there with the 49ers. And that told you in that game, we can roll with this team. We can hang with this team. They're not head and shoulders above us. We're right there with them, and we can compete. So I go to that game first and foremost, and I will be doing a great Seahawks moment based on that 49er game from this past year. I've got to get my film right on it and all that other stuff, but that will absolutely be that was an instant great Seahawks moment video waiting to happen. And there was a lot that went on in that game, so let's face it, there's a lot of good stuff to cover there with it. Sorry, I'm falling a little bit behind here with you guys. That's 6. I think Neither Jadeveon Clowney or Jaron Reed is probably going to last in free agency, though Jaron seems to have a very elevated opinion of his value. So I don't know if that he's going to get that value, which could cause him to have to wait a little bit longer. And maybe, so probably Clowney goes first and Reed probably has to wait a little bit. Yeah, Dr. Alley Cat, you couldn't move Flowers to nickel. Number one, Flowers is 6'3". He's not going to flip his hips and turn fast enough from the slot cornerback. You need to have guys at slot cornerback who are 6 feet and under. You just don't see guys usually that big up that position. The thing with and I go back to this, I know I've harped on it for some of you on this stream that have heard this a couple times. Flowers is a developing guy. He had 3 interceptions last year. How many interceptions did Shaquille Griffin, Mr. Pro Bowler, have last year? 0. How many interceptions does Griffin have for his entire career? 3, or the same amount that Trey Flowers gave you in 1 year last year. He had a couple of tough games. I understand that some people hate him, but give this guy another chance for another year of development. He's a guy on the rise. He's a guy on the come. He's going to get better. Mark my words. And if you bailed out on him right now, and if you brought another corner in, he's on the bench now. You're bailing out on him. He's not going to slot corner. If you do that, it's, again, a move that could end up being kind of silly because he could end up rounding out into being a very solid player for this team. It's just where I see him, at least. Thank you again, Carl, for those donations, man. I really do appreciate it, bro. Yeah, Pancake, and the Toast. Welcome, the Toast. Sorry, I just saw you in there. I'm a little behind on the chat. Yeah, I predict right now the Seahawks win 13 games next season. I'm factoring in that they're not going to be as injury prone as they were last year. They're going to have more talent on this team next year, and they're not going to play the toughest schedule in the entire NFL as they did this last season. You're not. You're going to play a very tough schedule because of our division and the nature of it, but not as tough. That's the key. So I go into the 13 wins, 13-3 mark, maybe even a 14-2 if everything worked out great. But that's where I put them. Yes, Pancake and a sock. I harped on it throughout this year in my Seahawks Nest episodes, was that for the Seahawks to get back to the Super Bowl, I believe that you have to do this from the home field advantage standpoint. I don't think that you accomplish this on the road, even with us being as much of a road warrior team as we were this year. 5, 10 a.m. wins, 7-1 on the road. All that was great. It was fantastic. But at the end of the day, we have seen when we get home field advantage in Seattle, 2005, 2013, 2014, when you've got that home field advantage, chances are you're getting it to the Super Bowl. I'd rather rely upon that and be shooting for that than trying to get on the road. And, it just doesn't, it's so much of an easier methodology to get back to the Super Bowl. Yeah, Emmett, Emmett, it's an absolutely apt comparison. And you were right to pick Alexander and Hutchinson because it was that offseason that Hutchinson went to the poison pill contract. And it was because Tim Ruskell was getting cute and didn't value the left guard position, especially back then when it wasn't valued at all. And he was really trying to undercut Hutchinson on what Hutchinson should be paid. I would have just taken, I wouldn't have cared about the poison pill contract because it was a thing that was going to guarantee the contract if Hutchinson played a certain number of games in Seattle was how the poison pill worked. And I would have done it back then. He was that good of a player. He was obviously a Hall of Famer waiting to happen. But it just shows you in that case, you made the choice for the running back and not for the lineman, and you paid the price on it. That cost that organization for 3 years because that salary hung over us. That Alexander salary just hung there. And it was an albatross. It was because he was so much less of a player even the very next year off of that MVP season. You got to remember your history or you're apt to repeat it. That's how the saying goes. Yeah, Nathaniel, that's absolutely right. Because again, a running back is a very fungible position. It's a position where I can find a very slight difference between the 5th, 6th, 7th rounders to the top end 1st, 2nd, 3rd rounders. I really can. There's certainly special running backs that come into this league, but I see that things are much more dictated beyond how good of an offensive line you have. You can have a fantastic running back, but if you have an okay to an awful offensive line, he ain't doing a damn thing. So much like that in a tight end is not reliant much upon the guys around him. We know he's got a great quarterback in Russell Wilson that can feed a tight end. I know the production is going to be there. So I'm more comfortable in paying that money at that point to do that. And I think that when it comes to the pass game, it's just giving Russell another target, which I value higher than having another running back on the roster. And again, continuing, I don't want to pay running backs anyway, but if you're a running back that's got an injury history and you fumble the ball worse than any other running back in the league, there's no way I'm paying you at that point. I'm already on the fence. That stuff just puts it into a big fat no for me. It's just, and it is the way I value it though. You are right, Nathaniel. That is the way I kind of, that is the way I roll. And I can understand you paying the running back, but the thing I'd ask you, Nathaniel, is who in this league over the last 10 years has benefited from paying their running backs? What team was, man, we went after 2 years after paying that big money, went, man, that was such a great deal for us. That was so smart of us to pay that running back when we paid him, man. He's just given us absolutely tremendous production since we did it. If you can't find an example of it, then it's probably not a good idea. That's just my point on it. I get where you're coming from with it, but that's just kind of that's just where I sort of stand with it. I need to see stuff proven true. I need to see running backs like Ezekiel Elliott last year, who gets paid $18 million a year and who shows me he's the same running back that he was prior to getting that big contract, which he didn't do. He was a shell of himself by all accounts last year. He had an all right season, still had an amazing offensive line. They got Travis Frederick back last year. If anything, he should have been at its best moving into his prime. But he was a lesser player, and we've seen it over and over and over again. Look at the Chargers last year, who refused to give Melvin Gordon any money. Were they that much better when Gordon came back versus when it was Austin Eckler back there? They weren't, to me, a very similar team. So it's just about the impact of what is the impact having an upper-level running back really has on your team? What is it? And I don't know necessarily the answer of that. I think it's a fluid state. I think it's an argument that's being played out before us right now every season. I told you to wait to get paid. You have countless hours of great content. Oh, I appreciate it, Carl, man. I really do. And I don't expect anything from any of you guys on it. You guys just watching and engaging on the chat, liking the channel, subscribing, telling people about it, getting them to subscribe. And that's all I can ask any of you guys. I don't expect anything from anybody at this point. It's the growth we're getting on this channel is, I did not imagine it all. If you guys look around, you can maybe find a guy named Kane who about 12 years ago was doing some doing some Seahawks talk. That was when I did this 12 years ago to start. You can still find the videos on YouTube if you look. It's just me in podcast form, free flowing a little bit. But I got no views back then, and I wasn't able to use NFL footage or any of that stuff. But this kind of growth and to have this many people watching and subscribing in just a year versus what I had last time when I tried this out, it's night and day. And I could never imagine that we would be where we're at right now and how good the growth has been, how successful this has been. You guys are, I mean, I'm not just saying it's Carl and to all of you guys. It's amazing your guys' support and hanging in when they're with me. I mean, we've got you guys in on chat. We're 7 hours on chat, and we got still people in here asking questions and stuff, man. It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Yeah, Nathaniel, I don't necessarily see Trey Flowers as being a great cornerback. I would offer that you don't need a great corner in the scheme. You play zone so often. You don't ask a guy to be man-on-man. You ask him to play zone and read route combinations. What I need our guys to do are be sure tacklers, take the ball away every once in a while, protect over the top against the deep ball, and that's kind of what you're asking a corner to do in the Seattle Seahawks scheme. It's great when they can give you more like Richard Sherman, where he was maybe the best in the league for a couple year period there at taking the ball away, but it's good to just have a guy who's at least a threat to do so. So I don't see him as a star either. I'm not saying he couldn't be. He's a development. And again, this is his second year playing cornerback ever. Just let's keep this in mind, Nathaniel. Second year ever playing cornerback. Griffin, through all his college, through all his high school, he got to play cornerback. This is a guy just learning the position, just figuring it out. And as he develops and as he gets better, let's see where he is after year 3. If he still shows next year in year 3 exactly what he showed in year 2, then I'm open to it. But I need to see another year where he's not necessarily not taking another step forward, because I think he improved off of his first season this year. I do. And again, his sure tackler, a guy causes forced fumbles. Carroll thinks he could be a lot like the next Peanut Tillman in his ability to knock the ball out, which has not shown up yet, but it's something that Carroll raves about. And it's something to maybe just consider in the back of your mind on it. Hey, thank you, Alley Cat. I appreciate you watching, man, and hanging in there with me in your questions. Yeah, I think Chris Carson, there's no reason to make any move on Carson. You don't have to do anything. You still get him on a rookie year here this offseason. You don't have to sign him to a contract extension. He's not a free agent, so there's no threat there. There's no reason to have to do anything with the guy this year. There isn't. You don't have to do nothing with it. And you got every right to say, we're not going to pay you an extension because of these reasons yet. And they're completely valid. You need to be better and more durable, and you need to protect the ball. Our program is all about the ball. We've got turnover Tuesday, right? They've got a whole day throughout their practice week dedicated to turnovers, eliminating the turnovers on offense and creating the turnovers on defense. So they value it so highly, it can't be an element of the running back's game. It just can't. It's all right, Alley Cat. You know I'm going nowhere. So Brendan, and let me ask you this question, Brendan. This was the trade that I initially was thinking about at the start of the offseason, and some people liked, some people poo-pooed it. I would have been open to this type of trade. I think Quinn Nelson, you could potentially go grab from the Colts if the Colts are struggling to go get a quarterback. And what I mean by that is the Colts are a little bit in that in-between phase where they're not quite a playoff team right now, or they're a sub-playoff team, but they're not really a bad playoff team or a bad team enough in the AFC to where they're going to be able to pick in the top 5 to 7 and get that next franchise quarterback of the future since Andrew Luck left. They need to get some draft ammunition to trade up in the draft and to go get a quarterback. In my opinion, that's what they're going to have to do. Or they're going to take a flyer on a guy that, maybe is a little limited. If they're going to do that, they need to get some draft picks. Quinn Nelson to me would be the guy that you could go do that with because they've got a solid offensive line around already. They could afford to potentially lose one guy off that line. Would I be willing to trade, let's say, 2 first-round picks for a Quentin Nelson just moving into his prime, a Pro Bowler, Hall of Fame potential type guy? Yeah, I would. I would absolutely, and I would pay him. Is it a deal out there that's available? Probably not. Is it something the Colts will do? Probably not. But would I be willing to make that kind of move? Again, it could be a similar move, just a different team, but in a similar situation. I would absolutely be in favor of making that type of move because I think it's hard to sometimes get these upper talented level offensive linemen to put in. I think it's really hard to find them in the later rounds and hope they develop into something special. It seems like it's become more of a position that the quality guys go and they're targeted and pulled off the board quickly. What does that say about teams that just use running backs? Carl, what do you mean by that? What does that say about a team that just uses running backs? What do you mean on that? No, I'm not open to bringing Chris Richard back. But my biggest problem with Pete Carroll right now is that he's making too many hires based on nepotism. The guy literally had his son on his staff. You know what I mean? He's making hires that are too much in this box of comfortable. What I know what I'm getting. This guy's not going to challenge me and stuff. He's going to be a yes man. He's going to do what I tell him to do on the defensive side of the ball as a defensive coordinator. I don't want that. I need a guy that I can bring in that challenges Carroll a little bit, provides some new ideas and an injection of some new things to maybe little tweaks, little things you can do that are new, that teams aren't necessarily as used to with us as they've been. So I wouldn't necessarily like Richard in here, though he probably is an upgrade over Norton. I will probably say that. Was the answer to the running back? Oh. Yeah, Carl. Marshawn. So Marshawn did produce. Here's the argument I would make to that, though, Carl, is that you also had to eat up a lot of that bonus money when he prematurely retired after needing to be paid back-to-back twice. Because remember, Marshawn got the contract and then like about a year later was asking for another bump in his salary at that point. So what that did is when you gave him that second bump off the first contract is you just sped up all that bonus money, increased that amount of bonus money that then had to hit the cap and kill the cap. Our contract situation, our cap situation got damaged by that contract, along with the LOB contract, the third contract you get is some of the LOB guys, along with getting rid of like the Michael Bennett's prematurely after you just signed them to a contract extension. So I'd argue, yeah, he did give you the production, but you also had to pay a pretty damn heavy price for that Marshawn Lynch contract once he walked out the door, retiring somewhat sub-early, let's say. How high do I take a running back in 2021? So Brendan, I'm willing, technically speaking, to draft a running back high. I'm not opposed to taking a running back even in the first round, potentially. I would like to take him in the 6th and 7th round. I think that's ideal. If you get one you can target earlier, then I'm potentially okay with it, because the key with it is if I'm picking a running back at the end of the first round like Rashad Penny, I'm still not paying him a lot. Yes, the draft pick compensation is a little higher than I would like. I would certainly not like to pick that high, but you're only paying him a couple $1 million at the back end of the first round per season. So it's not as difficult for me as it is paying all the money and drafting a guy high. But it's got to be the right kind of running back. When I look at this running back draft, for instance, and you got a guy like Swift who, great back, but he's not really a fit for Seattle. And a lot of these guys that are 5'9" aren't going to be a fit for Seattle. The one guy you could look at that would be like maybe a pure fit was the kid out of Stanford, the running back out of Stanford. He would be a guy who would be an absolute fit for Seattle's scheme. Do I want to take him though at the end of the first round as opposed to a tackle or a defensive end maybe, if there's a one that does end up, I kind of end up liking. It's not yet there, but I hope I do. No, I wouldn't. I didn't like the Rashad Penny pick from a couple of years ago for this reason. There was better ways to go. There was better places to attack this from. And certainly that pick hasn't proven out to be as valuable for where you selected him. I like his potential. I think he's still got upside, but let's face it. It's really not proven out to be the smartest way for them to have used that first round pick. Sorry, guys. Again, I fall a little bit behind here. Who was your favorite player in the draft? Not that the Hawks could get, but your favorite player. So my favorite player in the draft. It's a great question. Let me take a look here real quick. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right thing, because I think I know what I want to say, but so I don't know if he's my favorite player in the draft. I think Andrew Thomas would probably be my favorite player from the standpoint. I know I've got a franchise left tackle for years to come, and I feel good about that. I really am I like the thought of this Simmons kid out of Clemson. I like the thought of having a guy that you can move around as a matchup problem on the defensive side of the ball. So you could take a tight end out of the game because he's 6'4" and he runs like the wind and he knows how to cover. He's played safety, and you could match him up in slot corner, which he's also played if a tight end gets moved off in line like that. There's something about being able to use that player and the Swiss Army knife nature of the way he could be utilized that has me sort of, there's something about that there. But with that said, I would probably go meat and potatoes, best left tackle in the draft, and call it a day, because I really feel like you get the best left tackle in the draft, and I'll force Dwayne Brown to go play right tackle if I'm taking Thomas. I'll feel just fine about that. It'd be a little weird, but if I got to take it, I'm going to take the best tackle on the board. I value linemen at this point that much. I've seen too many teams in this playoffs, too many teams throughout this season. It's no coincidence that the Tennessee Titans, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Baltimore Ravens, even the 49ers, who had fairly decent offensive line play, that got into the playoffs, the Saints, with all those first rounders, Andrews Pete and Terran Armstead on that line, right? Like all those guys on the line, and yet they've just built them up. I've seen the benefit and what it's done for these offenses having these great offensive lines, and we've seen the inverse of how crappy your team can go to shit the second that you don't have an offensive line that can hold its water. As it happens at times. We've had times at games where just teams completely blow our offensive line up and we just can't do anything. It's all on Russell doing some miracle approach, and sometimes he's not able to do it when it gets really bad. So I probably go that direction if I have to. Yeah, Brandon, that's what I thought too. I think you just you aptly described it. It is an absolute John Snyder move, but it feels like a dream. And it's one that, look, before the Percy Harvin trade happened, before the Jimmy Graham trade happened, we didn't know those trades were going to happen. There wasn't any indicators out there that the Saints were looking to move Graham, or that Harvin was maybe going to be on the market potentially, but there wasn't any certainty, and certainly no certainty that Seattle was necessarily looking at him, because they had actually a few receivers at the time, right? You had your Doug Baldwin, Jermaine Kearse, Golden Tate was here at the time. So it is a little outside the box, unanticipated, and I don't think the Colts would necessarily do it, but I would love to see for Seattle to do it, to show that sort of willingness to sort of put your balls out there, give up that extra first round pick that it would take to get it done, or maybe it would even be a first and a third or something. But I think that the Colts are going to have to do something, and they've got a good team right now. They've got a potentially even a Super Bowl contending team right now, but they don't have the quarterback, and I don't know where they're going to get that. You're not getting in free agency, and you're not going to have a quarterback fall team, but outside of maybe Tua Tagovailoa, but I don't think he's going to fall. I think somebody's going to grab him too. Yeah, I like Quinn Nelson a lot. I think you move him in at left guard, and I think he's one of my favorite guards to watch coming out of the last probably 10 years of the draft. I really like the way he plays. Nasty, big, strong, physical, can move. Sorry, guys, I am falling behind here a little bit now. Do you think the 49ers will take a step back next year? No, I don't think that the 49ers will take a step back next year because they're bringing everybody back. I think only Eric Armstead, who I would potentially like to see Seattle maybe target in free agency, is the only guy due to maybe come back. But I think that would be the only guy that they're going to really lose on that team. Really, I think they bring everybody back. There's nobody that got that pay really, so they're going to be still really strong next year. Would be better off cut. Yeah, I think KJ Wright's at a point in time where it's time to retire. You're 33, 34 years old. You've lost a step. You've got some injury issues in the shoulders, the knees. I think he played fine this year. He probably had one of his better years in the last 4 years, to be honest with you. But at the end of the day, I don't want to pay him $7 million for an outside linebacker in a 4-3 scheme. The effect is too minimal to be paying a guy that amount of money. They don't rush the quarterback. They don't take the ball away enough. It just doesn't make sense. Let me see what you say. If Krishar is here, says what his ultimate comes down to every time he ends a sentence, I'm going to drown. Yeah, I don't. Chris Richard didn't show me anything as a defensive coordinator the last time he was here and certainly Pete didn't see it, which is why he moved on from him so quickly. There's a part of me that thinks that sometimes guys just have to know their lane. And Chris Richard to me feels like a secondary coach. Feels like a very, very good secondary coach. I'd bring him back for that, but I'm not looking at a defensive coordinator position. What do you think the difference is between Brandon Scherf and Nelson? I think Nelson is probably a little bit more of a pure fit for Seattle's scheme in that he's a little bit more of the Mauler type. He's going to be able to just be a hammer in the run game. Scherf to me a little bit at times is probably a little more of an overall player. He's a little of a lesser player than Nelson is. But obviously with Scherf, you're just having to pay the money. You're not actually having to give any draft pick compensation up. So it makes sense from that standpoint. But he's a good overall player, Scherf is. There's nothing, I don't think he's got a big weakness to his game. It's just that Nelson might be one of the best, if not the best run blocker in the game. And he's also very good in pass protection, just an all around great guard. Yeah, it would have to come from Jody Allen, Emmett, and I just don't think Jody's going to do it. When her brother was the one who hired Carroll. It's his legacy there, and I think she's very respectful of Paul's legacy, and I don't know that she would come in to do that type of situation. I don't. But yeah, I think it's in life, and especially for coaches of the NFL, and especially coaches that have had a lot of success and constantly try to harken back to that success by reduplicating it by doing the same things. It's just the sport's always moving in different directions. And when you first came in here, for instance, nobody was drafting big cornerbacks. When Pete Carroll arrived, it was 5'10" and below at the cornerback position. You needed guys that were just real shifty, who could stop on a dime. You were never getting the guys that were 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", 6'3". And so when he got here, he had his pick of the litter in the draft when he's looking at big cornerbacks. I'll take Byron Maxwell in the 5th round. I'll take Richard Sherman in the 5th round. We'll grab Brandon Browner from the CFL because nobody sees any value in him. You were able to just get these guys for kind of nothing at the time. And now we're in the age where now big cornerbacks are now given some value. And now we have a lot of competition for these cornerbacks. It's just the same kind of situation. You've got to look to be where you're going to be innovative, where you're doing something somebody else isn't doing. So you can take advantage of an opening in the market, a place where people aren't valuing something they should be valuing. And I don't know where we're doing that right now. I knew where we were doing it, where Carroll came out the gate, and schemes were very complicated when Carroll came in. So when he came in with that simple system, we're going to play 4-3 under, and it's going to be cover 1, cover 3. And that's what we're going to stick into. And we're not going to make our players think. We're going to let them pin their ears back and just play, just read and react and go. Well, not everybody was really getting into more complicated stuff back then, complicated blitzes and all this. So it's been a change since then, but you're not on that anymore. Now you've got the Chargers, the Falcons, the Cowboys, the Jaguars, all running your scheme. So there's multiple teams out there doing what you're also doing. Multiple teams providing film of how to beat your scheme, how to get around the holes within it. So you got to be innovative. You got to change. You got to adapt. Interior line overlooked by fans. What would you see? I think, yeah, I would like to see a 3-tech brought in. I think Puna Ford is a functional 1-tech defensive tackle who works fine for us on a rotation basis. Certainly bringing in another body would help. As far as on the defensive tackle, I don't have as good a guy to necessarily look at. I like Ndamukong Suh because I think with him, especially if you brought back Jaron Reed, you could flip those guys around and interchange them between the 1 and the 3 technique. And I think he's not going to cost a lot. So I like a lot of what you could get there in the interior line, but it needs to be upgraded. And we do need a 3-tech. We need somebody from that defensive tackle position who can rush the quarterback and get after it. One of the vital things we had in that 2012, 13, 14 season was Clinton McDonald. Remember that name? The guy, Clinton McDonald, rushing from that 3-tech, had career years, I think 5.5, 6 sacks back-to-back seasons or something. And he really gave you that extra guy in the defensive line to give you a pass rush from that position when you were already getting Bennett and Averill and Clemens and Irvin coming. So I can see some value in getting a guy who could actually provide some pass rush from that standpoint. I value Nathaniel at this point. I'm going to value O-line over D-line, but I think you're going to end up having to put more resources into the D-line this offseason because it's in more dire straits. But right now, because Russell Wilson is your quarterback and I want to protect him, keep him clean, and give him the best opportunity to succeed, that's going to happen not by increasing the defensive line, but by fixing the offensive line, by making it a true strength on this team and not a detriment. The Colts could look at doing that, but why wouldn't the Colts just sign Quentin Nelson at that point, Brendan? They know what they've got with him at that point. He's, I think, a little bit of a younger player than Scherf. And really, at the end of the day, are they really going to cost a significant difference in money? The guard market is kind of what it is for everybody. It's not a very high paid market, let's say. Yeah, David DeCastro is an awesome guy. And a guy when he came out too, that I think he was in the 20s, and I was wondering at the time why Seattle didn't look to target him as well. They needed offensive line help at the time, and they didn't even look at him. And he was a guy that I think did go a couple picks before where they picked. But again, when you talk about Seattle looking at targeting a guy to trade up, that guy in DeCastro would have been a great guy to target up because he was such a bulletproof prospect. Came out of Stanford. He was solid all the way around, excellent in his movement, which you need in the zone scheme to run the zone scheme in your linemen. But Hernandez too, man. I mean, it's you passed on some guys that just it's a head scratcher at times what they do with their offensive line and why they don't target guys that are available in there. All right, guys, we're just down to 13 here. I think we're getting close to probably wrapping it up. I'm 7 hours into this thing, and I need to get some food and some water here pretty soon. So we'll do a couple last few questions here, and then probably put a bow on this. What does it say about a team that used a running just for the rookie contract then cuts them? Well, Carl, I think it's, unfortunately it says this is what the market dictates we have to do. Everything is finite in football. It's finite amount of time. Players on average only last 3 years in their career. That's the average career in the NFL. Your salary cap is always fixed and it's a hard cap. You can't pay a luxury tax like you can in the NBA. So you're beholden to what you're beholden to as an organization and as a front office. And, if there was more of a return rate with these running backs actually displaying that it's worth it to pay it, then you pay it. But that's just not proven out to be the case. And not only is it not proven out to be the case, it's not proven out to be the case at like about a 90 to 95% rate. That's what we call a rule of thumb once it gets into that kind of ratio as far as percentages go. I don't believe in the whole goodwill gesture of contracts thing. I don't. If that's true, if goodwill gestures of contracts work, then how have the Patriots maintained their championship run like they have for the past 20 freaking years? They are the most cutthroat team out there in the NFL. They're the team that will let guys go as soon as they're due to be paid. Yet they maintain their winning program. They maintain getting players to buy in. I think that whole thing of you've got to reward players for the locker room vibe thing, I don't buy into that as much. I would hope Schneider would challenge him, Carl, but don't forget, Schneider was hired by Pete. How much can you challenge the guy that hired you? I think that's no matter how long you've been there. I mean, that's to me a valid question at the end of the day. No, we don't need a Jerry Jones owner. The problem, Jerry Jones has cost the Cowboys at least 3 championships. If Johnson stays there in the early 90s and Jones doesn't start popping off with his mouth saying, I don't need Jerry Jones, I can run my own thing. I'm the reason that we're good. I'm the reason we done what we done. And then Johnson hears that and then says, go F yourself, I'm out. And then you're not as good a team. And then he cost them that. Maybe and very well he's part of the reason they became as good as they were. But in my opinion, Jimmy Johnson was running that thing and really the reason for why they were as successful as they were. Not Jerry Jones. And the only reason the Cowboys have gotten better over the last few years is actually because Jones has stepped back and let Stephen Jones take over some of the reins of that organization. His son, who's actually running it with somewhat of a sober mind, as opposed to his father, who's a little bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah, Nathaniel, I think it's a tough situation that's going to have to play itself out with Carroll, unfortunately. He's earned himself for good, bad, other, whatever any of our opinion is, he has earned the right to kind of go out on his own merits. And maybe if Paul Allen was alive, it would be a different case, but it's not the case. And I think that he's just going to be able to choose when he decides to ride off into the sunset. And we're going to have to kind of just hope that will be a good sunset, and that it's not going to be one where it's just because the wheels fell off and everything became so tired and Russell gets beat down at one point or another and becomes a shell of himself because you have the crap kicked out of him. I hope it doesn't go that route, but my goodness. That's a good point, Brendan. That's a good point, man. You're right. You could go that route. I mean, I didn't think of it in that stretch, but you're absolutely correct in that you're getting the draft capital back, but you're still staying similar at the guard position as far as your talent goes, and they have the cap space to do it. So you're 100% on the right. I did not consider it from that standpoint, but yeah, it'd be a great move for them. It'd be a win move for Seattle, a win move for the Colts. And again, the Colts are going to want to do something. You'd think they built this team around Luck and slowly assembled everything around him. Right, cleared the cap space off, got everything right, and then he retired on him just as they were getting ready to shoot to the moon. They're in that position still, but Jacoby Brissett is not the answer. We saw that last year. They're not going to get the answer anywhere else. Could they look at a guy like Justin Herbert, who you could get maybe in the 6th, 7th, 8th overall? They're sitting, I think, in the 18th range in the first round. Extra first round pick in a second could maybe get you up for that. They could maybe put them up into that position. All right, guys. Well, on that note, Brendan, I appreciate that. We got 11 of you left in the chat. We were up at 31 points, so I'm going to think we're good to call it here. I really enjoy doing this, guys. This is so much fun for me. I'm going to try to get this going as continuous as I go. I might have a little bit of a dip here, like I said, for a couple-month period as I go to Montana, but I'm going to be going back to Western Washington in June, be over there near the Bellevue area. So I am the long-term plan is in place. We're going to live stream as much as we possibly can. Live streaming the draft, live streaming training camp, go live stream every game next year. All that's on the point. The Lofa Tupa video is hopefully just a mirror. I'm going to call it probably a couple weeks away and get the final touches. Thanks for bearing with me on that. Complete Sports, rate my content. I will check out your channel, Complete Sports. Thank you for dropping in and saying hey. Thank you for subbing, Nathaniel. I appreciate it, man. I love doing the long streams, man. Wait till draft day when we got to go 10, 15 hours or something like that, especially the day 2 and 3. So I'm just building up to that, man, working the muscle, getting up to that. But Complete Sports, I'll check you out. Yep, I'm going to probably be trying to go back to work for Microsoft again. So I'm going to probably be outside Bellevue, Redmond area in that place somewhere. So I'm going to be in that area, I think. And June is where I'm shooting for. So thank you for all of you guys hanging on here with me. I do appreciate it. Carl, your donations were top notch, brother. I really do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart on that stuff. And yeah, I think aren't the draft, Nathaniel? I think that it's not the day one of the first round, but isn't it where you get into the the rounds 2 through 7, I want to say there's a couple of days there. There's a couple of long days. I don't know if it's 10 hours, but it's something in that realm, like 7 or 8 hours. As you can see with this, that's no problem for me, but we'll be doing some live stream, long streams on those days. So thank you, you guys. I really do appreciate it. We will have probably, I guess, a live stream. The next one I'm tentatively shooting for will be before free agency and probably a couple weeks before free agency. I just want to get some more time to dive into some of these prospects so I don't have any that I've got questions on where you guys are asking me and I'm not giving you a good answer. So love you too, bro. True enough. So thank you so much to all of you guys. And none of you guys out there, of course, ever do forget, because sometimes some of you guys will. Go Hawks. Me too, Emmett. Me too, man. Emmett, you have a good night. Nathaniel, thank you so much. And Carl, you are the greatest. To each of you guys, farewell, man.